When I glanced around, I found myself in an elegant Japanese-style room. Not even a single scratch marred the woven tatami mats that lined the floor. The room was filled with expensive-looking vases, an outside window, and outside the window was an exquisite traditional garden, fitted with a deer scar that let out a refreshing, peaceful clap at regular intervals. Issei! A woman dressed in a white kimono appeared before me. Azia? She knelt formally, bowing her head. This blonde-haired, green-eyed foreigner beauty was so pure and sacred that I could barely contain my joy. She looked at me with her warm, moist eyes and said, "Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'll be leaving to get married soon." What? Oh, Azia, look at you. Azia, you're so beautiful. At my side, my mom and dad were bawling their eyes out. Azia, you know you can come visit us whenever you want, right? The press assured as she wiped tears from her eyes. Azia, leave everything here to us. We'll be fine. Like Ria's, Hakuno was overflowing with emotion too. What? Huh? What on earth? Azia? While I was paralyzed with confusion, my mom turned to me. Issei, you should congratulate Azia. She's always been like a little sister to you, no? This was all happening too suddenly. Why was Azia getting married? Who was the groom? As if in answer, the one guy that stolen my Azia's heart made his entrance. A shoji door slid open, and a handsome pretty boy entered the room. It's a pleasure to meet you. I suppose I should address you as my brother-in-law. I'm Diodora Astaroth, an incredibly wealthy, high-class demon. You can entrust Azia to me. I'll satisfy her. You can count on that. With those words, he struck a handsome pose. This was one of those high-class demons that we met the other day. He was the heir to the House of Astaroth and a part of the same family as Demon King Beelzebub. Ah, right. Now I remember. Diodora had proposed to Azia out of nowhere at the end of the summer break, right after we returned from the Underworld. Look how gorgeous he is. I'm so relieved. Yep, and he's rich too. Maybe he'll be able to look after us in our old age, eh? This was unbelievable. Did my parents even know what they were saying? It's such a relief to know that Azia will be with Diodora. I know she'll be happy with him. My thoughts exactly. Even my two great sisters, Rias and Akano, were nodding along to it all. Weren't they really okay with this? Seriously? Now then, Azia, it's time for the ceremony. Let's take our first step towards a bright future together. With that, Diodora took Azia in his arms, carrying her like a princess into the ceremony hall. Hey, you! I haven't given my blessing yet! I called out before taking off after them. Seemingly unconcerned, Azia merely waved back at me. Issei, thank you for everything. I'm so happy now. Uh-huh. Hold on. Wait. Azia, your brother doesn't approve, though. I tried to give chase, but I couldn't reach her in time. No, Azia, my beautiful Azia, was about to become someone else's wife. Are you alright, Issei? Azia, dressed in her pajamas, was staring at me with concern. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes, snapping awake. Hurriedly, I glanced at the clock and saw that it was morning, right around my usual wake-up time. You're still here, Azia? Of course I am. You were calling out my name in your sleep. Ah, so that's what it was. A dream. So everything about her getting married was just an awful nightmare. I sat up in bed. A torrent of tears that I must have shed in my sleep was streaking down my face. I dreamed that you were getting married. Ah, it was more painful than I could ever imagined. Azia flashed me a puzzled look, but soon smiled back at me. You're such a worrywart, Issei. It's alright. I'm not getting married just yet. Really? You mean it? I'll die of loneliness, you know? Yes. It would be terrible if that were to happen. She answered with a broad smile. Ah, my dearest Azia. Seriously, if she did get married, I would be overcome with grief. Just dreaming about it had already taken a huge toll on my mental state. I was a wreck. There was something moving under the sheets, right near my lower body. Rising from under the blankets was... Konoko? When did she get into my bed? She wiped her drowsy eyes, then wrapped her arms around my chest, and promptly resumed snoozing. What was I supposed to do? Her body was so petite, so soft. Plus, she was wearing nothing but a white shirt. Talk about foul play. It was like her skin was pressing directly against mine. Meow. Konoko's cat ears twitched up and down, her tail curling back and forth. I haven't recently learned about her true form. Believe me when I say that her cuteness was practically lethal. Hold on. Her tail sticking out. What about her underwear? Don't tell me. No. This is bad. I shouldn't think about that. After returning home from the Underworld training camp, it had been decided that Konoko would live with us moving forward. I was fine with that, but it felt like she was always sneaking into my room to sit on my lap, or curl up in my bed next to me. I was at a complete loss as to how much I should dote on Konoko. I was incredibly happy to discover this new side of her, though. Anyway, I'm glad that about you getting married was just a bad dream, Azia. I breathed a sigh of relief as I stroked Konoko's head. At that moment, I wish that were all there is to it. The press must have woken up before me, as she was sitting at the foot of my bed, reading a large pile of documents. Are those letters? I asked. Riaz nodded. Yeah, each and every one of these is from Diodora Astroth. Love letters, it seems. Not to mention the movie tickets, dinner invitations, gift certificates, and all the rest. Some of the deliveries were so big that they're waiting by the doorstep. I wonder how many times he's done this now. Love letters? Presents even? Yeah, lately, these things have been arriving daily at my house. They were all addressed to Azia. The sight of that gentle-looking pretty boy flared up my mind. That bastard, proposing to Azia the minute we got home from the Underworld. Unsure of how to respond to this attention, Azia offered her most profuse apologies with each delivery. It was clear that she felt responsible for the trouble, but it wasn't her fault. Azia hadn't asked for this. 2 weeks had passed since we run into Diodora. Summer break was over, and the second semester of school was about to begin. Nonetheless, my anger towards that handsome bastard increased with each day. I rose to my feet, my eyes glistening, and screamed at the top of my lungs. I'll never let him have her. With autumn on its way, classes had started up again. The inauguration ceremony to welcome the new term concluded without incident, meaning that the next item on agenda at Kuo Academy was preparing for September Sports Festival. Additionally, this time of year never failed to exhibit a certain phenomenon that always bugged me. The number of my classmates who managed to come out of their shells over the vacation, reaching new levels of accomplishment and refinement, was always on the rise. In other words, they had their so-called summer debuts. A great many of my peers used that time off as an opportunity to embark on a bold change of image. While, strictly speaking, the number was way less than last time when I had been in first year. But there was still plenty of them this time around. Numerous guys had gone to beauty parlors and returned with new hairstyles, and many girls adopted over-exaggerated cutesy looks. Classmates who were previously dull and unremarkable returned for the second semester with new eye-catching visages. I had been so taken aback last year, and so jealous. I wanted to come out of my shell. I was a male high schooler, just like the others. I wanted to dye my hair and dress up and flirt with girls, at least once. Maybe then I'd finally be able to boost my popularity with the ladies. Summer was the best chance to change your image and make progress towards high school guy's ultimate goal. Yeah, to get a girlfriend. And that's how you graduate from your virginity, right? Summer is practically a brick wall to guys like us. My classes were in buddy Motohama remarked with a nod. He was one of the two negative influences in my life. Hey, Motohama, did you get the information that we talked about? I asked. Another nod. Yeah, Matsuna's just double checking it now. Hey, Issei, Motohama, I've got it, declared the second negative influence of my life, as he barged into the room with impeccable timing. Yeah, judging by his reaction, it sure looked like he had. You were right. Yoshida in the class next door did it over the summer, and with a third-year girl. Damn him. Motohama and I spat back hatefully. So it was true. That bastard Yoshida. Not only was he strutting around with a flashy new look and struck-up attitude, he also lost his virginity too. Rumor has it that Uba in our class did it with the first year as well. Seriously, Uba? I glanced around, only for the man in question to give us a wave and flash us an invigorated grin. Damn him, that cursed post-virgin. And what kind of world was it fair for him to throw away his chastity so easily? I wanted to get rid of mine. Since the beginning of the second semester last year, my two buddies and I had been gathering intel on what our peers had been up to during the vacation. It was a well-known fact that many high schoolers graduated from their virginity over the long break, and as virgins ourselves, we desperately wanted to know as much as possible. I mean, how could you not be dying to know which of your classmates were still young and inexperienced and which weren't? According to our information, the percentage of guys who had learned the carnal pleasures of sex had gone up this year compared to last. In other words, most of the guys in our class had already done it. For high school guys like us, whether or not you got to sleep with a girl was a matter of status. And I hated the way those post-virgins looked down on people like us. Their eyes said it all. Ah, that poor soul. Still doesn't know what it's like to have a woman. Damn them all. I laid my face down on my desk, clutching my head. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I'd had a plan. This was supposed to be the summer that I came into my own. Instead, I've been whisked off into the underworld. What kind of high schooler spent his summer down in hell? I did. Me. And not only that, the majority of my time there was spent running from a dragon hunting me. Sound unbelievable? Of course it does. If I went around telling people that my precious second-year summer break had been wasted and embroiled in a bitter life and death struggle with a literal monster, they'd lock me up. In the end, the only erotic thing that happened during my summer break was our trip to the hot springs. That was it. Sure, that alone was fantastic to what I once had, but the true pleasure beyond that should have been easily within reach. My first time with the Prez, getting into bed with Akano, making a baby with Zenovia. I hadn't been able to do a single one of those things in the underworld. Fortunately, neither Matsuda nor Motohama had experienced anything during the break either. If they had reached the stage before me, I would have killed myself. Seriously. Greetings, cherry boys, a prospector girl stated, snickering as she looked down her nose at us. Kiryu, have you come to laugh? Motohama questioned, indignant. Our assailant nodded. Knowing you three, I was sure that you would have had an eventful summer. Shut up. By the way, Hiono, Kiryu said, turning to me. Azia has been acting a little distant lately. I don't suppose you know why. I did. It was because of Diodora, no doubt. Even I could recognize that much. She was acting unusually flustered during class, panicking whenever the teacher asked her a question, trying to read her textbooks upside down, that sort of thing. That said, she was laughing like normal with the other girls right now. Azia was one of the most popular figures in class, among both boys and girls. It was easy enough to understand why. Not only was she an incredible beauty, just talking to her was enough to heal anything afflicting your soul. Some of the boys liked to talk to her more for that sense of healing than to confess their love. Rather than approaching her out of desire, they sought her out to find sense of comfort. I couldn't blame them. I also felt at ease whenever I was with her. Realizing that I was watching her, Azia waved to me. She flashed me a smile, yet there was something undeniably awkward about it. Yeah, she's worried, all right. Diodora's proposal had left me at a loss. As I sank in thought, Kiryu stared down at me in suspicion. What is it? I questioned. Oh, nothing. It seems to me that you're having more luck with girls this semester. Seriously, why? Your face is more serious now, and with my eyes, I can see just how sturdy your body has become. Some of the girls have even started calling you a little wild. So that was it. I ran my hand over my cheek. I couldn't deny that I was a lot more fit and muscular now. That was what happened when you passed through the summer training with a dragon. Admittedly, I got into survival mode during that time. Still, wild, huh? I see. I guess people had noticed then. Perhaps my charms had leveled up? Was I finally reaching some female eyes? I've been working out. Well, you might even say that I've grown over the summer. I admitted with a grin, cupping my chin in my hand. Kiryu's shoulders slumped. If only you weren't so full of yourself. What's with that look of disappointment? I didn't get it. Everyone, this is big. All of a sudden, one of my classmates dashed into the room. What's going on? He took a mouthful from the bottle of mineral water that one of his friends had handed him, calmed himself a little, and then announced so that everyone could hear. There's a new transfer student. A girl. There was a momentary pause, and then the whole class erupted in shock. It may be an unusual time of year for it, but we'll have a new face in our class starting today. So announced our teacher. Immediately, the whole room bubbled with excitement. I mean, seriously, it was a girl. Getting worked up was only natural. Some girls were probably taken aback by this reaction of us boys, but even they were curious to see who the new addition would be. Alright then, come on in. Our teacher instructed. The door slid open. Whoa! Swelled a cry of joy from the guys. A tall, chestnut-haired beauty entered the room. I, however, was far more shocked than thrilled by her appearance. So much so that my eyes all but popped out of my face. Glancing across the room, I noticed that Zenovia was just as stupefied. It was a perfectly natural reaction. Anyone who recognized this girl as we did would have been equally as stunned. The chestnut-haired transfer student bowed her head and introduced herself with a soft smile. She was wearing a glimmering necklace around her throat, a crucifix. Unlike the last time we met, her hair was done up in pigtails now. But there was no mistaking her identity. My name is Irina. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Yeah, it was none other than Zenovia's former partner, who had come with her to Japan to retrieve the stolen Excaliburs earlier this year, Irina. Come with us for a minute, will you? During lunch break, Zenovia and I approached Irina, who stood up at the center of a ceaseless whirlwind of questions from my classmates, grabbed her by the hand, and whisked her off to a place where we could have a little privacy. Irina was a childhood friend of mine. She had moved overseas back when we were both kids, where she had received the blessing of a Protestant denomination of the Christian Church and became a holy sword user. She had returned to our hometown with Zenovia a few months ago, after several of the Excaliburs had been taken from the church by one of the fallen angel leaders. Zenovia had become a demon in Rias' familia after learning of God's demise, remaining with us in Japan. Irina, however, had returned to the church's headquarters. We haven't seen her at all since then. To think that she would pop up here of all places. Yeah, I was shocked, alright. Completely flabbergasted. This didn't mean that we're enemies now, did it? I mean, the three great powers had agreed to a peace treaty, so what was she doing here? Howdy, Issei, Zenovia. What? She had caught us both in a wide-armed hug. Zenovia, I'm so glad to see you're well. Things might be a little awkward between us now, given our new positions, but I'm still happy to see you. Yeah, it's been a while, Irina. It's good to see you too. But is this supposed to be some kind of punishment? I mean, that cross around your neck kind of hurts. Nonetheless, Zenovia smiled at her old companion. A reunion of the former Holy Sword duo. While I was busy sorting out my thoughts, Zenovia piped up with the first question. What are you doing here? Yeah, it was a simple thing to ask, but clearly the most important. I've been transferred here on Archangel Michael's orders. I'll tell you more after school. You're all based in the old school building, right? Zenovia asked with a cute wink. I pulled out my cell phone and hurriedly typed a message to the prez. Did you know that Irina Shido is here? It wasn't long before I received a response. Yes, it was decided at the last minute. I'll explain after class. In the meantime, keep her company. She is still a transfer student after all. So Riaz did know. Of course she did. The school was practically her fortress. There was no way that Irina would be able to just stroll in without the prez knowing. I would just have to wait and find out what my old childhood friend was doing. Welcome to Kuo Academy, Irina Shido. Each of the members of the Occult Research Club, along with Chairwoman Sona from the Student Council and our instructor, Azazel, had gathered in the club room after school. Incidentally, Konako was sitting on my lap. That had all but officially become a designated seat. Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. I met some of you before, but some of your faces are new. I'm Irina Shido. I've come to Kuo Academy as an emissary of the church, or rather, of the angels. We, the members of the Occult Research Club, applauded her self-introduction. From Irina's explanation, I gathered that she'd been deployed here as a support member from heaven. Thinking about it, I realized that Kuo Academy already hosted demons of fallen angels, but no angels. At the very least, with Irina here, it looked like we would be receiving some backup from heaven if needed. With that, Irina started muttering things like praise the Lord and Michael is great. We all listened on with forced smiles. Evidently, her faith was just as resolute as ever. I turned to Zenovia. There was something I had been meaning to ask her. Hey, Zenovia? I asked quietly. What? Why are you whispering? Irina doesn't know about God's death, right? She didn't when we parted ways, at least. I had thought as much. Was this really a good idea? Everyone else here knew the truth. If Irina were to find out from one of us, wasn't it possible that the shock might drive her towards doing something reckless? And that's when Azazel mercilessly blurted it out. Hey, you do realize that your biblical God is dead, right? Teach! You can't just reveal that to her all of a sudden, I cried. Azazel, however, let out a sigh. Idiots. She wouldn't have been ordered here if she didn't know. This school is one of the most important areas of cooperation between the three great powers. Anyone assigned here has to know the truth to some degree. Irina nodded along to Azazel's explanation. Of course, Governor of the Fallen Angels. Don't worry, Issei. I'm aware of the Lord's passing. Seriously? I really did feel like an idiot for worrying about her. That's surprisingly tough, Zenovia observed. I wouldn't have thought that you, with your devout faith, would be able to withstand the shock of learning the truth. After a short pause, Irina's eyes flooded with tears. She drew closer to Zenovia and all but shouted, You think I wasn't devastated? The Lord is my spiritual support, the center of my universe, the omnipotent Father of all creation, and he's dead. I spent my whole life living by his teachings. So when Archangel Michael told me what had happened, I was so depressed that I slept for a full 7 days and nights. Oh Lord. Irina wailed in lamentation as she laid her face down on the table. Well, for someone so ingrained in faith, the death of God would come as a shock. My family wasn't particularly religious, so I didn't have any first-hand experience of what she must have been going through. But I did know that when Azia had learned the truth, she almost fainted. I know how you feel. Me too. Azia and Zenovia tried to soothe Irina, the three of them embracing one another in a tight hug. Both Azia and Zenovia still regularly prayed to God. From what I could tell, they were immensely grateful to him. Azia, I'm sorry about calling you a witch last time. And I said such horrible things to you too, Zenovia. I hope you can both forgive me. The other girl smiled at Irina's apology. I don't mind. I hope that we can all be friends from now on. We all believe in and cherish the Lord. Same here. It was my fault that we parted ways like that. I was in such turmoil that I ended up reincarnating as a demon. but I'm happy that we've got this chance to meet again. The three broke out into prayer. Was this a reconciliation of sorts then? It had been a long time coming, but I was glad to see the rift between them beginning to heal. So long as they were happy, that was all that mattered. Perhaps this was the birth of the church maiden trio? That said, two of them were demons. I'm guessing you're Michael's messenger, Azazel asked. Irina nodded. Yes, Governor Azazel. Archangel Michael was worried there wasn't anyone representing heaven here. He believed the lack of local staff was an issue. Yeah, he mentioned something like that when I spoke to him as well. The great powers of heaven and the underworld are all operating here, but the only ones on the ground are Riaz, Sona, and the other family members, and a few others, myself included. That's enough to keep things functioning, but Michael is so uptight that he wanted an agent of heaven to stick around too. Heaven's already providing more support in form of their backup system than we could possibly ask for. I told him he didn't need to bother, but he obviously sent you regardless. Azazel let out a resigned sigh. So that's how it is. It was a little strange that there were only demons and fallen angels here, so it made sense for heaven to want to send one or two of their own to keep an eye on things. That said, the Prez's fortress was really starting to feel crowded. At first, there were only been a few demons. Now fallen angels and members of the church were laughing over idle banter in the same room. You never knew what life had in store, huh? The Prez seemed a little disconcerted earlier, but it looked like she was coming around to the idea after having discussed it with her brother, the Demon King Serzex. There were undeniable benefits from keeping someone from heaven around, and Rias' involvement in all this was pretty prestigious responsibility. Irina suddenly rose to her feet and put her hands together in prayer. At that moment, her whole body enveloped in a flash of light, and brilliant white wings sprouted from her back. Huh? She looks just like an angel. No, hold on. She is an angel. Everyone else present watched in shock, except Azazel, who was unfazed. Irina Shido, huh? Have you been angelized? Angelized? Is that even possible? I gawked. Azazel shrugged. No, there's no record of such a thing. That said, scientists from heaven and the underworld were working on theories about the concept a while back. He narrowed his eyes in thought while staring at the luminous wings. Irina nodded. Yes, Archangel Michael gave me his blessing, and I was reborn as an angel. Apparently, it was made possible by adapting technology received from the demon and fallen angel factions. What on earth? When had the cooperation among the three great powers reached such a level? I had heard that the angels hadn't been able to reproduce or increase their numbers since God's demise. But if they could reincarnate humans to bolster their ranks, then that issue seems solved. So, Irina was an angel now. Demon, fallen angel, and angel. Kuo Academy now had all three sides. Irina continued to explain. The four great seraphs, along with another 6 noteworthy ones, devised a system to each recruit 12 brave saints, ranking them from ace to queen. The role of king is reserved to an angel leading the team. Azazel was following Irina's words with obvious interest. He loved talking about new technologies and that sort of things. I see. You took the demon evil pieces system and merged it with an artificial sacred gear technology that we fallen angels devised. Damn, you sure didn't waste any time putting it all to use, huh? I guess the demon system was modeled on a chess. The angel one is based on cards. Well, a trump is what you call a promoted card in a trick-taking game. So, I suppose that makes sense. With God dead, there's no other way to make pure-blooded angels. This is a way to rebuild your forces. Basically, the angels had devised their own version of the evil pieces system. Who'd have thought that was possible? If that's how it works, there should also be a joker somewhere in a set of cards. A particularly powerful figure, and the 12 members that are also modeled after 12 apostles, I take it. That Archangel sure knows how to keep things interesting. Azazel began to chuckle to himself under his breath. He did like to read into these things. Hey, which card are you, Irina? I inquired, curious. I'm an ace, she declared, puffing out her chest. I'm honored to serve Archangel Michael. I don't mind if I perish. The Lord might have passed, but living as Archangel Michael's ace is purpose enough for me. Her eyes were positively sparkling. There was even a large letter A on the back of her left hand. Oh, so Michael gave you a new lease on life? I muttered with a sigh. It's preferable to her losing her mind, Zenovia answered by my side. Well, that was for sure. Working under a new master was better than falling into despair over the loss of God. Oh, so Archangel Michael said that he was researching whether he could stage a kind of rating game between evil pieces and brave saints in the future. Right now, only Seraphs have cards of their own, but he was hoping to expanding the system to high-ranking angels, so they can compete and improve themselves like demons do. The rating game? Angels? And between evil pieces and brave saints, no less? All the members of the Occult Research Club were taken aback by this announcement, as Azazel looked impressed. There are a lot of angels and demons who don't see eye to eye with the leaders about this newfound state of peace. That's only natural, I guess, seeing how long we've been at one another's throats. Yet, Michael sure thought this through. He's basically offering a way for everyone to vent their frustration on each other in a small-scale proxy war, not unlike the World Cup or the Olympics here in the human realm. Was all this about providing disgruntled angels with an outlet for their frustration? It looked like each of the three factions was adopting a new political measures to accommodate one another. Peace sure wasn't easy, huh? Does that mean we could end up fighting against a team of angels then? I asked. Azazel nodded. Maybe in the future. I'd give it at least 10, maybe 20 years. You rookie demons should be able to enjoy yourself playing before then, I wager. 20 years? That was a long time to wait. But then, demons and angels did have long lifespans. Sounds like it would be interesting. Chairwoman Sona remarked coolly, her enthusiasm plain to see. Interesting. Very interesting. Kiba looked equally excited by the prospect. Our familia's ace was raring to go. Churches are scary. Casper wore a conflicted expression. According to the rumor, as the peace treaty didn't include vampires yet, the Christian church was still conducting vampire hunts. Indeed, the church's teaching hadn't changed in any visible way. Despite our new alliance, they were working behind the scenes to cooperate with the demon and fallen angel factions, however. I hadn't heard anything about them setting up dedicated teams to prevent any new forms of evil from arising. Both Rias' Familia and Sona Citries had been granted authority to arrest anyone from any of the three factions we believed presented a threat. Admittedly, even with that right, I wanted to avoid the situation as much as possible. We were all starting to get along now, after all. Nothing beat peace. I was just glad these new brave saints wouldn't affect rating games for the time being. We had enough on our plate just dealing with the other young high-class demons. I think that's enough discussion for now, Chairwoman Sona declared with a smile. What do you say we get our welcome party for Ina and Shida underway? Irina glanced around at each of us once more. Demons, everyone. I've been your enemy up until now, and I've even destroyed some of your kind. However, Archangel Michael says that we all need to be friends from now on, so I really, really want to get along with you all. Truly, I do. I'll do my best as a representative from the church. I'm looking forward to working with you all. And with that, Irina entered the ranks of Kuo Academy. The members of the student council soon joined us to hold a festival welcome for our newest student. Irina's first few days at the school passed uneventfully. Yes, I'll do it. I'll take part of the scavenger hunt, she called out, raising her hand high in the air. Her eager nature had won the admiration of everyone in class, boys and girls alike. We were currently in homeroom, deciding who would be responsible for what activities in the upcoming sports festival. I, on the other hand, was laying my head on my desk, letting out a resigned sigh. For some reason, arrangements had been made for Irina to live in my house. During the summer, my family home had been transformed into an extravagant 6-story building with an additional 3-floor basement. Almost every member of the Occult Research Club had moved in, and now Irina was living with us too. Well, there was plenty of space, so it wasn't like it would make much of a difference if we had one or two extra people staying with us. I was quickly realizing that keeping up with so many women under one roof was surprisingly difficult. Apart from my mom, they were all gorgeous, beautiful young ladies. It was a dream home for a high school guy like me. Or so I had thought. Sadly, reality wasn't quite so rosy. I had discovered the truth of the saying, 3 women make a market. There may have been plenty of room, but there was nowhere for me to relax. For example, let's say that Azia, Zenovia, and Irina all got together to talk about girl stuff. It was practically impossible for me to get into the conversation. And then Konako might join them, only excluding me further. I was the only guy there, you know. What was I supposed to talk about? Video games? Manga? What was I thinking? Assuming that a sex-obsessed teenager like me would have anything in common with a bunch of young ladies in the first place. I grew so lonely at times. I went searching for my 2 elder sister figures, only to find the present Akano engrossed in their own kind of girl talk. Barging in and cozying up to them would only leave me feeling worse. I was in a crisis. I was a mere gutless guy who couldn't cope with having so many attractive women around. At this rate, how was I ever going to become a harem king? Yet again, I was forced to realize my own inability and incompetence. In a harem, you had to be able to satisfy a lot of girls at once. If I was already struggling, what hope did I have? I didn't even know what to say to them. Should I try to research women's fashion or something? Or maybe find a stylish story somewhere to mention to them? I had no idea. What on earth were you supposed to talk about with a group of girls? This is why I was so unpopular. And that realization only depressed me further. Still, it wasn't like they were constantly shutting me out, so perhaps it was still okay. We all got along fairly well most of the time. The girls had their own lives, right? Perhaps I was just overthinking it all. They were erotic situations every now and then. However, it was downright terrifying when they started fighting with one another. Suddenly, I felt very strange. Wasn't this the life I always dreamed of? Why was I so stressed? Tanin, down there in the underworld, tell me what to do. I'm young and suffering. Hyoto. Out of nowhere, Kiryu spoke my name. She was standing in front of the blackboard, which had lists of various sports festival activities written on it. There's a tear in your shirt, under your armpit. Huh? Seriously? I raised my arm in the air to double check, and realized my mistake too late. Obviously, there was no rip. Okay then, it's decided, she declared, scribbling my name on the blackboard. What? No fear, Kiryu. She had got me. I had let my guard down, and Kiryu had pounced. Heedless of my complaints, she merely burst out into a lecherous laugh. Thanks for volunteering and taking part of the 3-legged race. You'll be partnered with... She pointed her piece of chalk towards a girl across the room. Immediately, Azia timidly raised her hand into the air. Azia, the 2 of you can run together. And so, thanks to the craftswoman mechanicians, I was paired with Azia for the 3-legged race. The following day, everyone in the academy started practicing for the sports festival. My classmates and I changed into our tracksuits and were practicing on the sports field. I challenge you to a race, Zenovia. Bring it on, Irina. The 2 former Holy Sword partners were both charging across the grounds, my classmates cheering them both on. Seriously, what were the 2 of them thinking? They were both so fast, all but tearing across the concourse. Perhaps I should have expected no less from a demon and angel. Were the sports festival a girls-only affair, with them on our side, our class might even win. Our only real competition would be the members of the student council, the Citri Familia. They're too damn fast. I can't make out the movements of their breasts. You can say that again. Still, you need to build up a good amount of speed to get them to bounce. Matsuda, Morohama, and I, the so-called perverted trio, had our gazes latched onto the movements of the girls' chests. Whether they were big or small, it was hard to keep your eyes off them once they started swaying up and down like that. Tracksuits were the best. Irina had a slender build, but she had a considerable bosom. Come to think of it, that bondage-like battlesuit she occasionally wore displayed her body quite well too. At that moment, a familiar voice called out to me. "Hey, Hyodo!" Ah, Saji. It was my fellow pawn from the Sietri Familia, carrying what looked like a stopwatch and other measuring tools. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Keeping an eye out for bouncing breasts." "Still the same as ever, I see," he replied with a sigh. Uh-huh. Saji's right arm was heavily bandaged. Was he injured? What happened there? I asked. This? He pulled the bandage back a little, revealing a series of snake-like marks all over the limb. What the hell is that? I questioned with apprehension. According to Azazel, is the result of the way I fought against you during our raiding game. Apparently, draining the blood of the Red Dragon Emperor with one of my lines, when you had your balance breaker mode, must have had some kind of effect on me. Even if the line wasn't directly linked to me, I've ended up absorbing something from you. Seriously, is it bad? No, it doesn't seem to have any negative effects. It just keeps making these things appear on my body, like here, see? He showed me a small jewel-like object on the back of his arm. At first glance, it resembled a gemstone, but I soon realized it was identical to the jewels characterized dragon-type sacred gears like mine, Folly's and Azazel's. So, you got cursed or something? I asked. Saji's expression turned sour. Don't say it like that. I'm worried about it too, you know. There aren't a whole lot of good stories about Viricha. He paused there to regain his composure before asking, by the way, what are you competing in, Hyodo? The three-legged race with Azia. Gah, you bastard. As if I couldn't be any more jealous of you. And here I am in the bread-eating race. The bread-eating race, huh? That sounded fun too. But I would stick to running with Azia. Jealousy was written large on Saji's face when two bespectacled young women approached behind him. Saji, what are you doing here? You need to make sure the tents are set up properly. Come on now. The student council is already short on staffers, so you had better pull your weight. Chairwoman Sona and Vice Chairwoman Shinra were both chiding Saji, their glasses gleaming. Right, Chairwoman, Vice Chairwoman. He shrieked, flustered, rushing to them. The chairwoman and deputy sure looked strict. Speaking of glasses, that next head of the House of Astaroth down in the Underworld also wore them to a cool, serious effect. Did all demons with glasses possess that characteristic? Saji waved at me as they headed across the sports field with the chairwoman and vice chairwoman. Breacher. Huh? Did you say something, Dre? I thought back to the dragon within me. No, don't let it concern you. It just looks like being in contact with me has accelerated his growth. At this rate, it won't matter how many pieces his soul was divided into. Seriously, I didn't have any clue what that meant. Fafnir and Verichra are already near to hand, and you've already met Tanin, of course. It looks like my present host is building connections with each of the Dragon Kings. With that, Dre, contemplative, seemed to sink within a world of his own. Azia, did your breasts grow over summer break? Yeah, Kiryu, don't touch them, please. That pervert was sexually harassing Azia. Seriously, I feel like I only take my eyes off her for a second for her to get into trouble. I would have to warn Azia about her once more. I mean, the innocent little sister type of my life was already picking up a whole lot of erotic mannerisms from the present Akano. In any case, it was probably about that time that Azia and I got around training for our event. I took what we needed from the three-legged race from our class's equipment area and knotted up a rope that we could use. Azia, let's practice. Yeah. With a quick bow of her head to Kiryu, Azia came running my way. The other guys and girls in our class had already started practicing in pairs. There were a few that were making good progress, but many more who couldn't keep up their movements in concert with each other. There was also a good many who were clearly shy and embarrassed to be tied together. I tied the rope against my leg and Azia's. "Alright then, let's go, Azia," I said, taking a few trial steps and placing my arm around her waist. Okay." Azia was clearly embarrassed, but that didn't stop her from putting her arm around my waist too. Her hair smells nice. Our bodies are all but pushing against each other. Hers feels so soft. No, I couldn't. I had to shake off these thoughts. This was Azia we were talking about. I needed to exercise self-restraint. We both took a deep breath, exchanged nods, and stepped forward. Alright. 1, 2... Our legs got caught up together, our balance crumbling. I quickly caught Azia in my arms before she could fall to the ground. "Sorry. I guess I need to try to match your pace, Azia," I said. That was when I realized Azia's face had turned bright red. She looked to be holding something back. Huh? What? My right hand was cupping something delightfully soft. Without me realizing it, my hand had landed straight on Azia's breast when she had begun to fall. It certainly felt larger than I remember it being last time I saw it. No, I was wrong for feeling her up like this. I pulled my hand away from it. "Sorry, I didn't mean to," I apologized. What had I just done? Azia was important to me, someone I treasured, and I grabbed her chest, but it felt so good. "It's alright. I'm okay with it. Just tell me next time, please. I need to prepare myself." Was she saying that it was okay? No, Azia was misunderstanding. I hadn't meant to touch it. I stood there, self-loathing and a raging libido battling inside of me. Once I managed to slow my breathing, I said, "Anyway, let's keep going." "Okay, I'm sorry. I'm no good at sports." Azia looked crestfallen. "That's fine. The point is to match each other's rhythm. It's all about working in combination." Combination? Azia questioned with her head adorably tilted to one side. Why did everything she did have to be so debilitatingly cute? "That's right. We need to work together and take it one step at a time. Once we get the hang of it, we'll be able to take off at a run." "I understand." Yeah, this was no different from training. You just had to take it step by step. Practice made perfect. I might not be good for much else, but I had learned that much. "Let's try it again then." Okay." And so, Azia and I synced up our movements and slowly began to press forward. After school, I made my way to the club with Azia, Zenovia, and Irina. The other club members, the press included, had arrived before us, each of them wearing dark frowns. Huh? What's going on? Has something happened? I asked. "You could say that," the press replied with a nod. "Our next rating game opponent has been decided." Already? I had heard that there were going to be several matches among the 6 youth demon familias, starting with our recent bout against the Siege Familia. We were going to have to face each other sooner or later. I wasn't particularly surprised by that, but the press's next words were explanation enough for everyone's dour expressions. "Our next opponent will be Diodora Astaroth." That revelation left me speechless. Surely, this had to be some kind of bad joke. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Azia and I were behind the gymnasium, practicing again for the 3-legged race. Zenovia had come to join us. Lately, we'd been spending a lot of our mornings like this. We'd improved quite a bit since our embarrassing fall, now able to run together at a pace of a brisk walk. 1, 2, 3, 4. Azia was doing her best to keep up with me. Yeah, it was all about daily practice. It was hard work, but with persistence, We would pull through no matter how long it took. I had come to realize the importance of perseverance after my many hours of training with the Prez, Azazel, and Tanin. Great, you got a good rhythm going. How about you try running for real now? Zenovia suggested as she tightened the rope around her legs. I glanced at Azia and saw her looking unexpectedly gloomy. Uh-huh. Is she worried about something? That was pretty understandable. Our next opponent was Diodora, after all. Ever since the announcement had been made public, Azia seemed somewhat depressed. Azia, is there anything you want to talk about? I suggested. Her frown deepened for a moment before she responded. I don't regret saving him. Back when Azia was a full-fledged member of the church, she had rescued a wounded demon from death with her healing abilities. These actions resulted in the church branding Azia a heretic and stripping her of her role and position, setting off a sequence of traumatic incidents for her. The demon who she had saved was none other than Diodora. I had no idea what he was doing there, or how Azia had found him, but there was no doubting that it was her innate kindness that had driven her to aid him. I couldn't blame her for that. She was a gentle soul. After saving Diodora, however, Azia's life had been thrown upside down. Fortunately, she found a new happiness with me and the others. All the same, it made me wonder, would she have been better off remaining as a holy maiden? Recently, I've been kicking around an idea. Would Michael allow her to return to her former role if I asked him? I had to admit, it seemed unlikely. If she returned to the church or any related institutions, her abilities could adversely affect the system that God had put into place, and that was maintained by the church and its adherents. Still, wasn't it possible that she could recover at least a semblance of her former life? If I asked her, would she choose to go back there? But I was so afraid of that possibility that I hadn't found the courage to voice that question to her. I didn't want to lose Azia. It was selfish of me, I knew that. Perhaps the Prez would do something if I mentioned it to her, but I couldn't. I didn't want to have to imagine a life without Azia. Issei? The beautiful blonde asked, tilting her head in concern. You look worried and a little sad. Azia, if you could go back to your old life, would you want it? Her eyes widened in surprise at this question. Idiot that I was, I had just come out and asked it, even though it risked losing her. But I only wanted what was best for her. My heart was racing. I braced myself for Azia's answer. I could feel my hand, gripping her tightly, grow sweaty. Despite my anxiety, her response was simple. I wouldn't go back. She was smiling. There was no hint of hesitation in her voice. Don't you remember? I asked you whether I could stay by your side forever, and you said yes. That had been before our battle against Riser Phoenix's familia. I like it here. Kuo Academy, the Occult Research Club. I love everyone. The president, Akano, Azazel, Kiba, Zenovia, Konako, Gasper, Irina, Kiryu, and you, Issei. And your parents. This new life that I have found is so precious and important to me. Every single day is filled with fun. I'm so happy to be with you all. Azia, I really was stupid. I should have realized that she was happy with how things were. Why did I have to ask such stupid questions to her? I hugged Azia's shoulders. Right. You and I are going to be together forever, Azia. I don't ever want you to go off somewhere and get married. Please, don't think too much about Diodora. No matter what happens, you can always say no if you don't like it, okay? Azia blinked back at me for a second before flashing me a bright smile. Yes. At that moment, Zenovia, her expression somehow remorseful, spoke up. Azia, I want to apologize to you again. When we first met, I said some pretty mean things to you. I still regret it. You're always so kind, and you're willing to be my friend. Whoa. It wasn't every day that Zenovia blushed like that. She had turned scarlet. Azia took her hands in her own and responded with a broad smile. Yes, we're friends, Zenovia. They were straightforward words, said with the utmost honesty. Zenovia's eyes teared up. Thank you, Azia. I nodded. Even I was getting emotional. Azia was such a gentle spirit, so kind and caring. She was my pride and joy. Ah, that's so touching. In the midst of that emotional scene came a loud sob. I glanced around, only to find Irina watching. Irina? What are you doing here? Well, Zenovia invited me. She said that mornings at Kuo Academy aren't to be missed, and she was so right. Look at this beautiful display of friendship. This must be another of the Lord's and Archangel Michael's blessings. Seeming deeply moved, Irina began to pray to the heavens. You didn't join the Occult Research Club, though, did you? I asked. Irina wiped away her tears, her mood undergoing a sudden shift as she gave me a big thumbs up. Nope, I went for another one. Or rather, I decided to make my own. So, you're starting your own club? What's it called? Oh, brace yourselves, Irina declared proudly, puffing out her chest. It's called the Irina Shido's Love Salvation Club. Our mission is simple, to save others without asking for anything in return. With this steadfast belief, I'll offer my love for the one true faith to these simple pagans in the name of the Lord and Archangel Michael. Adopting a strange pose, the chestnut-haired girl began to pray to the heavens once more. Her eyes were positively glittering. But what was with that name? It didn't sound like any kind of club that people would rush to sign up for. Right. Well, good luck. I responded as best I could. You can count on me, Irina boasted, thumping her chest with her hand. And don't be shy about letting me know if the Occult Research Club has its troubles. Reese has asked me to help out with the race between the different clubs, too. I let out a deep sigh. I guess that meant Irina would be joining us for the sports festival. By the way, how many people are in your club? I inquired. It's just me so far. It isn't official, so there aren't any formal activities or funds available. I still need to convince Chairwoman Sona. That wouldn't be easy. The chairwoman was a tough one, as was her vice chairwoman. It will probably take a long time for Irina to get her club authorized. Anyway, for the time being, my name's been put down for the Occult Research Club. Hold on. Doesn't that mean that she's technically a member? Pointing that out now wouldn't accomplish anything. In any event, I calmed myself down and said, Anyway, let's keep practicing. Zenovia and Irina paired up for the three-legged race practice, and off we went. Phew, I'm a little tired. Azia huffed as she tugged at her tracksuit. We had spent much of the morning running, and we were now in the storm room at the corner of the school grounds to put away the ropes that we used for practice. Probably because I was so used to physical activity, I wasn't particularly tired, but I was nonetheless mentally exhausted for having been constantly worried about Azia. It was still early in the day, so I decided to take a break in the club room before heading to class. Just as I was about to leave, there was a click and the sound of the door slamming shut. I was locked in. I glanced around, only to find Zenovia standing with her back to the door. What's going on? Azia likewise tilted her head in confusion. What is it, Zenovia? Zenovia's expression turned serious. Azia, I know what you did. It's commonplace for girls our age to have secret liaisons with boys. Huh? What did she just say? I couldn't believe my ears. Secret liaisons? Azia repeated with evident uncertainty. The kind where you get a boy to play with your breasts. Zenovia responded plainly. What on earth? How could you make such an assertion like that in a place like this? And so suddenly? And after locking us up in here? And with Azia present? Seriously? I couldn't comprehend how her mind worked. To top it all off, she was clearly overthinking it all about these secret liaisons. Breasts? Azia exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, her cheeks turning scarlet. Zenovia, you can't just start blabbering about dirty stuff for no good reason. Shut up for a minute, Issei. I'm talking to Azia. I'll deal with you in a second. Sorry about this, but why don't you do some warm-ups over there in the corner? This is going to be very intense. What exactly is going to be intense? Warm-ups? What does she want me to do? Practice opening and closing my hand? However, Zenovia didn't stop there. There's a girl in our class that's been hooking up with her boyfriend regularly. I've looked into it. She hasn't played with her bust every day. Why is she just laying this all out matter-of-factly? And how exactly has she been looking into this? Azia, don't you think that it's time we experience that for ourselves? Zenovia questioned, putting her hands on her friend's shoulders and staring into her eyes. What? When did this become so serious? This is all so soon. Azia was at a total loss. Of course she was. Her reaction was completely natural. Don't worry. It sounds like it tickles a bit at first, but once you get used to the sensation, it feels really good. I'm sure that if you could get used to being close to each other, it would help you win the three-legged race. How far is she willing to take this, Zenovia? Is this what he meant by combination? You can't seriously be falling for this, Azia. Are you truly okay with her suggestion, Azia? Zenovia flashed a still uncertain Azia a warm smile. It's okay. We're all friends after all. That's true. So, let's do it together. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're both here. Really? Do you think so? Is that it? Have they made their decision? Zenovia, don't poison Azia's innocent mind. Seemingly deciding that the matter was settled, Zenovia faced me. Let's do it then. I want to practice making babies as well. Hold on. You can't possibly mean here. Well, I guess I have always had a bit of a thing for this atmosphere, but still. Zenovia, however, ignored me as she began to remove her shirt. Her luscious breasts, cupped in a magnificent bra, appeared before me. Bah! Blood shot out from my nose at this magical sight. Zenovia's weren't as huge as Ria's and Arcano's, but they were still more than ample. But I didn't have much time to stare and wonder before she unhooked her bra. With nothing left to support them, those glorious tits bounced directly in front of me. Why did it feel as if all the girls around me were aggressively eager to strip down in my presence? But her nipples were sure an alluring shade of pink. I've never let anyone but Issei touch these. Do you still remember how they feel? Of course I did. I had burned that precious memory in my mind. I may have not touched them directly, but I could tell that they were incredibly soft and supple. I had assumed that, like the rest of her warrior's body, they would be firm and muscular. But I was dead wrong. Zenovia's skin was so beautifully flawless and smooth, like gigantic, delicious marshmallows. Suddenly, I recalled the incident in the pool equipment room. Back then, completely out of the blue, she had suggested that we make a baby. Did she have some kind of fetish for storerooms or something? Wasn't a bedroom the usual kind of place for this sort of event? There was something undeniably thrilling about the setting, but it clearly wasn't normal. Come on, Azia, you too, she urged, approaching her. Hey, what is she doing? She had put her hands on Azia's tracksuit top and was trying to strip it off of her. But I'm not ready yet. Azia squirmed back and forth, but she couldn't stop Zenovia from forcibly removing her clothes. Before I knew it, Azia was down to her underwear. Her bra was so incredibly cute. It's okay, Azia. If you're nervous, I'll do it with Issei first, okay? You can watch how we do it, and then you'll know what to expect. I fumbled. I'm kidding. I know you don't want to let a latecomer like me go first. That isn't what I... Today's our chance. The president and Akano aren't here. This might be our only opportunity to let our secret liaison with Issei. Azia felt completely silent at that. This conversation wasn't going as I anticipated. I could hardly keep up, no matter what. I couldn't shake my gaze free from Zenovia's milk-white breasts. Zenovia stealthily unhooked Azia's bra. Azia covered her exposed chest with her hands, her face flushing a deep shade. Yeah, that's right. That's how girls are supposed to react, Zenovia. You're too forward. Thank you, though. I couldn't have asked for anything more. At that moment, Zenovia took my hand and pulled it towards her body. Whoa! I fell to the ground, and when the dust settled, I realized I was laying on one of the mats that we used in gym class. Something appeared on top of me, swaying back and forth. Breasts, directly in my field of vision. Zenovia was straddling me. She took my left hand and placed it on her chest. Bah! My nosebleed wouldn't stop. I could feel lethal suppleness course through my fingers as they dug in. Zenovia's erect nipple pressing into my palm of the hand was filling me with an incredible thrill. Hey. At this rate, I'm gonna reach my balance breaker all over again. Issei, I don't want to lose to the president again. Azia, sitting down beside me, took my free hand and placed it on her. It wasn't as large as Zenovia's, but my fingers could make out the very soft contour of that wonderful breast. Azia, I'm so happy to see how much you've grown. No, wait, that's not right. A sweet, intoxicating sound leaked from Zenovia's mouth. My brain was rendered completely powerless. Yeah, I thought so. Having a man touch them is different. Completely different from doing it yourself. Now, Issei, Azia and I are both ready. You can start fondling them. Maybe that was easy for Zenovia to say, but I was supposed to be Azia's protector. Yet, my lustful hand was massaging her chest completely on instinct. I mean, how can any man stop himself when faced with this? Those breasts were all but begging me to touch them. The Prez's face flashed before my eyes. Prez. I wanted to do this with the Prez. A secret liaison, as Zenovia put it. If she were to invite me to grope her like this, The door suddenly swung open. You two were taking forever, so What are you all doing? Standing in the entrance was Irina. This was bad. 2 half-naked girls together with a guy. There was no explaining my way out of this. Irina would probably have a distinctly Christian reaction, branding us as filthy or some such. Do that in a bed. This place is filthy. It looked like she was more concerned about an altogether different kind of filth. After classes, I made my way to the club room. I wished I could wipe the grin off of my face, but because of what happened this morning, the sensation of Azia and Zenovia's breast had lingered in my hands all day long. A short distance away, Azia and Zenovia were busy playing reversey. I hadn't been able to make time to speak with them all day. With the feeling of their tits on my palm, how could I? I hadn't been able to concentrate on my schoolwork at all. Throughout class, the only thing on my mind had been breasts. Zenovia's were wonderful, but Azia's were... No. I shook my head, trying to dispel those lewd thoughts. Azia was precious. I couldn't think of her like that. Still, I couldn't deny that her body was maturing. At this rate, she might rival Riaz or Akano in, say, 3 years' time. I had heard that demons could use their powers to adjust their physical appearances, at least to an extent. Was Azia perhaps unconsciously willing her breast to grow? No, surely that was a wild illusion on my part. Were it true, it would go beyond incredible. What a lecherous face. Half expressionless, Konako pinched my cheek. Ow, that hurts, Konako. Perhaps it was my imagination, but it seemed that Konako had started acting increasingly strict lately, almost like the Prez. No, she was always there to douse my spirits whenever I got myself too fired up, especially when the object of my fantasies was one of the other female club members. I must have been imagining it, right? That had to be the case, and yet I couldn't convince myself. It looks like we're all here. Glancing across the room, at each one of us in turn, The press pulled out what looked like a video recording. This has the recordings of each battle fought by the other high-ranking demons that we met in the Underworld over summer. Our familia is documented too, of course. Battle records. Right. We were supposed to watch a video of a match today. A huge screen had already been set up in the room, in preparation. Azazel took his position behind the monitor and began to explain. You weren't the only ones who fought in the raining game. Each of the other demon youths did too. There are 2 other matches after yours. The princely house of Baal versus the demon king Asmodeus' house of Glaciolabolus. And the archducal house of Agares versus the demon king Beelzebub's house of Astaroth. They're your future rivals, so watch carefully. Yes, we responded to Azazel's stern instructions. Worry started to form in the pit of my stomach. Exactly how strong were the other familias? They were all supposed to be our peers, right? Did that mean they were around our level? I could see that the rest of the Occult Research Club likely shared my concerns, as they stared intently at the monitor. Even Konako, resting on my lap, focused all of her attention on it. We'll start with Sire Org's match. The House of Baal versus the House of Glaciolabolus. The press's cousin versus the good-for-nothing brute, Zephador. Azazel started the video, and we spent the next few hours reviewing how our future opponents battled. It wasn't long before everyone's faces turned stern. We were presented with overwhelming power, enough to make our assessment ebb as soon as we started watching. The thuggish Zephador, having lost all of his pieces, fought Sire Org in single combat, laying into his opponent with one strike after another. The battle between the familiars was over. Both demons had strong servants, and those members had fought well, but this was a contest between 2 kings. Astonishingly, Zephador's every attack was deflected with ease. Even when he looked like he suffered a hit, Sire Org fought back as though it was nothing. Realizing that his attacks were ineffective, Zephador grew more frenzied and impatient. At that moment, Sire Org unleashed a powerful flurry of punches. Zephador readied a sequence of defensive techniques, but the incoming barrage tore through them like paper. Sire Org's fist digging deep into his enemy's stomach. The strength behind that hit was obvious, even through a recording. Its intensity was enough to make the Paris surroundings tremble as though it was shaken by an earthquake. Zephador fell onto the ground in agony, futilely gripping his gut. Sire Org had used nothing more than punches and kicks, but his attacks were on a whole nother level. Whenever his target managed to avoid them, they ended up half destroying the building behind them. The whole battlefield was a portrait of ruin and destruction. It was clear as day that being on the receiving end of one of those blows would be fatal. The despised new heir of the house of Glaciolabolus, the infamous degenerate, can't even hold a candle to Sire Org Baal. Is he really that powerful? Kiba narrowed his eyes in astonishment at what he just witnessed, his expression stern. If our familia's ace was concerned, we were really in trouble. He was probably mentally calculating just what it would take to defeat him. On top of his raw strength, Sire Org's speed was nothing to sneeze at either. I had been unable to follow his movements fully, and Kiba had looked totally focused while watching the recording. Kiba been able to keep up? To think that Sire Org could do all that empty-handed. Gasper was quivering, clinging to my arm with all of his strength. I wanted to tell him to chill out. Riaz, you and Sire Org both have a tendency of throwing yourselves into one-on-one battles. Never mind that you're both kings. Normally, a king can just let their pieces move forward and handle the match. You understand that if you are defeated, it's over for everyone, right? All of you from the House of Baal are a little too hot-headed if you ask me. Azazel let out a sigh. The press blushed in embarrassment. It was true that she did tend to throw herself in harm's way, more often than she should. So, how strong is that Zephador bastard? I asked. Riaz was the one who answered. Compared to the others outside of the 6 houses, he certainly can't be dismissed as weak. However, he's only just stepped up to his current position since his family's last heir died. Akano continued where the press left off. In official rankings, issued by the Rating Game Steering Committee, before everyone's formal debuts over the summer, the House of Baal was placed first, Agiris was second, followed by Gremory at 3rd place, Astaroth at 4th, Seatree at 5th, and Glaciolabolus at 6th. That assessment was calculated using the average strength of each king and their familia, although it does look like the result of the battles have upset that assessment at least somewhat. But only Cyro-Org Bale was particularly outstanding, right? I questioned. The press nodded. Indeed, he's a monster. Speculation has it that he'll rise up to the top in short order once he starts competing in official reigning games. On the other hand, if we were to beat him, we would be able to make good names for ourselves. Right. If he was considering the rising star, defeating him would be a testament to our prowess. Unsure I wanted to hear the reply, I asked, is he stronger than Riser? Riser was supposedly immortal, but that didn't mean that he couldn't be defeated. Still, he was an undeniably formidable opponent. I wouldn't be able to say for sure without seeing them face off against each other directly, but my suspicion is that Cyro-Org will come out on top. He's that incredible? And we have to fight him before even being able to take part in so much as one official reigning game? Well, let's take a look at these graphs. Each group has given this information, just so you know. Azazel stated before summoning a holographic diagram at the front of the room. The faces of the Prez, the chairwoman, Cyro-Org, and the other 3 promising demon youths appeared up top, with the grid divided into power, technique, support, and wizard quadrants below it. It was written to easy to understand Japanese. Next to that was another figure. This one was labeled King. The Prez, the chairwoman, and the girl from the House of Agiris were ranked quite highly, as was Cyro-Org. Zephador was the lowest placed of the bunch. The Prez's highest stats were in the wizard category. In other words, her specialty was using her demon powers to unleash magic. Her power level was also decently high. When it came to technique and support, she was only marginally above average, however. And then there was Cyro-Org. His support and wizard skills were clearly his weakness. But the problem was his power level. The bar rose straight to the ceiling. What an incredible growth trajectory. That overwhelming potential was too much to contemplate. Of the remaining 5 individuals, Zephador's power level was next to highest, but Cyro-Org's was still several times superior. Even in a one-on-one bout with Zephador, Cyro-Org didn't put his all into it, Azazel explained. So he hadn't been fighting for real there? As I looked at his stats, I realized they possibly exceeded mine when I activated my balance breaker. Was it even possible to be that strong without drawing on abilities of Legendary Dragon? Basically, Cyro-Org is a fighting prodigy, I concluded. I mean, no matter how you looked at it, his physical skills were literally off the charts. Azazel, however, shook his head. No. He's the first pure-blooded demon from the House of Baal to lack any particularly unique talents. He didn't inherit any of his lineage's affinity for destructive power. It's his cousins, the Gremory siblings, who seem to have taken over that legacy. That was an unexpected revelation. The Prez's mother was born into the House of Baal, and so had passed on the family's destructive talents to her own children, Riaz and Surzex. How ironic, then, that their heir to the House of Baal lacked the family's signature powers. But he's still the strongest demon youth, right? Only by doing something that pure-blooded demons wouldn't normally dare. That's where his genius lies. Azazel's expression was stern. What do you mean? I pressed. An intense amount of training. Cyro-Org is a rare breed of pure-blooded demon. One whose powers are the result of an excessive amount of arduous work. All he has is his body, so he pushed it to its absolute limit. This all came as a profound shock to me. I had thought that all high-class pure-blooded demons were naturally capable, endowed with unique powers. And yet, the Prez was blessed with the ability, while Cyro-Org wasn't. Reyes wore a complex expression as she watched the continuing match. As if recounting a well-told story, Azazel went on. Ever since he was small, Cyro-Org kept losing over and over again. His peers possessed unique powers, and were distinctive high-class pure-blooded demons, one and all. but his path was strained with tears and blood. Perhaps that explained it. Cyber had exuded an altogether different kind of pressure and confidence than the present the chairwoman. And that talentless individual was selected to be the next heir of his house. That in and of itself was a great achievement. He's the real deal. Well versed in both the joys of victory and the humiliation of defeat. That said, in his case, there is a secret to his strength. The recording of the match came to a close. Cyber, that was the House of Baal, had won. In the end, the tough guy Zephador retreated into the shadows in terror as he announced his surrender. The huge strongman had been reduced to tears. Cyber, for his part, had nothing further to say and simply departed from the battlefield. That punk guy is pathetic. Had I not borne witness to Cyber overwhelming, intimidating aura, I might have laughed at Zephador. I sensed that victory was an obsession for Cyber. He was the kind of man who wouldn't compromise, no matter what the stakes. It felt similar to Saji when he had come for me during the raiding game. Cyber was willing to stake everything on his quest to fulfill his dreams. Now that the video was over, silence settled over us. I'm going to let you know now. After your match with Diodora, your next one will be against Cyber. Revealed Azazel. Seriously? I couldn't contain my shock. Azazel, however, merely nodded. Isn't that a little too soon? The prez asked suspiciously. I thought we would be facing the Glaciolabolus first. He's a lost cause. None of us knew how to respond to that. Zephador was absolutely crushed in his last battle. That encounter has left him petrified with fear. He can't fight anymore. His spirit is broken. So the matches will continue with the remaining participants. The House of Glaciolabolus won't be proceeding any further. The most striking image from that recording, the one that has stayed with me even now, was Zephador cowering in fear at the end. That was the moment when his spirit shattered. Perhaps that was what the present meant when she said that Cyber might even be stronger than Riser. As immortal as a phoenix might be, he wouldn't be able to do anything if his mind were broken. You would all better be careful. He'll come at you and crush your spirits. Just like he does with all of his opponents. He's serious about that mission of his. Become the Demon King. He won't compromise or hesitate. And he won't give you any ground. Azazel's warning sank deep into my heart. We couldn't afford to let our guard down even for a second. Still, I hadn't gone through all the effort to unlock my balance breaker for nothing. I would put everything I had into working with the others to take down Cyber. The press took a deep breath. Let's focus on our next match first. We need to see how Astaroth fights to prepare our strategy. I heard that he defeated Sigrira Ageres, the next in line to the Ageres Archdukery. Ageres lost? I exclaimed. That girl with the glasses whom Zephador had confronted during the banquet had been defeated. She had seemed quite powerful, as had her servants, and yet Diodora had bested her. Just as Sona's performance against us was considered a remarkable feat, so too was Astaroth's defeat against Ageres. Keep in mind that Ageres was supposedly the second most favored demon youth. When all is said and done, the rankings were no more than predictions after all. No one could tell what's going to happen once a match gets underway. That goes for any rating game, the press explained. By the sound of it, we weren't the only familia having a rough time. I had realized this over the summer, but it felt all truer now. That said, I never would have expected Gary's to lose, Rhea said under her breath as she began the next recording. At that moment, a magic circle, one large enough only to transport a single person, appeared in the corner of the room. Uh-huh. What's going on? Is someone jumping here? I didn't recognize the pattern. Astaroth, Akano murmured. There was a momentary burst of light, and when it faded, that slender pretty boy was standing there wearing his usual innocent smile. Greetings. It is I, Diodora Astaroth. I'm here to see Azia. The present Diodora sat at a table, with Azazel joining them as an advisor. Akano had prepared a pot of tea and was standing by Ria's side. We, the members of the Prez's Familia, watched from the corner of the clubroom. For some reason, this reminded me when I first met Riser. The atmosphere was practically identical. The sense of difference in status between me as a low-class demon and Rias and Diodora as a high-class demons. This time, however, it was Azia's future that was on the line, not the Prez's. The person in question sat beside me. Her expression clouded. I took her hand in my own, her nervousness reaching me through the silence. The Prez will clear everything up, Azia, so don't worry. I'll protect you no matter what. If worst comes to worst and he won't listen, I'll use my balance breaker. Still, it could turn into a serious incident if I took on another high-class demon. I already caused the Prez's engagement to be called off by doing that once before, but if I had to, I would do it all over again. Diodora couldn't possibly have known the depths of my resolve. He fixed the Prez with a gentle smile as he began. Riaz, I don't want to beat around the bush here, so I'll speak plainly. I want to trade bishops with you. Trading is a system by which two kings can exchange Familia members, so long as they were the same evil peace. I heard about this from Ravel Phoenix. Bishops, in other words, Azia or Gasper. Is he talking about me? Gasper cried, wrapping his arms around my body. I slapped him on the head, as if, calm down. My recluse underclassman had developed considerably during our stay in the underworld. When I first met him, he probably would have reacted much more hysterically. Something like, is he talking about me? And then he would have no doubt shut himself away in his cardboard box. It was good to see him improving. Incidentally, he was making progress overcoming his aversions to garlic too. In any event, Diodora is undoubtedly asking after Azia. The moment he said the word bishop, Azia tightened her grip around my hand. She clearly didn't want to go. I'm asking, of course, after Azia Argento. Diodora clarified without hesitation, turning his gaze our way. That smile of his was just too damn elegant. Damn it, I was right. He was trying to steal Azia away from us. And not just that, Diodora was just seize her forcibly by trade. That wasn't how you were supposed to marry someone. In exchange, I will be willing... Diodora pulled out what looked like a document profiling his Familia members, but the Prez raised a hand to stop him. I thought as much. I'm sorry. You deserve to know this up front. I'm not interested in our trade. I mean no disrespect to your bishops, but I have no intention of letting Azia go. She's an invaluable member of this Familia. She rejected him point blank. Whoa, Prez, I was so moved. There was no mistaking it. The reason she didn't so much as look at the catalog was because in her mind, there was no comparing Azia to anyone else. She didn't even want to suggest that weighing Azia against another bishop was a worthwhile endeavor. Is that because of her abilities, or her individual charm? Diodora asked calmly. That bastard. The answer was a resounding no. It's time for him to pack up and go home. The Prez gave him the best possible answer. Both. I think of her as a younger sister. President... Azia raised her hand to stop her mouth, her green eyes glistening with happiness. She was undoubtedly overjoyed to hear that Rhea saw her that way. She's a precious friend and a member of my household. I care deeply about her. Is that not reason enough? Besides, I don't know how I feel about trying to acquire a marriage partner through an exchange. I can't quite stomach being party to something like that, Diodora. Do you understand how a marriage proposal is supposed to work? The Prez flashed him a grin, but there was unmistakable intensity behind it. Although clearly trying to act polite, she was obviously pissed. Diodora's smile never wavered. It gave me the creeps. Very well. I'll leave you for now, but I haven't given up. He rose to his feet and made his way towards us, towards Azia. She was clearly uncomfortable, but that didn't stop Diodora from dropping down to one knee and taking her hand in his own. Azia, I love you. Fret not. Fate shan't betray us. Even if the whole world stands in our way, I shall overcome all obstacles to make my way to you. Not only did he spout all that crap, he raised Azia's hands to his lips, about to kiss it. At that moment, something broke inside of me. Before I knew it, I placed my hand on his shoulder, pulling him away. With that silver lace smile of his, Diodora said, "Let go, would you? I can't stand being touched by a filthy dragon." That bastard! How can he say that so innocently? Is this his true nature? I nearly went ape on that pretty boy, but at that moment, Azia's hand slapped hard into Diodora's cheek. She wrapped her arms around me and all but shrieked. "Don't say that!" I hadn't expected her to strike him, but it was a welcome sight. Diodora's cheek turned red. Nonetheless, he didn't stop grinning. The unwavering expression made his hair stand on end. "I see. I understand. In that case, how does this sound? I shall defeat the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei, in our upcoming match. And then, Azia, you will accept my love." "There's no way I'm going to lose to someone like you," I declared right to his face. None of this was for him to decide. Still, if that's how he wanted to play, then it was fine. The situation was easy enough to understand. If I wanted him to go away, all I had to do was beat him. "Red Dragon Emperor, Issei, I shall fell you during our next reigning game. Diodora Astaroth, I'll give you the taste of the full power of this filthy dragon." Diodora and I exchanged glares. I couldn't let him get his hands on Azia. At that moment, Azazel's phone began to ring. He exchanged a few brief words with whoever was on the other end of the line before turning to us. "Good timing. Ria's Diodora. The date for your match has been set. 5 days from now." We called it a day there, and Diodora made his way home through the magic circle. Don't you dare show your face in this club room again. With renewed determination, I set about getting ready for our match. We received official confirmation of the venue and starting time from the Demon King several days later. A high-class demon. It was late at night, and I was busy doing rounds of my demon work. Having finished with one client, I was cycling back to school. Thanks to my training in the Underworld, I was now capable of leaping through magic circles. Nonetheless, my clients had gotten used to me arriving by bicycle, and seemed disappointed whenever I used the magic circle to warp directly to them. Because of that, I was still biking. All that effort learning how to properly use magic circles hadn't amounted to much. Then again, my reputation as the so-called cycling demon could help boost the numbers of clients requesting me specifically. Not only that, all this riding around did make for a good workout. Over the past few months, I had perhaps become a little obsessed with training. Anyway, as I pedaled my way back, I fell into thinking about high-class demons. I had seen it firsthand in the Underworld, but they sure did tend to look down on the lower-ranked kin. The Prez and her parents were exceptions to that rule, but it clearly applied to Riser, Diodora, and most other high-class demons from the old houses. Near as I could figure, reincarnated or lower-class demons were basically trash to them. It was completely unfair. But I wondered if their reason for mistreating us was more complex. Because those demons, with their long, vaunted histories, were afraid of us newcomers throwing our weight around. That would make sense, but to be honest, I had no way of being certain. After all, I was just a low-ranked reincarnated demon, desperately fighting to be acknowledged. Phew, who would have guessed sports drinks could be so good? I stopped for a quick break in front of the vending machine when, out of nowhere, I sensed a presence behind me. Who is it? The figure that appeared out of the darkness was a casually dressed guy. What's more, I recognized him. Hiya, Red Dragon Emperor. Biko, what are you doing here? Yeah, it was none other than a smiley-faced descendant of Sun Wukong. This time, however, he wasn't wearing his Chinese-style armor, but the sort of everyday clothes common among fashion-conscious young people. His outfit wasn't important, though. Why was he here? "I'm just accompanying my partner," he explained, glancing over his shoulder. It can't be. A few paces behind him was... I haven't seen you for a whole 2 months, Issei Hyodo. It was Folly, wearing a white t-shirt and casual pants. Folly. I immediately raised my guard, ready myself for the worst. This was bad. What did they want with me? They say that you attained your full balance breaker. I'm glad to hear it. That overconfident grin of Volley's really got on my nerves. Even now, he was looking down on me. Yo, Mr. Wise Old White Dragon Emperor. Do you want to pick up where we left off or something? I demanded, preparing to activate my boosted gear. Volley, however, broke out into a chuckle. You're feeling aggressive today, aren't you, Issei Hyodo? It can't be helped. You're standing in the way of my future plans. To become a high-class demon, right? I wouldn't worry about that. You're well on track to get there in a few years' time. Had the White Dragon Emperor just complimented me? All the same, I doubted it would be so easy. I was putting my all into that dream. That isn't what I came here to say, however, Volley admitted. Then what do you want? I pressed. I heard about your upcoming reigning game, the one against the next heirs of the House of Astaroth. How does he know that? I guess he had his sources. Volley did belong to a special team of well-outfitted terrorist organization. They undoubtedly had a considerable information network. What about it? You should watch your back. Suspicious, but still not lowering my guard, I asked. What do you mean? Volley merely shrugged. You saw the recording of his other match, right? Against the Archduke's dear little princess. Indeed, after Diodora left, we had all sat down to watch his recorded footage of his match against the Ageres girl. Diodora had won it single-handedly. His power was so overwhelming that his familiar members were only there for support. As a wizard type, he employed a wide assortment of different powers, stronger even than the Prez's, and had used them to crush the power type Siegvira Ageres. We all doubted our eyes when we saw that. I didn't pay attention to the match as much as Diodora himself. Siegvira seemed to have the advantage at first, right before her opponent suddenly powered up. Had Diodora concealed his true abilities up until the last minute? Azazel had apparently watched the match live, but even he was skeptical of Diodora's incredible increase in strength. It was completely at odds with the data Azazel had received beforehand. The press had been equally astounded. Diodora has never been that powerful, she remarked. Both she and Azazel had been in agreement on that point. That wasn't to suggest Diodora was weak. His recorded high-class demon powers placed only a little below Rias's. However, his display during the rating game left us totally shaken. How could he improve that much in such a short period of time? And that match had ended midway through the confrontation between two kings. Did all demon youths whom we met in the underworld have a poor grip on basic strategy or something? Why were they all obsessed with charging head-on into the thick of it? From what I gathered, the big-name spectators relished this fresh approach to the rating game, duels between kings especially. Well, your high-class demon friends probably wouldn't believe it coming from me, but I thought you might hear me out, said Volley. Was I supposed to feel grateful or something? I didn't quite know how to respond. At that moment, a shadow appeared down the road. Volley and Biko must have sensed it approaching too, as they glanced at the shape's direction. Who now? Emerging from the night was a macho hunk dressed in a gothic Lolita outfit, and he had cat ears on his head. Mill? He was one of my regular clients. Was he just passing by? Him seeing me while I was out on work suggested the involvement of some unknown driving force. The moment that he appeared, Volley blinked in surprise. I, too, doubted my eyes. Meow, Mill said, raising his hand in greeting as he strolled past. Those cat ears. Is he a Nekomata? I couldn't sense him approaching at all. Sage magic? Volley asked Biko, his expression stern. As if. Had Volley been anyone else, I would have roasted him with some clever words. No, that's... Is it some kind of troll? A cat troll? Biko tilted his head in confusion. I had no idea how to respond to this. Nonetheless, thanks to Mill's appearance, the tension that had fallen over us was suddenly released. Even Folly didn't seem as eager to engage in combat. Thank you, Mill. Okay then, let's get going, Biko. With that, the White Dragon Emperor and his companion turned to leave. Hold on. You came all this way just to give me a warning? I demanded. Folly let out a chuckle. I was in the area, so I thought I might as well offer my future rival a bit of friendly advice. See ya, Red Dragon Emperor. Hey, Folly, let's stop by that ramen restaurant before we go. With that, the two of them disappeared back into the depths of the night. I just didn't get it. What was the point of showing up so relaxed, like that after all the trouble he caused us? Folly was acting as if he was just out for a stroll. Your rival is a strange one, Drake said. Yeah, my thoughts exactly, I thought back. Then again, you aren't exactly a paragon of normality either. How rude. Still, I'm enjoying this. Huh? Where did that come from? It feels like out of all of my past hosts, you're the one that I can speak most freely with. You're my first host that actually makes for an entertaining conversation. That's because I'm so clueless and need your help all the time. That might not be such a bad thing. You treat me as a fellow being, not a tool. Hold on. Drake was a living being, wasn't he? Now it was my turn to be jolted with shock. You are the Red Dragon Emperor, right? Did I misunderstand something? Yeah, you're a strange one, alright. No matter what I did, I couldn't understand these heavenly dragons one bit. So Vali showed up. After returning to the club room, I asked the press to hang back after we wrapped up the day's demon business, and I explained what had happened. She rested her chin on her hand, sinking into deep thought. We should have sensed him if he entered town, yet I didn't notice him at all. How did he manage to conceal his presence so well? Sage magic? Or one of Kuroka's spatial barriers, maybe? She paused there, activating a small magic circle for communicating. In any event, I'll let my brother and Azazel know, just in case. After submitting her report, the press flashed me a warm smile. We should be on alert about Diodora too. I don't know how much I could put into Vali's warning, but we should nonetheless remain vigilant. Now then, shall we go home? Sure. And like that, the two of us set off. I pedaled my bicycle, with Rhea sitting behind me. She wrapped her arms around my waist, which caused her breasts to push up against my back. They felt awesome. Everyone else was probably already relaxing. Apart from Kiba and Gasper, all of the other club members had moved into my family's house. Those two were apparently living in an apartment nearby. Gasper had finally worked up the courage to step outside of the old school building. He was growing up so fast. Supposedly, he and Kiba were just around the corner, so that they can stop by whenever needed. When we arrived home, the press went straight to my room, the moment she opened the door. Oh dear, Issei, welcome home. Akano was waiting in a sexy cosplay outfit. Akano? What are you wearing? It was a Shrine Maiden outfit, one clearly modeled on the appearance of a character from a famous video game. It almost completely revealed her thighs and breasts, covering only the bare minimum. I couldn't avert my gaze. It was awesome. She was so sexy. How provocative, Akano. If she would have spun around too quickly, her chest might end up falling right out into plain sight. There was clearly no way she could have been wearing underwear beneath something like that. Akano flashed me a mischievous smile. Oh, do you remember what I said to you the other day? That I would dress up for you? Do you like it? Right. Akano had mentioned something like that when she had found me in the bookstore before our match with Chairwoman Sona. I had completely forgotten about it, but she hadn't. Of course, it's awesome. I was utterly smitten. My voice rang out with joy. There was no greater elation than this. Thank goodness. Oh, what shall we do? How about an appreciation party? Or maybe... Akano traced a finger across her chest, glancing suggestively my way. Perhaps we could have a trial session in bed? Touching aloud. Gah! Blood shot out from my nose as I envisioned what she meant. Obviously, I was up for that. I would have said as much, but my whole body froze in response to the frigid, murderous aura welling up behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, only to find the press staring at Akano with a terrifying smile. Akano, what are you doing in here? Oh, Riaz, there you are. That response was clearly contrived. At home, Akano typically addressed the press by your name. At school or during the course of her demon work, it was always present. Of course I'm here. Issei and I shared this room. Riaz replied, trembling. I see. Well, wait outside for a little while then. I'm here to please Issei, and you'll just get in the way. The press went motionless at those words, her voice shaking. Get in the way? Whoa, a murderous crimson energy surrounded her. This was bad. They were going to get caught up in another fight. I could sense oncoming danger, but at that moment, 3 adorable figures appeared in the corner of the room. Azia, Zenovia, and Konako. Hold on. Why are they wearing sexy outfits too? The designs were slightly different, but Azia and Zenovia were sporting shrine mating outfits, similar to Akano's. And of course, that meant they were showing an incredible amount of skin. Whoa, Azia's thighs were almost completely bare. She had great legs. As the closest thing to a brother to her, I was conflicted. Those slim legs and her gorgeous white skin set my heart on fire. Yeah, it sure is easy to move in this. It isn't really compatible with underwear, but functionally speaking, I've got no complaints, Zenovia remarked. Was she considering the getup entirely from a warrior's perspective? And she had nothing on underneath it? But without a bra, you can see right through it. Azia blushed, covering her chest. Upon careful inspection, I could make out 2 delicious pink circles. No, I scolded myself. No matter how beautiful they were, I couldn't stare at them like that. I heard footsteps from the other side. It was Konako sneaking up on me while I was distracted, and she was clad in an animal costume. She was showing much less skin than the others, but her cat ears and swaying tail were beyond lovely. Does this suit Meow? That beckoning cat pose she struck at the end of her sentence pushed Konako's destructive power to new heights. She was so cute. This petite girl was adorable. Are all of our female club members cosplayers? Is this a dream come true? I'll get changed as well. The tear-eyed Prez, not wanting to be left out, sifted through the pile of outfits at the far end of the room. All of a sudden, this had practically become some kind of dress-up tournament. What's going on? I asked Akano. Well, when I told the others I wanted to fulfill my promise to you, they said that they wanted to join in, and so here we are. Evidently, the others had joined out of curiosity. Still, they were all blessed with wonderful figures and superb sense of style. Maybe I should try to take some photos later. I could use them to fuel my late-night indulgences. The changing room door swung open, and out came the president erotic demon costume. Her bat-like wings fluttered back and forth so temptingly. See, Issei? It looks much better on me. Don't you think? No one knows about your taste better than I do. She struck a victorious pose, her breast quivering seductively. Yeah, I love it. The press sure had a strong sense of rivalry with Akano. Without saying anything, Akano made her way to the changing room. When she came back out, she was practically wearing nothing more than a string. Gah, my nosebleed wouldn't stop. She was almost completely naked. All it took was the slightest movement, I could see her nipples. Issei, you like the revealing outfits the best, no? I nodded forcefully, with absolute relish. It was amazing. Something incredible was unfolding right in front of my eyes. Issei, raise the finger into the air for me, Akano requested. Confused, I did as instructed. Akano immediately grabbed a hold of my hand and pulled it towards her breast. What? It was so soft. My fingers sank right into the glorious tit. Bah, the blood trickle from my nose was building up in a torrent. An unbelievably suppleness, softer and more elastic than most of marshmallows. This is amazing. Your finger, Issei. When I saw you face down Diodora, my heart melted for you. You're so strong and manly. I can't hold back any longer. Akano breathed, her gasps electric. A surge coursed through my flesh. She was just too damn sexy. Akano. This was bad. At this rate, I would reach my balance breaker all over again. I could feel it coming. I sure have been doing a lot of groping lately. The press took my left hand in her own, and then placed it on top of her own breast. My palm wrapped around the soft flesh. I was touching the breasts of the two great ladies at the same time. Whoa. Just as I thought. When you touch me, my heart races so. Why does it feel so good? The more you caress me, Issei, the better it is. I could cry out in ecstasy. The blood pouring from my nose swallowed into a flood in response to those seductive sounds. I would end up dying of blood loss at this rate. But I would never grow tired of the press's breasts, no matter how many times I touched them. Her silky skin was so smooth and elastic, the softness and most delightful texture I've ever known. They were too big for me to fully grasp in my hands. A perfectly overwhelming size. When I tightened my fingers around them, a frightening sense of excitement coursed through me. This was it. Yeah, I was about to reach my balance breaker again. About to unleash yet another new power. Before I knew it, my right hand, merely poking at Akano's breast a moment ago, was now fondling it tightly. I focused the entirety of my attentions into the palms of my hand, relishing that unbreakable pudding-like feeling. They were clinging to my skin. This fresh, juicy tension was practically a flesh and blood embodiment of the concept of a woman. Experiencing them as I was, I could feel the differences between Ria's and Akano's chests. Are Akano's slightly softer, perhaps? But the presses are much more springy. As I felt them up, the girls exchanged baleful glares, all but sending sparks flying across the room. Then the prez, her eyes moist, charged towards the changing room. I won't lose to you, Akano. Not a moment later, Akano ran after her. No, I can definitely proposition Issei much better than you can. He said that I'm enthralling. Do you expect me to believe that? The other day, he admitted that my body felt amazing. You probably forced him to say that, right? And when did you start addressing him so casually? There's no harm in it. I'll call him whatever I like. Issei, 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 Issei. You're such a pain, Riaz. And you're a dull clod, Akano. I'll never forgive you for this. The two great ladies started quarreling even louder in the changing room. I couldn't tell whether this was a sign of deep friendship or not. In the end, I could only conclude that they did in fact get along remarkably well. Issei, it's issue. Your nose is bleeding. Thank you, Konako. Uh-oh. I really have lost a lot of blood. This won't do. There's no stopping the two of them once they start bickering like this. Let's go, Azia. Okay. Azia and Zenovia took me by the hands and guided me, dizzy with blood loss, to the room next door. All the while, the present Akano kept shouting at each other while changing. The match is in 5 days. So soon. Zenovia said as she moved her piece across the board. In the room next to my own, she, Azia, Konako, and I were playing the demon edition of the Game of Life. Each player started as a low-ranked demon, progressing through the intermediate and upper ranks, eventually climbing all the way up to being a high-class demon. while the winner took the crown as the Demon King. In the real-life Underworld, it wasn't so easy to get promoted, but the game nonetheless seemed to be popular down there, as it was in the human realm. We were sitting around the table, and I had Konako on my lap. I was getting distracted by the warm touch of her bottom pressing against me, but I had to restrain myself. After touching Zenovia's, Azia's, Reyes's, and Akino's breasts today, I felt as if my brain was melting. I would be able to power myself up all night long with those sensations that still lingered in the palm of my hands. If I had a lover, perhaps I'd be able to do this kind of thing 24/7. I wanted nothing more than build my harem as quickly as possible and to throw myself into the world of tits. Unfortunately, I must have been anemic, as unshakable dizziness and hazy consciousness gripped me. Between my private life and my battles, wasn't I shedding a little too much blood? This was gonna be a problem. Reyes's and Akino's voice sounded through the wall. They did seem to go a little overboard. At first, I blamed myself for what had happened, but Konako gave me a word of advice. When they get like that, you're better off just letting them figure it out. There's no point in trying to stop them. As such, I let them be. Hopefully they weren't battling with magic in there. Ever since we come back from the Underworld, Konako had a habit of offering me great many tidbits of advice. According to her, I needed to get better at understanding young women. A woman's heart. If I could understand that, would I become more popular with girls? What I would do to be a little bit more popular. All of a sudden, someone knocked at the door. It was Irina. Wow, I just got home, and what would you know? Reyes and Akino are having a huge fight. What a shock. Is that the game of life? Can I play? Irina had apparently been running some errands at a distant church. Not the one formerly used by fallen angels, but she was eager to dive right into the board game. Is this a demon version? Wow, cool. Maybe even I, a reincarnated angel, can get the idea of what it's like to be a demon. As far as I could tell, she seemed to enjoy just about everything. Azia let out a small laugh. Huh? What is it, Azia? I asked. She flashed me a grin. I was just thinking about how fun this is. Me too. But where did that come from? Issei, I love my life. And I love you all too. I know. Don't worry about the next rating game. We just need to keep doing the same thing we've been. I assured, trying to encourage her. Zenovia nodded. That's right, Azia. Anyone who tries to hurt you would taste my sword. She was almost overly dependable. This was her way of trying to cheer up Azia. Azia, let's finish this game and take first place in the three-legged race at the sports festival, I said. Right, she answered with a broad smile. Yeah, I know we would protect Azia. I wouldn't let Diodora have her. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the press stepped in. She was wearing a bunny outfit. As she and Akino finished their costume combat, I could feel my nose bleeding again. Sorry for barging in. Everyone stared back at the press blankly. I have news. We're going to be interviewed for a TV show in the Underworld. A special feature on high-class demon youths. Each of us, including myself, was dumbfounded. A TV show? Akino cried through the Hyoto residence. Azia Argento, was taken aback. We were going to be on television. It felt like every single day living with Issei brought yet more surprises. Several months had passed since I'd begun living in his house. Thanks to Issei and the others, I attended school and made friends with Kiryu, Matsudo, Marahama, and everyone else in class. The president, Akino, Kiba, Konako, and Gaspar were all incredibly kind to me. Zenovia was the same age as me, and we had become best friends. Irina was a good friend too. Issei's father and mother are welcoming and generous. A life in Japan was filled with fresh new things to see and experience. I had even gone to the Underworld for my summer vacation. My life was bursting with tons of colors I had never even imagined back when I was a member of the church. And then there was Diodora's proposal. It practically had me quaking. No one had ever proposed to me before. I had no idea how to respond. However, Issei assured me that he would always be by my side. That was all I needed. If I had him, I was content. I was happy spending my time with Issei, laughing and having fun. Lord, please let me stay with Issei forever. Let me be with him until the end of time. And if I could ask one more thing, if you can, please let my next proposal be from him. I know that it's selfish of me, but I love him. And I want to dream a little. Just thinking about him fills me with joy. Lord, please watch over me and the man I love. Sorry about bringing this to you over the phone, Sir Zex. It's about the suspicious death of the last heir of the House of Glaciolabolus, and the astonishing growth of Diodora Astaroth's powers. So I was right. They are related. It looks like demons still have some issues to sort out. I don't have any concrete evidence yet, but if we take Volley's warning at face value, then Diodora, I'm thinking we've got no choice but to enact the plan we discussed earlier. Sorry if I seem a bit down. Someone close to me had just had an important event. I've heard. It sounds like one of the leaders of the Gregory had gotten married. Everyone's rushing into things. Worse, he's been sleeping with a woman from another faction behind my back. Damn it. Am I the only single guy left? Why don't you settle down too, Azazel? No way. I live for my passions. And there aren't any women out there. Indeed. Well, let's start taking necessary steps. I trust your plan. Right. Leave it to me. Although, we will be putting them through another round of trouble. Yes, I belong to the Grimoire Familia. I was sitting in front of the mirror in my room, practicing my public speaking, and smiling. I wanted everyone to think of me wearing a cheerful grin, but all this rehearsing only got me feeling more nervous. I mean, I was going to be on TV. Naturally, I wanted to make a good impression. That night, the press had received a call from Greyfield from the Underworld television station offering us an appearance on their program, and the offer extended to every member of the Grimoire Familia. The rating games between the up-and-coming demon youths have been broadcast throughout the Underworld, ours included. The press was already famous as the sister of the Demon King, and our performance during the match had increased her renown even more. I had heard that a certain Underworld magazine even ran Ria's Grimoire Special Edition. Over the summer, I realized how widely adored she was, and it seemed like that popularity was only on the increase. Apparently, clothes resembling the uniform Hakuo Academy were even setting the fashion scene for demon girls. It wouldn't be long before they dressed the same as their human counterparts. Someone grabbed a hold of me from behind. I knew the feeling of these breasts pressing against my back. Just as I suspected, I saw the press staring into my eyes from the mirror. "What are you doing, Issei?" she asked playfully. Well, I'm getting ready for a TV appearance." "Don't worry about it. All you need to do is answer normally. Most of the questions will be directed at me anyway." She began to pat my head to release my tension. Prez. My doting, sister-like Prez. How could I ever fault the way she cared for her servants? "You know, Issei, you don't need to shoulder all the responsibility for Azia for yourself. Lately, you've been thinking about Diodora more than she has. Of course, I'm concerned about him too, but you look to me like you're extremely worried about Azia. Do you blame yourself for bringing her into our world?" The press was incredible. I nodded, staring down at my feet. "Yeah, but she said that she's happy with the way things are now. And I do think it's all worked out for the best, but still, The press caught me in a gentle embrace and whispered into my ear, "What make her happy, Issei? You, me, and everyone else in this familia. You and all the others need to strive for happiness too, okay? Otherwise, you'll make me sad. Prez. Her words brought tears to my eyes. She was just so kind and caring. This woman whom I loved really was the best. I would follow her anywhere. She was right. She, I, and every other member of the familia would support Azia. We would spend our days laughing together, and we would be so happy. Prez, I'll do my best for everyone, myself included. Rya's smile deepened at the sight of my determination. Yes, I know you will, my dear Issei. Before I knew it, the day of the television interview was upon us. We members of Rya's Gurmei's familia made our way to the underworld through our magic circle. I hadn't expected I would be back so soon. It had only been a few days since the end of our summer vacation, after all. We found ourselves in a basement of what looked like a large city building, in an area set aside for arrivals via warping. We were very soon pleasantly welcomed by a number of staffers waiting for us. Thank you for coming, Lady Rya's Gurmei. And you, her familia members, please, right this way. One of those people, a producer, led us into a waiting elevator. Generally, the building wasn't all dissimilar to what could be found in a human realm, but there were subtle differences, unfamiliar devices and equipment that looked to be powered by demon energy and the like. And there was also a pulsar in the corridor of the Prez. With her crimson hair, her exuberant grin, and her gorgeous appearance, she looked just like an idol. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared from the far end of the corridor, followed close by a dozen other faces. Sarah Org, you're here too, I see. Yeah, it was none other than the Prez's cousin, the next head to the House of Bale. He was wearing an aristocratic jacket over his shoulders, but his appearance was as wild as I remembered. With my amateur eyes, I couldn't spot a single opening in his stance or bearing. Was he always ready for battle? The blonde ponytailed young woman behind him must have been his queen. She was a real beauty. Riaz, are you doing an interview as well? Indeed. I take it that you finished? Not yet. We're about to start now. I'm guessing we're in different studios. I watched your match, by the way. The Prez's brow furrowed slightly. We're both quite new at this, aren't we? It might take us a while to get the hang of it. Sour Orc flashed her for a smile. Was he trying to offer some encouragement? He shifted his gaze in my direction. No matter how powerful you may be, if you keep repeating the same old tricks, you're bound to lose. Your opponents will take full advantage of any openings. Don't forget, there are a lot of unknowns when it comes to sacred gears. There's no telling what they might do, or how they could interact. Compatibility is crucial. I learned a great deal from your match with Sona Citri. That said, he paused there, patting me on the shoulder. I look forward to facing your extraordinary power myself. With those final words, he departed from the corridor. He had only clapped it lightly, but my shoulder felt strangely heavy. Did the number one demon youth harbor special expectations for me? How nerve-wracking. After exchanging greetings with Cyrorg, we made our way to the dressing room, where we set up our belongings. Azazel was apparently making some appearance on some other program, so he hadn't joined us. Irina was staying at home too, which meant that today was all about the Gurmei Familia. Next, we were taken to what looked like a studio. The staff were busy at work, the preparations not yet complete. The woman who would be interviewing us was waiting, and she came to greet the Prez. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Gurmei. I'm the presenter here at the Underworld TV 1. The pleasure is mine, responded the Prez with a grin, shaking the other woman's hand. Now, as for the questions. With that, the Prez, the staff, and the presenter started talking business. My eyes wandered, and I noticed a lot of tiered seats beyond the stage. A studio audience. Whoa. Not only was this interview going to be live, there would be a crowd watching in the room. Damn, I was nervous. Even if the interview was mainly about the Prez, all of her familia members would be expected at least a few words. I want to go home. Gasper wailed behind my back. It was a cruel twist of fate that had forced this sociophobic shut-in to appear on TV. You aren't the only one anxious about this, Gasper. Be strong. Each of you will field a few questions, but please try to relax. One of the staff members called out to us. Are Yuto, Kiba, and Akano Himejima here? Yeah, that's me. I'm Yuto Kiba. And I'm Akano Himejima. The two of them raised their hands. You two should expect more questions than the others. You're both particularly popular. Seriously? I cried out in shock. The TV station worker nodded. Yes, Kiba is particularly popular among our female viewers, just as Akano is among our male watchers. I guess that did make sense. A handsome pretty boy and a breathtaking beauty. The battle against Sona Seizure and her familia must have really put them on the map. Mentally, I cursed Kiba. Some guys had all the luck. As for what I thought about Akano, it was complicated. She was one of my tier 2 great ladies after all. I stood there, unsure whether to rejoice or not, perhaps noticing Akano flashed me a grin. Don't worry, Issei. I only have eyes for you. I won't leave your side. With that, she took my hand in her own. Whoa, Akano. I was so moved by the depths of her affections for her fellow familia members. I could feel a piercing gaze boring into my back. I glanced around, only to find the press glaring at Akano. She sure was keeping a strict eye on her servants. Lastly, Issei Hyoto. That's me. Was I popular too? Truth be told, I kind of expected that. The staffer shook her head, however. Oh, that's you? She doesn't recognize me? What? I'm Issei Hyoto, the pawn, the Red Dragon Emperor? I began to explain uncertainly. Only then did the TV station workers seem to recognize me. Ah, it is you. I didn't identify you without your armor. It leaves such a strong impression, you see. It sure did. I had been armored for most of the last match, short though it may have been. I suppose that it did make sense I didn't leave much of an impression in my normal state. Hyoto, we'll be holding your interview in a separate studio. The Breast Dragon Emperor is particularly famous after all. The Breast Dragon Emperor? What the heck was that? I gaped in shock at this new nickname I had been branded with. You're quite popular among young children. They've started calling you the Breast Dragon. You did keep talking about women's chest during your match, right? The gag has become a big hit here in the Underworld. Seriously? A gag? For kids? What gives? Still, Breast Dragon. I suppose I've gone on about boobs. And of course, kids did tend to latch onto simple phrases like that. I guess whether you were in the human realm or the underworld, children weren't much different. Why? I could hear Drake sobbing inside me. Hey, come on now, what's wrong? One of the two heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor, a being of fear and legend. He was seriously bawling his eyes out in there. His new reputation must have come as an unpleasant shock. The Breast Dragon Emperor. I could get used to that. Hyoto, please follow me. I'll show you to your studio. With that, the TV station worker handed me a special script as he showed me to another room. In my mind, I did the best to encourage Drake. Now then, what was waiting for me next? If that wasn't nerve-wracking. After the recording, the other club members and I were catching our collective breath in the dressing room. It was clear that everyone was anxious over how the interview had gone. No sooner did they enter the room than they leaned against one of the walls and slumped down against the table. From beginning to end, the show focused on several questions directed at the press. What did she think about a battle against Sona Seizure? What were her plans from here on? Which of the demon youths was she keeping an eye on? That kind of thing. Reyes had answered each and every one of them without any hesitation. never forgetting to maintain her noble demeanor and friendly smile. After all, her family could be watching, so we couldn't afford to do anything out of the ordinary. As the next head of the House of Grummery, she gave an incredibly cool and level-headed interview. When the interview moved on to Kiba, there was a volley of shrill cries from the audience. His popularity with the ladies really was off the charts. And then when Akano rolled around, her male fans started crying out her name in excitement. During my segment, many kids shouted, "Breast Emperor!" It was an indescribable feeling. I would have never expected to be so popular with children. When I equipped my armor, I must have looked like a costumed cartoon character to them. That said, the fact that I kept talking about boobs had sparked interest in me for an altogether different reason. I guess that's why they did my portion in a different studio. By the way, Issei, what did you film? The press inquired as she nibbled on a sweet. I'm sure you didn't get whisked away to a separate room for nothing. It's a secret. The staff asked me not to tell anyone, not even my friends or family, until it airs. I answered with a mischievous chuckle. Okay, I'll look forward to watching it then. Reyes seemed to find that prospect exciting. We were preparing to leave when there was a knock at the door in the dressing room. Ah, what a cutie. I thought for a brief moment. A beautiful young woman entered. Her hair was done up in ringlets that trailed down to her shoulders. Something about her seemed familiar. Is Master Issei here? She asked. Ravel Phoenix? What are you doing here? Our eyes met. For a second, it looked like Ravel's face lit up, but then a sullen expression suddenly fell over her. She hastily thrust a basket into my hands. This, a cake. My brother, not Riser, has a program here, so I thought I'd drop by. I didn't quite know how to respond. I accepted the basket and looked over its contents. There was indeed a delicious-looking cake inside. Masterfully baked, actually. Still, why was Ravel acting so bashful about giving it to me? She had to be proud of her work. Did you make this? I asked. Yes, of course I did. I know how to bake a cake at least. And I did promise to make one for you. Thank you. But you could have waited until we had tea together. I thought that was the plan. I'm not that tactless. You have a big battle coming up, don't you? I don't want to take too much of your time, but I thought I could give you a cake at least. You should be grateful. I couldn't tell whether she was being forceful or modest there. In any event, I was touched that Ravel had gone through all this trouble for me. Then I'll leave it to you. She spun around, her business evidently concluded. Stop, wait, Kiba. At my urging, Kiba summoned a small cake knife. I cut a thin slice and lifted it up to my lips. A sweet chocolate flavor flooded my mouth. There was a hint of bitterness as well, but it wasn't overbearing. Instead, it served to enhance the taste of the cake. It was perfectly soft and spongy too. This is delicious, Ravel. Thank you. I'll eat the rest at home. I didn't know when I'll see you next time, so I thought I would let you know what I thought before you left. We'll definitely have tea together next time, if it's okay with you, of course. At this, Ravel's eyes glistened, her cheeks flushing red. Uh-huh. I would have expected her to come out with some overconfident retort, something like, of course it is, oh ho ho. But instead, Master Issei, I'll be rooting for you in your next match. With that, she gave us all a swift bow and quickly bolted from the room. I glanced across at the Prez. Her eyes were closed, her brow knitted. The other female club members were glaring at me menacingly. What? Why are they so angry? And so, our interview was over. The next big event on our agenda was our battle with Diodora. A video from the TV station was delivered to my house. Shortly after the day at the TV station, when I checked to see what it was, I couldn't hide my shock. I had no idea this would happen. How am I gonna explain this? Phew. I was standing in the changing room next to the large bathhouse in the new first basement floor of my house, sipping on a glass of fruit-flavored milk. It was delicious. I rested my free hand on my hip and swallowed it all down in a single go. Even after taking a wash, I couldn't believe such an extravagant bathhouse had been installed into my family home. The Diodora residence had been completely renovated over summer break and was now 6 stories tall, with another 3 underground floors. There was even a full-size pool in the second basement. The girls seemed to use it fairly regularly. Really, this house was luxurious. Thanks to this remodeling, there was ample space for all our family members to live together. My parents seemed happy at the changes too, so I guess it was all okay. The bathhouse on the first basement floor had a fully stocked fridge containing all kinds of milk drinks. According to the press, drinking milk after a relaxing bath was a must in Japan. She may well have been right about that. Her obsession with all things and practices Japanese was extraordinary at times. Incidentally, I decided to try a different drink every day. The press was a fan of fruit-flavored milk, while Akano, Azia, and Konako preferred the plain variety. Zenovia enjoyed the coffee-flavored one. My long soak after all that practice for our upcoming match had left me feeling wonderfully refreshed. Lately, I had to wonder if I'd become obsessed with physical training. Restlessness settled over me whenever I wasn't working out. Strenuous effort had become a part of my daily life. When I stepped outside the bathhouse, I saw that the lights in the hall across the corridor were switched on. The door was slightly ajar, so I decided to peek inside, and saw Zenovia brandishing a practice sword. She was wearing a training outfit and was swinging her blade with great effort. I wasn't sure whether she noticed my presence until she glanced my way. Issei? Yo, I wasn't trying to peek or anything. I just happened to notice the lights were on, so I explained, stepping inside. Are you practicing? Yeah, the match is fast approaching. Sure, but you were exercising earlier today as well, right? Like me, Zenovia seemed to increase the amount of time each day she had spent working out. In fact, she was practicing so hard, she appeared to be on the verge of burning out. It was like she was possessed. When they had been sparring together earlier, even Kiba looked like he was about to be overpowered by Zenovia's ferocious enthusiasm. Unfortunately, that eagerness of hers had left her open to a counter. I'm not as strong as Kiba, she admitted frankly. That was true. Zenovia may have been the stronger of the two back when we first met her, but the situation had reversed once Kiba abilities blossomed and he had developed his holy demon swords. I realized when we watched the recording of our last match, he wielded the Doranzal better than I can. In terms of basic talent, I can't match him. Her shoulders slumped in defeat. Some parts of her were jealous of Kiba's skills. From my point of view, you're both amazing, I assured, trying to cheer her up. Those words sounded hollow, even to me, but Zenovia flashed me a smile anyway. Thank you, but I can't forgive myself. I was retired during our last match, without contributing at all. That's why I'm training. I won't let my guard down again. So, that's what was bothering her. In our last match against the Seichi Familia, Zenovia had lost to Sona's vice chairwoman, Shinra, and her counter-type Sacred Gear. Zenovia had undeniably had the advantage in terms of raw power, but due to type disadvantage, poor timing, and bad luck, Shinra had bested her. After watching the recording again myself, I realized just how formidable that technique was. The depth of the rating game was truly profound. Strength alone wasn't enough to ensure victory. That said, I did think that we made for a super powerful team. When we fought normally, it was just that carelessness that could spell defeat. No matter how strong you are, There are always ways to lose. Raw strength might be the easiest path to victory, but in team battles, rating games especially, we need to consider whose techniques will have the advantage over which opponents and work together. The road to becoming a high-class demon sure isn't easy, huh? I let out a sigh, sitting down on the floor. Yeah, the path to success and promotion would be a long one. Are you hoping to become a Demon King, Issei? No, I never even considered that. Why do you ask? You're planning to work independently from the president, aren't you? You want to climb the ladder, right? Yeah, that's the plan. Azia said that she would go with you. Huh? Right. We did promise to always stay together. Take me with you. Now, this was an unexpected development. Why do you want to come with me? I asked. Because it's enjoyable being around you, Issei. Zenovia responded with a wide grin. Huh. So, I'm a fun guy? Alright, I'll think about it. Thanks. I'm counting on you, okay? I didn't really have a clear image of my future plans, but it sure would be interesting to set up my own demon business with Azia and Zenovia. As I sat in deep thought, head cocked to one side, Zenovia suddenly paused her sword training. You know, talking to you has helped me loosen up a little bit, Issei. She crouched down beside me and... A kiss on the cheek. Whoa, where did that come from? Seriously, a kiss on the cheek. That's the thank you. I'll go for the lips next time. I guess we should call it a day then. With that, Zenovia took her leave. All I could do was raise a hand to the cheek that she had so suddenly placed her lips against. It's time. The press stated, rising to her feet. The day of our match had arrived, and we were all gathered in the club room. Azia was dressed in her nun's outfit, while Zenovia was wearing that erotic combat suit of hers. Everyone else was in their usual Akuo Academy uniforms. We stood in the center of the magic circle and waited to be transported to our destination. Our opponent was Diodora Astaroth, the next head of the family that had given rise to the Demon King Beelzebub. I didn't know what kind of abilities he had at his disposal, but there was no doubting that he possessed immense demonic power, enough to defeat his previous opponent single-handedly. Nonetheless, he was the enemy king. If we could take him down, the match would be over. And we had more than one person on our side with massive raw strength. If Diodora came at me, I would turn the tables on him. However, I recognized the need for more than one strategy. Getting a counter-type ability couldn't hurt. Perhaps I should try to learn one. Sire-Ord, for instance, was a supercharged power-type fighter, the same category as I was in. If I was going to turn the tides of a battle against him, a reversal of some sort would be certainly useful. No power-type fighter could afford to turn a blind eye to a technique-type opponent. As I racked my brain, worrying over what I could do, Azia nervously took my hand in her own. I flashed her a wordless grin in return, tightening my grip around hers. Right. First things first. We have to take care of Diodora. I wasn't going to let him have Azia. No matter what kind of demonic powers he was packing, I would protect her. At that moment, the magic circle at our feet erupted into light, and we began to jump to our destination. Are we there? As my vision recovered from the blinding glow of the magic circle, I opened my eyes to find a wide, sprawling space. Pillar space at regular intervals rose to the ceiling. Beneath them was a floor of stone. I glanced around uncertainly before laying eyes on what looked like an entrance to a huge temple sanctuary. It was gigantic, like the kind of temples you found in ancient Greek mythology. But this one seemed to be whole and intact, as if it had only just now been completed. As usual, the sky was pure white. Is this our home base? I guess that means it's time for us to get prepared. Was this going to be another Blitz-style match? or maybe a long haul one. There was no way of telling. But whatever the case, I would carry out my duties. As I worked up the courage to declare as much aloud, I noticed something curious. No matter how long we waited, there was no announcement from whoever was supposed to be the arbitrator of the match. This is strange, the press observed. The others were growing equally suspicious. Had something happened over with the organizers? I tilted my head, trying to fathom what could possibly have gone wrong, when a magic circle opened up in the opposite direction of the temple. Diodora? Don't tell me the battle's already started. I was panicking. We all embraced ourselves for the worst. However, there wasn't just one magic circle. Numerous other lights popped up, surrounding us from every direction. This isn't the House of Astaroth's insignia, Kiba growled, readying his blade. I don't recognize any of them, Akano added, her hand crackling with electricity. However, they're all demons, the press finished, taking in our surroundings with a cutting gaze as a crimson aura enveloped her. But if I remember correctly, demons crept from the teleportation arrays. Each and every one of them looked ready to commit murder. They had surrounded us, their eyes radiating death. 1, 2, 3. I stopped counting there, as there was no point to gauge their numbers. It was well past anything reasonable or fair. We were encircled by at least several hundred enemies, perhaps even 1,000. The whole area around us was filled to bursting with them. Judging by those magic circles, they belonged to the old demon regiment, affiliated with the Chaos Brigade. Reyes finished. That was enough to scare me out of my wits. Seriously, the Chaos Brigade? Why were they getting involved in a raiding game between two high-class demon youths? I get that they were terrorists, but why did it have to be during our match? Gremory, kin of the false demon king, you will perish here, one of the demons declared. To these guys, who backed the old guard, anyone related to the current demon kings must have a constant reminder of what they saw as profound justice. Someone screamed. I recognized that voice of Azia's. But when I spun around, she was gone. Issei? Up above, when I turned my gaze to the sky, I spotted her being carried off by none other than that Diodora scumbag. Diodora. Hey there, Ria's Gremory and the Red Dragon Emperor. I'll be taking Azia Argento off your hands now. How could he say something so absurd while wearing that innocent smile? Let go of her, you bastard! You coward! What are you playing at? Isn't this supposed to be a raiding game? I shouted after him. For the first time, Diodora's smile twisted into an ugly grin. Just how stupid are you? This isn't a raiding game at all. No matter how powerful you all are, you can't take on this many high and mid-level demons by yourselves. Die. The sooner the better. From above, he gloated at the prez. Are you with the Chaos Brigade? You're despicable. You defiled the dignity of the reigning game and trying to spirit away my cute Azia. The press was fuming, her crimson aura exploding in wrath. She was seriously pissed off now. She was right, of course. I was infuriated too. What made Diodora think that he was going to get away with this? I thought if I worked with them, I would be free to do as I pleased. Struggle as much as you like. In the meantime, I'll exchange vows with Azia. Do you know what that means, Red Dragon Emperor? It means I'm going to make her mine. If you want to do something about it, come on up to that temple. You'll be in for a marvel. Diodora let out a powerful laugh. At that moment, Zenovia exclaimed, Issei, the Escalon. Right. I called back, activating my holy sword, detaching it from my gauntlet and throwing it her way. Azia is my friend. I won't let you take her. Zenovia's eyes were burning with rage. She leapt into the air, lunging towards Diodora, only for him to loose a barrage of magic projectiles, disrupting her stance. Nonetheless, Zenovia's blade sent a wave of holy energy that scored a direct hit. At least, it looked like one at first. Diodora danced lightly through the air, dodging it. Damn it. This isn't going to be easy, is it? Issei, Zenovia. Azia was beckoning us to help. But in that moment, the air trembled with a deep vibration, space twisting around both her and her captor. Within a split second, they both disappeared. Azia! I cried out to an empty sky, but there was no response. It happened again. I failed to protect her. Issei, keep your head straight. We need to deal with the enemies in front of us before we could go after her. Kiba said, trying to rally my spirits. He was right. Our only way forward was simple. We only had to get through this predicament, beating the daylights out of Diodora and take back Azia. Diodora, I'll never forgive you for this. The demons who surrounded us evidently served as the descendants of the old demon kings. My knowledge of demon history wasn't all that great, but if they were going to get in my way, I was going to destroy every one of them. Their hands started letting out a strange glow. They were planning to attack en masse with ranged strikes. According to Diodora, his army was composed of mid and high-class demons. Would we be able to defend a volley from such a large number of strong opponents? Maybe it would be better to retreat to the shadows and take them down one by one, or even outright ignore them and charge into the temple. As I frantically pondered what to do, there came another shriek. That was Akano. What happened? I whirled to find a one-eyed geezer lifting up his skirt and staring lasciviously at her panties. What a wonderful buttocks. You youngins have the best curves, the tightest muscles. That old fart. I pulled Akano away from him. Her ass was mine. You old lecher. Where the hell did you crawl from? Wait, it's you. I remember this guy. He had come to visit me in the hospital after I'd gotten beat up during my last match. If memory served me right, he was... Lord Odin? What are you doing here? The press gawked in surprise. Right, Odin, one of the Norse gods. A literal deity had appeared. The old man stroked his snow-white whiskers. It would take too long to explain. Let's just say the Chaos Brigade has taken control of this raining game. So this terrorists did absurd this match. The organizing committee is meeting with a representative from each of the various powers to respond to this threat. That said, it's clear as day from all of this that Theodore Astroth has allied himself with the Old Guard. He must have received one of those serpents from Ophis. That's the only way to explain this sudden increase in strength. I hope you understand how much danger you're in here. You're going to need help. Unfortunately, the site of this raining game has been sealed behind a powerful barrier. It won't be easy for any of you to break through, let alone destroy it. No, the only way of lowering it is by defeating the one who fashioned it here, on the inside. Then, how did you get in here? I questioned. When I sacrificed my item Murmur's Well, I gained intimate knowledge of all matters of demon powers. This barrier is no exception. Odin paused there, flashing us his left eye. There was a crystal-like object embedded in it, with what looked like arcane glyphs flowing from behind the glass. My whole body turned stiff as I gazed upon those symbols. What a dangerous aura. I could even sense that Drake was cautious of it. Our foe is the chief Norse god. Glory to who takes him down. The followers of the former demon kings began to unleash the range attacks all at once. With this many projectiles coming our way, we were in trouble. Just as we prepared to defend ourselves, Odin tapped his staff onto the ground. There was a thunderous rumble as the many magic attacks burst in midair, vanishing entirely. The old man chuckled as he stroked his whiskers. He was amazing. Perhaps I should have expected as much from a god. That downpour of deadly projectiles had been nothing to him. The expressions of the mid and high-level demons gathered around us soured. They were clearly shocked to learn that their attacks had been totally ineffective. Normally,
I would be able to shatter the barrier by myself. But it took all my power just to get inside. Just how many opponents do we have here? Well, here. These are all for you. That good-for-nothing rapscallion Azazel asked me to give them to you, using an old man as his errand boy. That wretched stripling. The geezer sure could gripe like no one's business. Nonetheless, he handed each of us a small communication device. Now go. Leave these fools to yours truly, and get yourselves to that temple. I'll be covering your backs, understand? Be grateful. With that, Odin pointed his staff as a white aura gathered around us. This will protect you until you reach that temple. Run along now. But, Odin, are you going to be alright by yourself? I asked, worried. The elderly god, however, flashed me an amused grin. For a youngster with so many years under his belt to be concerned about me. A spear gathered in Odin's hand. Gungnir. With that one word, he hurled the weapon into a throng of demons, and then an enormous amount of energy erupted from the pole arm, the sound of the explosion washing over the whole area. I couldn't believe my eyes. That single attack had gouged a gaping tear through the ground as deep as the eye could see. One blow had taken out more enemies than I thought possible. Dozens of our would-be assailants were simply gone. What power! This was far beyond anything I was used to. Just so you know, even us old folks need to stretch our legs once in a while. Now then, terrorist demons, show me what you got. This doddering, aged fool is stronger than you might first believe. Was Odin making it clear that he was holding back? Gods really were in a different league. A wave of nervousness swept through the army of demons. The chance that the little glory wasn't worth risking their lives, it seemed. Thanks. I'll leave them to you, Odin. After expressing her gratitude, Rias turned to the rest of us. Let's get going to the temple. Wasting no time, we all dashed off, the sounds of Odin's battle at our heels. No sooner did we reach the entrance of the temple than our communication devices all activated. A familiar voice came through them. Are you alright? This is Azazel. I guess old man Odin gave you the communication headsets. You probably got a lot of questions, but let me go first. Your reigning game has been hijacked by the followers of the old demon regimen working with the Chaos Brigade. The battlefield and the VIP viewing lounge are flooded with attackers. However, we anticipated that this might happen. All of the powers are working together to repel them. Zazel and the others were having a hard time at this too, it seemed. Hold on. What was this about, anticipating this attack? There has been a lot of suspicious deaths lately around the Demon Kings. We suspected that the followers of the old regime might have been behind them. You probably heard of the last heirs of the House of Glaciolopolis died in an accident, but in actual fact, the old regime got to him. So Zephador's predecessor had been murdered by the Chaos Brigade then? Had he been targeted because of his relationship with one of the Demon Kings? The masterminds are the descendants of the former Beelzebub and Osmodeus. You remember how I defeated Catara Leviathan? They hate the current Demon Kings just as much as she did. We're guessing this incursion is meant to be an attack on one of the relatives of the current Demon Kings, possibly as a prelude to their plans for establishing the New World Order. What better chance could there be than this? We suspected that they might try something after Astaroth's last battle with the House of Ageris. In other words, the old regime had schemed the interference in the match right from the beginning, and they were aiming for relatives of the current Demon Kings, along with the top brass of each of the main factions who come to watch. Odin was likely among the spectators targeted. So, is Diodora stronger now than he was before? The press asked. Those powers must have been from Ophis. They probably hadn't expected him to use them in his last match. That, and the incident with the House of Glaciolopolis, pretty much gave them away. But it appears that they enacted their plan regardless. That bastard is using powers from the terrorist boss? That's how he won his last match? I didn't think Diodora could have ticked me off even more than he already had. And yet he had. As far as the attackers are concerned, so long as they can finish us off, they don't care whether their plans are exposed. All the same, this is a rare opportunity to crush the followers of the old regime, once and for all. They've been causing trouble all over the world for far too long. That's the real reason why the current Demon King, the Seraphs of Heaven, and that old geezer Odin, the Greek Pantheon, Indra, and all of those Buddhas have come over here. We told them about our concern, and they agreed to help. The only thing they care about is victory. They're going all out against these chumps for the old guard, as we speak. It was essentially a joint proclamation that they wouldn't succumb to terrorism.
So, this raiding game is a wash then?
The press questioned. Sorry about that, Riaz. Wars aren't all that frequent, but when they break out, this is what happens. We put you all in harm's way this time. Keeping up an illusion of a legitimate match right until the very end was necessary to draw them in. And sure enough, here they are. Still, you're in a dangerous spot. There's no denying that. It took some convincing to get Sir Zex to go along with it.
What would you do if they killed us? I asked as casually as I could.
I would have taken responsibility for that too.
Aziza replied in all seriousness.
I was willing to put my own neck on the line for this.
If he was truly willing to go that far, then he was really dedicated to eliminating the old guard. As important as this conversation was, I had to tell Azazel what had just happened.
Teach, Diodora took Azia. I see. Either way, we can't leave you there any longer. It isn't safe. We'll find Azia. It's about to turn into a real-life battlefield. The followers of the All Guard are still teleporting in. There's a hidden basement in the temple. It's built to weather an assault. So, hide down there until the dust settles. We'll eliminate those terrorists. The barrier surrounding the field looks to have been created by a dimension lost. A Longinus that the Chaos Brigade had gotten their hands on. You can enter, but you can't leave. It's one of the most powerful barrier-producing sacred gears out there. Not even Odin will be able to destroy it.
Are you coming to teach? I asked.
Sure, I'm already here. But it's a big battlefield, and I'm a long way off from you guys.
We'll save Azia, I declared.
Hey, don't you realize what kind of situation this is?
Zazel's voice was tinged with anger. War or not, I wasn't giving in. There was no way I would give up Azia. I don't really get all the complicated stuff, but Azia's my friend. She's my family. I'm going to help her. I'll never lose her again, I cried. We could stand here talking all day, but we had no idea what that bastard was going to try to do to her. Just imagining the possibilities was enough to make my blood boil. The press flashed us a fearless grin. Sorry, Azazel, but we're going to head inside the temple and rescue Azia. The match might be ruined, but I have a score to settle with Diodora. I'll teach him what happens when someone kidnaps a precious member of my familia. Prez, I knew I could count on you. Right on. Azazel, we have authority to take countermeasures against those who threaten the alliance between the three great powers, do we not? Akuno asserted. Now that it's time for such action, wouldn't you agree? Diodora has betrayed the present demon authorities. Whoa, right. We were supposed to have the right. Thanks, Akuno. On the other end of the line, Azazel let out a resigned sigh.
You kids sure are stubborn, huh? Fine. There are no conditions this time around then. Nothing to hold back. Go wild. Especially you, Issei. Show that traitorous Diodora the full power of the Red Dragon Emperor.
Yeah, gotta teach. Thanks for this. Bet on it. I shouted back, raring to go.
One more thing, and this is important. The Chaos Brigade has done all this knowing full well that we were onto their scheme. In other words, whatever they're hoping to achieve, they're convinced that we can't stop them.
What exactly could they be after? I wondered. However, before I could come to any form of a conclusion, the President nodded in understanding.
Are you saying they have it hidden, Ace? Probably. We don't have any idea what it is, but there's no question about it. This place is dangerous. The reigning game has been interrupted. So you won't be retiring to safety among defeat. Remember that. We can't pull you out if you get yourself in trouble. Watch your backs. Our assailants were so confident that they were willing to go on with their plan even once it got partly exposed. I had no idea what they were trying to accomplish. Yet, it was clear what we had to do. We were going to beat the living daylights out of Diodora, rescue Azia, and escape that basement under the temple. Sure, the fact that we couldn't be transported to safety if we got into trouble was more than a little scary, but we would have to take down any opponents before they could get to us. For a moment, I wondered why I always ended up facing such strong enemies. Then, something that I heard before echoed in my mind. The powerful flock to the presence of a dragon. Was it because of the Red Dragon Emperor dwelling within me that I kept winding up in trouble?
Konako, can you sense Azia?
The press inquired. Konako pointed towards the temple, her ears twitching above her head.
That way. Azia and Diodora are both in there.
Alright, hang on, Azia. We'll be there soon. Everyone exchanged wordless nods before sprinting off to the temple. The temple's interior was gigantic, the main hall continuing into distance, seemingly without end. Apart from the huge pillars lining either side of the vast room, nothing else stood out. When we finally reached the end of the chamber, another shrine-like area came into sight. We passed through, only to find ourselves in another hall. This process repeated several times until last, we detected the presence of others ahead of us. Everyone came to a sudden halt, readying ourselves. At that moment, 10 small hooded figures appeared before us.
Hey there, Ria's Gremory and her familia.
Diodora's voice sounded through the temple. Where is it coming from?
Ha ha ha. Oh, Red Dragon Emperor. There's no use glancing around like that. I'm waiting for you in the sanctuary up ahead. Let's play a game. Think of it as a substitute for a cancelled match.
What the heck was he going on about now? Was he projecting his voice with his demonic powers, perhaps? And what did he mean by game?
Think of this as a match between my pieces and yours. The rules are simple. Once you use a piece, you can't use it again until you reach me. Other than that, anything goes. In the first round, I'll use my 8 pawns and 2 rooks. Just so you know, my pawns have already been promoted to queens. Haha, 8 queens is my opening move. You're fine with that, aren't you? After all, your servants are renowned for their abilities, are they not, Ria's Gremory?
This was absurd. He was telling us to fight 8 queen-promoted pawns, along with 2 rooks? That was 10 opponents in total. With their hooded cloaks, I couldn't make out the faces of Diodora's servants. If I remember correctly, his pawns were all girls, though. Damn, he's one lucky bastard. A harem familia. No, this isn't the time to be getting jealous.
Very well. I'll play along with your charade. Watch as I carve into your skull just what my familia is capable of.
The press was going along with it? Seriously? Was she really okay with this? Are you sure about this? I asked.
We don't have much of a choice.
Riaz responded, glowering at her foes.
They have Azia as a hostage.
Right. There's no telling what might happen if we disobey and provoke Diodora unnecessarily.
Issei, Konako, Zenovia, Gasper, you're on.
The press said, pointing at each of us in turn. 4 against 10. We're a little short on members, aren't we?
Gather around.
At Riaz's order, we huddled together.
We'll leave 2 rooks to Zenovia. Don't hold back. Crush them with everything you got.
The press instructed, her voice at a whisper. Zenovia nodded. Got it. That's my forte. She looked positively raring to go. Still, she was right.
So long as there was no handicaps or rules limiting her, Zenovia was capable of dealing with 2 rooks. She was a power-type fighter after all. Konako, you take offense against the pawns. Use your sage magic to disrupt the flow of their energy. Issei and Gasper, your job is to support Konako, but you are both key to the fight. Issei, let Gasper have a taste of your blood. Alright, got it. If you say so, President. We all nodded along in acknowledgement. The press had one more thing for me, however. Speaking it softly into my ear, only I heard. Issei. Right. Hold on. What? My voice trembled at what she told me. Seriously? Is she sure about that? I asked Riaz again to double check, and she confirmed it. All right. I rejoiced at the bottom of my heart. The fear that gripped me just a moment ago had completely vanished. We could do this. We could win. Shall we get started? As Diodora's voice echoed around us, his servants readied themselves. I let Kiba make a shallow cut on my finger with his demon sword and offered it to Gasper. I could feel Gasper's heart pulsating. The next moment, a strange aura enveloped his body, his eyes emitting a shadowy, crimson gleam. His whole body was changed in a flash. Now we were ready. Zenovia retrieved Durandal from his spatial rift, assuming a dual-bladed fighting stance with Ascalon as she approached the 2 rooks. I will be taking Azia back, she declared coolly. An unprecedented sense of pressure was emanating from her entire body. Her gaze alone was acutely piercing. I never had anyone I could call a friend. I always thought the love of the Lord was all I needed. Her 2 opponents leaped towards her. They were fast, especially for rooks. Zenovia, however, didn't so much as flinch. Then I met people who were willing to treat me with kindness and respect. Azia in particular always had a smile for me, and she was willing to call me her friend. Zenovia, we're all your friends and companions. She evaded the rook's heavy attacks with a melancholy cast to her eyes. I said something terrible to Azia when I first met her. I called her a witch, a heretic. But still, she treated me as if none of that had ever happened. She was willing to be my friend. Zenovia, has that been bothering you all this time? That's why I'm going to save her. My best friend, Azia. Durandal released a destructive wave, hurling the 2 rooks clear from the field of battle. Whirling, Zenovia swung the weapon up high, her voice rich with emotion as she cried out. Hear me, Durandal. I stand to lose her without her. Please, give me the power to save my friend, Durandal. Responding to Zenovia's words, Durandal's holy aura swelled to several times its original size. It was massive. Even from where I was standing, my skin tingled as though it was stabbed with countless needles. Durandal was glowing with an intensity 10 times its original strength. Though no more than a sacred weapon's incredible power, fissures began to erupt all around Zenovia. I realize I can't handle Durandal well. It may be a long time before I can control it as delicately and precisely as Kiba does, but that won't stop me from going all out, from increasing its destructive potential to a ferocious level. Zenovia paused there, crossing her 2 blades above her head. As she did so, Durandal's tremendous energy flowed into the Ascalon, its own holy aura swelling in turn. The Ascalon began to pulsate in concert with Durandal, the 2 auras feeding into each other. Go, Durandal, Ascalon. Help me save my friend. Answer my call. Vast pillars of light erupted from the swords, gouging a gaping hole in the ceiling of the temple. And with that, Zenovia brought the blades down on the 2 rooks. The twin waves of holy energy merged, engulfing their targets. The temple's foundations rocked. When the shaking subsided, I saw 2 huge craters torn from the ground. Those pillars had been caught in the attack were gone, along with a distant wall. Even the ceiling up above was no more. From what I could tell, that surge had decimated more than half of the temple complex. An unrestrained Zenovia sure was incredible. What's more, it was holy power. To a demon, that attack must have been lethal. enough to annihilate someone without leaving so much of a trace. And sure enough, there was no sign of the Rooks. They hadn't seemed all that weak in the recording of their match against the Gary's girl. Heck, they came across as formidable opponents, yet now, if Zenovia had used that attack in our last match, the rule against damaging the arena would have meant immediate disqualification. Her breathing was ragged. From the look of it, she wouldn't be losing another attack like that anytime soon. Still, she had done her job. Now it was our turn. Konako, Gasper, let's go, I called. Right. That was what I wanted to hear. Meow. Konako's ears and tail stood on end as she let out an adorable sound. Yeah, her Nekomata mode was enough to give me a fresh nosebleed. Our remaining opponents were the 8 pawns, each already promoted to a queen. They might have been the strongest pieces available, but I had a hidden tactic. First things first, time for a promotion. During a raiding game, I could only promote once I entered the enemy team's home base, but as the match had been called off, I could do it at any time, so long as I had the presence permission. I could feel the energy welling up inside me. I could do this. Boost! Next, I pushed my boosted gear as far as it could go. Explosion! My demonic powers rushed to my head. It was time to release it once more, my forbidden ability. Arise, my lust. Go, my imagination. Expand, O world of my dreams. A mysterious state fell upon me. Prez, I'm a pervert, a sex fiend. But I'm activating this technique for you. No, for me. With that vow, I locked onto the chest of the 8 female pawns standing before me. For the time being, I would just ignore the bewilderment expression that the press flashed me. Booblingual. This was it. My secret press translation technique was working. They wouldn't be able to escape from this. Hey, breasts of all you pawns. It's time to spill your plans. Let's start from you over there on the right. I closed my eyes, calling out to the chest of the first pawn. And so, in voices that I could only hear, they began to speak back to me. We're going to take care of that meddlesome vampire first. Then the 3 of us would deal with him. Die, vampire, die. Whoa. I opened my eyes and let my 2 companions know what I just learned. That girl, that one over there, and that one too. They're going to go after Gasper. Gasper, stop them in their tracks. Okay. At my instruction, my underclassman froze the 3 pawns in question with his secret gear ability. Caught in his field of vision, the pawn stopped in place. Alright, he's got them. My blood was doing wonders, helping him control his abilities. I turned to the next pawn. What are you guys up to? Oh my, they're completely frozen. Uh-oh, it won't be long until they realize that we're after that Nekomata. Is this that terrible power of his? The one that lets him hear voices of our breasts? How terrifying. I was about to take down the Nekomata. But at this rate, don't tell me he could see through any defense techniques we might try. The Nekomata will catch on to what we're up to. Those ones are going to attack Konako. Who do they think they are? Hold on. Did they mention the countermeasure to my booblingual? I guess that made sense, though. How else could 8 women hope to attack us out in the open? Gasper, those 3 are targeting Konako. Freeze them. Okay. With a flash of his eyes, the next 3 pawns were immobilized. Perfect. Now we just had to deal with the remaining 2. Bwahaha! We're unstoppable. You 8 pawns might have been promoted to queens, but you're crumbling in the face of the combo attack. I let out a sinful snort. This was fun. So long as we were facing women, my technique would let me read all their movements ahead of time. And with my friends beside me, we could unleash an ultimate combo attack. Once I knew the enemy's plans, Gasper could freeze them before they had any chance. Gasper didn't have much combat experience, so he couldn't use his sacred gear well when faced with an unpredictable opponent. But it was another matter entirely when I directed him. Diodora must have miscalculated. He failed to appreciate how formidable my bootlingual technique truly was, and had sent a team of women against us. Even I was taken aback how smoothly things were going. My tactics succeeded. Even those pawns who were prepared some defense against my mind-reading power. Well, technically, I wasn't reading their minds, but rather their breasts for advice. That subtle difference likely explained why their countermeasures have been so ineffective. Only 2 left. They were clearly terrified of our drone attack, cautiously backing away. You girls must be frightened. No? You know we could read your every move. Why do I get the feeling that you're the bad guy here? Another biting comment from Konako. I mean, she wasn't wrong. Still, this was all for the sake of victory. Our situation demanded that I sink into depravity. Above all else, I had to save Azia. Thus, I would interrogate those breasts to my heart's content. I slowly approached the paused pawns, brushing my hand against their clothes. The second I did so, their outfits came flying clean off, leaving them stark naked. Wow, hello there. Aren't we a beautiful bunch? I hadn't been able to glimpse at their faces when I recognized they were hooded, but I recognized now that Diodora had a discerning eye when it came to women. That pretty boy bastard infuriated me more every second. Damn, if these ladies didn't have nice bodies though. As blood trickled from my nose yet again, I let out a victorious cackle. I made my way to the other frozen ponds, using my dress break technique on them too. One of them had huge breasts. I would have to save this mental image of them for later. Since they were all caught up in Gasper's power, I could do whatever I wanted with them now. Watch and learn. Once they can't move, they're completely defenseless. I can destroy their clothes at will. When I combine my boob lingo and my dress break techniques, I'm practically invincible against women. I trembled at all the possibilities. I never would have suspected that my unquenchable sexual desires could develop into such might. Before me, the 2 remaining pawns were quivering in fear at the thought of reading the thoughts of their breasts. Stopping them in their tracks, stripping their clothes away, and beholding their naked flesh, I had to assume there was no greater humiliation. I remember something that Azazel had said to me a while back. He who conquers breasts conquers the world. Teach, I'm starting to think I'm able to overcome all tits one day. I muttered. Yeah, nothing would stop me from dominating these tits. Now then, what are you 2 ladies hiding? With a vulgar grin, I began to reach out to them, my fingers groping the air when Konako punched me in the face. Ow, Konako, that hurt. Let's hurry up and knock them down, you sick freak. She spat as she knocked down the frozen pawns. I quickly motioned to Gasper, who stopped the remaining 2. There was no winning against Konako. I did as she commanded. When battling girls, there was nothing more powerful, nothing more menacing than my boob lingual technique combined with Gasper's time-freezing gaze. Phew, we won that first round. Konako, Zenovia, Gasper, and I had easily defeated all 8 pawns and both rooks. Before the battle, I had been apprehensive at the seemingly disadvantaged situation, but we overcame the odds with little difficulty. Just as Azazel said, without any restrictions or rules holding us back, we were an incredible team. Nonetheless, as Cyber had pointed out, we would still lose if we allowed ourselves to grow complacent. There was a lot more depth to battle than I expected. If any of those pawns had been men, we would probably have a real challenge for us. For once, I was grateful that Diodora was a womanizer. I mean, that was the only explanation I could think of for why he had recruited girls exclusively. That was something I could relate to. Those pawns had been unable to draw on their abilities after Konako used her sage magic to disrupt their auras, while Gasper's time-freezing eyes had suspended both their consciousness long enough for us to tie them against the pillars lining the room. Now Diodora only had his queen, 2 knights, 2 bishops, and himself. Let's go. At the prince's urging, we made our way to the temple sanctuary, where 3 enemies awaited. I saw these 3 on the recording. If memory serves correctly, those 2 are the bishops and the queen, Kiba said. How on earth could he tell? They were all shrouded in the exact same hooded robes. I couldn't distinguish them. Had he worked it out from the height, or their auras? Additionally, I had to wonder why Diodora dispatched his queen in the second round. Was his strategy simply to send the strongest fighters, like he had done with his empowered pawns? As far as I've been able to tell, from the recording of their last match, the two knights were nowhere near Kiba's level. We've been waiting for you, Ria's Grimmery. So saying, Diodora's queen lifted her hood to reveal her face. Whoa, she was a real beauty. A mature, gorgeous blonde with crystalline blue eyes. From memory, one of the bishops was a woman and the other was a man. But neither of them have revealed their faces. It was hard to be sure. They both excelled in support type skills. In terms of raw demonic power, they were probably more capable than Azia and Gasper. Though our bishop's support type abilities were more suited to battle. After all, we had a healer and an ability to freeze our opponents in place. The real issue was undoubtedly the queen. In her last match, she had fought Sigvira and Carrie's queen one-on-one and had ultimately emerged the victor. Her fire demonic powers have been incredible. Oh dear, I suppose it's my turn? Akano stepped forward. Yuto, the two remaining knights shouldn't be too much for you to handle alone. Hold on, the Prez too? Our two great ladies were gonna fight side by side. Oh, President, I can take care of these three by myself, Akano assured. Don't be ridiculous. You may have a handle on your holy lightning technique, but I won't allow you to take unnecessary risks. No, the best approach is to minimize any damage we might receive here. Akano's holy lightning and Ria's powers of destruction. Even individually, they were daunting on the battlefield, and they were fighting together now. There was no need to worry about such a dynamic duo. At that moment, Konoko poked me from the side. Huh? What is it? She motioned for me to bend down and whisper into my ear. Huh. Oh. I see. Are you sure? Yes. It will help Akano to power up. I didn't exactly see how doing something like that would help. But if Konoko was asking me to, then I was willing to try. Akano, I called out. She glanced over her shoulder at me. If you can take out this group, I'll take you on a date next Sunday. I paused there, turning back to Konoko. Hey, are you sure this will work? I don't think a date will be enough to... Bolts of electricity exploded all around us. When I glanced back at Akano, her whole body was enveloped in a shroud of holy lightning. Oh, a date with Issei. Whoa. Her expression was ecstatic as she hurled bolts from on high. How awful, Issei. You already have me. What are you thinking? Inviting only Akano with you on a date. What? Now the Prez was tearfully entreating me. What on earth was going on here? Oh, Riaz, this is proof that Issei's affection had passed to me. Isn't it time for you to give up? What are you saying? I don't need to hear that from the likes of you. Honestly, spewing your lightning everywhere all because of a date. Huh? They're having another quarrel? What was that? What right do you have to tell me what I can and can't do? I don't see him making love to you. Maybe you just don't have the right charms. That's not fair. The other day... He touched my breast when you were in bed. Wasn't that just because he moves around in his sleep? And I kissed him. Twice. Damn. The Prez's voice sounded incredibly cute. She was acting like a normal teenage girl. In that case, maybe I should kiss him right now. 3 times, with my tongue. Right in front of you. Akano, no. You can't. I don't even want to imagine your tongue in Issei's mouth. He's mine. Just what were these two great ladies of mine discussing in the thick of battle? How had it become an argument over me? I appreciated the intention, but still. Even the enemy queens and bishop looked to be at a total loss. The queen had evidently reached her limit, however, because her aura burst into an intense flame as she cried out. That's enough! You two! How dare you ignore us and bicker over a man? Shut up! Akano and the Prez released an unprecedented blast of energy at the queen and the two bishops. It was so huge and overpowering that a chill ran down my spine just looking at it. Rias' destructive power mingled with Akano's holy lightning, washing mercilessly over the targets and annihilating the surrounding portions of the temple. Plumes of smoke rose up from the queen and the two bishops. Each lay motionless on the ground. It didn't take an expert to see that they were down for the count, and it was all because they had tried to butt into an argument between Akano and the Prez. This might sound strange coming from me, but our three opponents had just suffered a terrible fate. This is what happened when you anger the two great ladies. Unfortunately, Rias and Akano's victory didn't put an end to their arguing. What do you know about Issei's body? I've seen it all, every last detail. You might have seen it, but you haven't touched it, or taken it inside you, right? You're just talk, Rias. I'm ready to accept him in me, anytime, anywhere. Ugh. Let's just put that aside for now. We'll finish this after we save Azia. Indeed, Azia is like a sister to me too. They were finally in agreement on something. And so, having defeated Diodora's queen and bishops, we continue forward. Azia, your father and I are looking forward to seeing you in the sports festival. We'll be sure to capture your greatest moments on camera. You're so adorable when you run, Azia. Shortly before we settled for the rating game, my mom and dad had been busy joyfully double-checking the video camera and making sure everything was ready. Months had passed since Azia had started living with us, yet it felt like no time at all. My parents treated her with the same love and affection that they would have shown their own child. Jeez, you're both acting like you adopted her. I guess there's no place for your son anymore, I complained to my mom. Oh, that's because Azia is so much cuter than you are. If you could only understand what it feels to be a parent to such a lecherous son. Azia is like a breath of fresh air. Yep, your mom is right. Damn it. I had practically lost the love of my parents. I couldn't help being a perverted high schooler. I never knew my real parents. Azia stammered, her face turning red. Being with you all, I can't help but wonder if this is what it feels like to have a family. I'm sorry. I'm just here on a homestay. I shouldn't act so familiar. I think of you as a real daughter. My dad stated without the slightest hesitation. My mom showed Azia a kind smile. And so do I, Azia. Actually, we were worried about bothering you. You see, all we had was our idiotic son. So, we're just happy that you moved in with us. Isn't that right, darling? Yep. Think of us as your real parents while you're here with us in Japan, Azia. This is your home, too. That's right. You're welcome anytime. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I could see my parents genuinely cared for her. They had accepted Azia into their hearts. Azia began to tear up. My mom and dad must have thought they had done something to upset her, but she quickly shook her head and dismissed that concern. I'm sorry. I'm so happy. Mother, father, I... She was shedding tears of joy. I moved to pat her gently on the head. This is your home, Azia. Mom, Dad, and I, we're your family. And the Prez and the others think of you that way as well. You don't ever have to worry about that. You're welcome here forever, I said with an encouraging grin. At this, she beamed. The smile of Azia was something that I wanted to protect, that I would protect at all costs. We're family, Azia. You're home with us, okay? So let's go home, all of us. I'll save you, Azia. Just you wait. We stepped into the next room with a temple sanctuary, expecting to find Diodora's knights waiting for us. Instead, we were greeted by an unpleasant yet familiar sight. Yo, how's it hanging? It was that white-haired priest. Freed, I exclaimed. Yeah, it was none other than that psycho. We hadn't seen him since that Excalibur incident. Apparently, he was still alive. You're wondering how I'm still breathing, aren't you, my dear little Issei? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Sorry to break it to you, but I'm a hard guy to kill. Stop reading my mind. How did that bastard always seem to know what I was thinking? Hold on. What about the two knights? Weren't they supposed to be the ones waiting here? More appropriately, what was Freed even doing here? Oh, don't tell me you're wondering where those two dashing knights have gone. That nutjob flashed me a repulsive grin. He lifted his hand to his mouth, retrieving something that he looked to have been chewing on. A finger. I ate them. What the? He ate them? Konako grimaced, covering her nose with her hand. That man is no longer human, she muttered with an undisguised revulsion. Freed's lips curled in amusement as he let out an unmistakably monstrous cackle. After you dirty little demons cut me down, that bastard volley brought me back. Can you believe it? And that scumbag Azazel fired me. Me! With a strange sound, Freed's body began to swell, his clothes tearing as what looked like horns sprouted from his body. Not only that, he was increasing in height, his arms and legs bulging several times their original size. It was the Chaos Brigade that scooped me up after you all left me for dead. Yes, they promised to give me power, and lo and behold, they remade me into a chimera. A single bat-like wing sprouted from his back, and what looked like a gigantic arm formed opposite of it. His face practically melted before our eyes, his mouth drooping to reveal a set of protruding fangs, his skull elongating like a dragon's head. What on earth? Then there was his arms and legs. His whole body was warped, mangled beyond recognition. There was no sense whatsoever to its construction. Who could have made something like that? The creature standing before us no longer resembled Freed in the slightest. Judging by her disgusting frowns, the other club members were just as disturbed as I was. The Chaos Brigade may have remade his body, but this was just too horrendous. By the way, have you heard about Diodora Astroth's little hobby? It's titillating insane, enough to melt my heart. So now Freed was talking about Diodora? It's his taste in women. He has such a voracious appetite. And he likes nothing better than girls from the church. Nuns are his favorite. His taste in women? Nuns? Azia was the perfect fit for that description. Freed's grin widened. He only preys on fervent, true believers. Do you see what I'm getting at? His servants, the ones that you defeated just now, are all former members of the church. That goes for every member of his familia. They're all once famous nuns and holy maidens from all corners of the world. Seriously something, huh? That dandy demon kid seduced a lot of them and reduced them to his playthings. Oh, wait, that's what demons do, isn't it? Whispering into the ears of devoted holy maidens and dragging them down to hell. That's what you call whispering with the tongue of the devil. Hold on a minute, then Azia. But Freed chortled in amusement before I could finish. Who do you think wrote the script for Azia's fall from the church? It was him, Diodora Astroth. The plot goes like this. One day, this precocious demon brat who loves screwing religious sisters set his sights on an incredibly beautiful holy maiden. The minute he saw her, he wanted to get into her pants. But she was so devoted to the church, that he realized that he was going to have to work out a proper strategy to drag her out. Hold on a second. In that case, Azia's expulsion from the church. But the dear holy maiden was such an inherently kind, gentle girl. After dinging around, that dandy demon kid heard that she possessed this incredible sacred gear, capable of healing even demons. And that gave him an idea. If someone were to see her healing dear me, the church would chuck her right out. Wounding himself and living with a scar was a small price to pay if he could screw her brains out afterwards. And why not? That's how the guy lives his life. I don't regret saving him. Azia's smile as she had said those words flashed before my eyes. What the hell? That is so... As if to drive the insult home, Fried went on. That little demon boy realized that if she had got kicked out of the church, her only home, she would be completely ruined. Without her faith in God, she would have nowhere else to turn but him. What better way to spice things up than adding a touch of suffering? He could scoop her up from the depths of despair, and then defile her to his heart's content. Corrupting her mind and body would be a snap. What greater pleasure for a demon who revels in ruining holy women. Yep, that's who he is. Diodora Astaroth likes nothing better than deflowering the church's most faithful maidens. Something was raging in me, unrestrained. I was clenching my fist so tightly that blood started seeping down from my fingers. I was this close to taking a step towards Fried and unleashing my hatred on him when Kiba placed a hand on my shoulder. Issei, I know how you feel, but you should save your rage for Diodora, he said, his voice positively frigid. Yet, all that did was fan the flames of my anger even more. Are you telling me to just... I reached out to grab him by his collar and stopped. His face. Kiba's eyes were brimming with the same fury that filled me. Leave Fried to me. I'll shut that filthy mouth of his. With that, Kiba walked past me. Even his gait screamed with rage. His aura, filled with such raw, murderous anger, temporarily quelled my own fury. Kiba stopped a short distance away from Fried, summoning a holy demon sword in his hand. Wow. If it isn't that wretched little knight who smashed me up last time, I guess I should be thanking you for all this upgrade. I'm a lot stronger now, you realize? Enough to gobble up Diodora's knights like potato chips. And now I've absorbed their skills. Fried Selzen is invincible now. Mr. Casanova. So he literally consumed the two knights. He really was a monster. Kiba's response was short, chilling, and to the point. The world would be a better place without you in it. Don't get cocky now, kid. Fried, indignant, began launching blade after blade of his own body, sending them bearing down on Kiba. His target, however, vanished. Suddenly, Fried collapsed into more pieces than I could count. When did you get so strong? Gasped Fried's head as it rolled across the ground, his eyes frozen wide in shock. Kiba had slain Fried in a single blow. He must have struck in a blink of an eye at the first sight of Fried's oncoming attack, deciding the duel in an instant. Whoa, my eyes haven't even registered the movement. Wow, it's not like you'll be able to defeat Diodora or the guys backing him. And don't you have the faintest idea of the true horrors of the Longinuses? Kiba stabbed his blade through what remained of Fried's head, ending his life. With a final swing of his blade, Kiba sent Fried's blood splattering across the ground. You could save that mouth of yours for the devil in hell. Our handsome pretty boy even gave a catchphrase. Damn. I was a guy, and even I had to acknowledge just how cool he was. Had Kiba leveled up again? It all happened so fast that I hadn't even been able to get a gauge on Fried's strength. All I knew was that Kiba was overwhelmingly powerful. freed. It seemed like fate had thrown us into an unfortunate entanglement. But now that he was dead, I didn't know what to say. Depending how you looked at it, he was also a victim. Now wasn't the time to think of that, however. We had to save Azia. Let's go, everyone, I called. Once more, we resumed our advance. Diodora, you are beyond forgiveness. I, Azazel, had eliminated a considerable number of demon allied with the old regime from the raiding game battlefield. My subordinates will be able to deal with the rest. Thus, I launched myself into the sky. The jewel that housed the dragon Fafnir was guiding my way. It had begun to let out a brilliant glow the moment that Odin transported me and my subordinates through the barrier. I alighted in a corner of the battlefield in front of someone, the jewel burning at its brightest yet. A small-bodied girl with a graceful countenance received me. She was garbed in a black dress, and her similarly dark hair came down to her hips. Despite noticing me, her eyes remained fixed on the temple in the distance. I narrowed my eyes, my voice soft. I would have never expected to find you here. The young woman turned towards me, her lips curling in a faint smile. Azazel, it's been so long. Weren't you an old man the last time we met? I admit, I prefer your newest form. What are you up to, Ophis? Yes, this was none other than the Ouroboros dragon, Ophis. There was no mistaking that ominous, unsettling aura. This was the legendary infinite dragon, the head of the Chaos Brigade. The dragon had taken the form of an elderly man during our previous encounter, but was now a small girl. Well, that was only window dressing. She could change her appearance however much she pleased. If Ophis came here personally, then this operation had to be special importance to her. She had been watching the temple, which no doubt meant that something was taking place inside. Maybe it hadn't been such a good idea to send Issei, Riaz, and the others in there. I'm here to observe, that's all. Watching on from afar, huh? Still, it's quite surprising for the big boss to make an appearance. I don't suppose I could usher in a new era of peace by taking you down here and now. I flashed Ophis a grin, pointing my spirit of light towards her. The young woman, however, shook her head. Impossible. You can't defeat me, Azazel. She stated flatly. She was probably right about that. I didn't stand much of a chance by myself. That said, if I could defeat her, it would deal a near-fatal blow to the Chaos Brigade. What about the two of us? With a powerful burst of air, a giant figure descended beside Ophis and me, a dragon. Tanin. It was a former demon king. I thought he was busy with the cleanup operation taking care of the followers of the old demon regime. He must have finished early. Tanin glared at Ophis with his huge eyes. These demon youths are fighting for their futures. You have no right to interfere, Ophis. You were always so disinterested in worldly affairs. What prompted you to join hands with these terrorists? I nodded in response to Tanin's question. Don't tell me you're just killing time. You've already caused enough damage. Since Ophis had taken a leading role in the terrorist organization, she had lent her powers to a great many already dangerous individuals. The number of dead as a result of her actions was climbing day by day, had reached a level we could no longer ignore. What exactly had prompted her to ally herself with the Chaos Brigade? I just couldn't wrap my head around it. Why would the strongest, most powerful being in existence, an individual who had long had no interest in lesser affairs, decide to start meddling now? Ophis's response was beyond my wildest expectations. A world of silence. I blinked with incomprehension. Huh? I tried asking again. This time, Ophis looked me square in the eye and stated, I want a world of silence. My home in space between dimensions. That's all. That was her grand motivation. The space between dimensions.
To cut the long explanation short, a dimensional wall existed between the human realm, the underworld, and heaven. A boundary that separated each plane from the next. It was supposedly an empty void, filled with boundless nothing. I was aware that Ophis had been born there, and yet... You're homesick. If it were anywhere else, I might laugh. But the dimensional void isn't...
Yes, the Great Red is there.
Ophis nodded. He was presently in control of the dimensional void. Was Ophis trying to find out a way to draw him out so that she could return there? She hadn't aligned herself with the followers of the old demon regime and dissenters from the other powers on the condition that they might drive out the Great Red. Had she? At that moment, another possibility flashed before my eyes. Right, Volley. So that's your true objective. Just as I came to that realization, a magic circle appeared beside Ophis, as someone teleported in. It was a man garbed in an aristocratic suit. He bowed my way and flashed me a fearless grin.
Greetings. I believe this is our first time meeting. I am Crusader Asmodeus, heir to the true Asmodeus. As a representative of the Chaos Brigade and the true rulers of demonkind, I entreat you, Governor of the Fallen Angels, to face me in a duel.
Another one. Yet another one of those terrorist ringleaders had thrown in his chips. So, you're the old demon regime's Asmodeus, huh? I asked, scratching my head. At that moment, a dark explosive aura erupted from his body. Evidently, he received some of Ophis's power.
Not old. I am the blood of the true demon kings. I shall avenge Katara Leviathan.
Is he Katara's lover or something? It hardly matters, I suppose. If I could eliminate another one of those Chaos Brigade ringleaders, this was a chance that I couldn't pass up. I would have to accept this challenge. Alright then. Are you up for this, Tanin? I am not so uncouth as to interrupt a duel. I'll keep an eye on Ophis. That dragon sure had a warrior's noble heart. He was putting his good qualities to waste, sticking to his draconic form all the time. Fine, I responded. It's getting a bit chaotic out here, but I'm guessing those kids should have time to reach Diodora by now. Ophis, however, shook her head.
I provided Diodora Astaroth a serpent. Now that he's consumed it, his powers have increased exponentially. Defeating him won't be easy.
I burst into laughter. She didn't get it. She just didn't understand who she was dealing with here.
Why are you laughing?
Ophis inquired, tilting her head to one side. A serpent, huh? Well, that's something. But unfortunately for Diodora, it won't be enough.
Why not? My serpents grant tremendous power.
I'm telling you it won't matter. Those kids couldn't show off their full potential in their last match because of all the extra rules. But now, Diodora was about to learn firsthand what all that training with Tanin has done for Issei's abilities. That kid has spent a better part of a month being chased around by a legendary Dragon King. The only one of his kind still at large. Tanin may have held back a little, but a normal person wouldn't have survived that training. Heck, anyone else would have been killed on the first day. Yet, Issei had endured. He had returned to us alive, and even managed to unlock his balance breaker. Ophis still didn't comprehend what that meant. I retrieved the jewel that contained the essence of Fafnir, along with my artificial sacred gear and design of Fafnir, along with my artificial sacred gear and the design of a short sword. Fafnir, I'm gonna need your help again. We're up against Crusader Asmodeus. Let's do this, balance breaker. In a blink of an eye, a full set of golden armor wrapped around my body. Issei, there's nothing to hold back now. Give them hell. Just before I could engage my foe, another magic circle opened up nearby. That insignia. I see you've deigned to make an appearance. A crimson-haired demon king emerged from the luminous burst of light. Sir Zax. What are you doing here? The Demon King narrowed his eyes at my question. I let my little sister get caught up in our plan. The least I could do was help out. It wouldn't be right to leave everything with you, Azazel. I'd never be able to face Rias if I did. Jeez, I should have expected as much. You damn moron. There's no way they'll talk, I said, lowering my weapon. Even so, as one of the reigning Demon Kings, I must try. The moment he laid eyes on the Demon King, Cursory exploded in rage. Sir Zex, you blighted fraud. How dare you show your face? Because of you, all of you, we... Face it, Sir Zex. These guys despise you and the other Demon Kings more than anything else in the world. That's just reality. Cursory, it isn't too late to talk. Even now, I wonder whether we were right banishing the descendants of the old Demon Kings to drive them to the deepest corners of the underworld. Surely, there was a better solution. I want to negotiate with you and the other families. In particular, I would like you to speak directly with the current Osmodius, Falbium. Sir Zek's words were sincere, and that was why Cursory would have none of it. It's no use, buddy. To begin with, these guys were never going to accept a word of one of the present Demon Kings. That was pure naivety. As to be expected, Cursory shouted, "How dare you mock me? You have allied yourself not only with the fallen angels, but heaven too. You are a fraud, unworthy to address me. A true Demon King, know your place." I let out a resigned sigh. You're one to talk. You and your Chaos Brigade have been recruiting the most dangerous outcasts from all three factions. At this, Cursory's lips curled into a self-satisfied grin. We have not been recruiting them. We have been using them. Those wretched angels and fallen angels are no more than tools to be wielded by us demons. A mutual understanding, peace. Don't make me laugh. Only we demons deserve to flourish. The new world that we were forging will be ours, with Ophus's gift. We, the true Demon Kings, shall rule. Everyone else will be destroyed. You and the false Demon Kings are a hindrance to be swept away. This was bad. He was mouthing off like a typical small fry mid-boss. Demonkind was already at risk of dying out, and he wanted to eradicate more of them? Sir Zex, I know you're conflicted over this, but you have to carry out your duty as a Demon King. Guys like Cursory, remnants of the old regime, they've long since been on the path to their own destruction. Their beliefs, their values, will always be at odds with yours. There's no bridging that gulf. Sir Zek's gaze was filled with sorrow. Cursory, all I want is to protect the future of our race. If we fail to safeguard our people, we will never prosper. You can call me naive if you wish, but I would lead our children into a bright future. The underworld has no need for conflict or war. How pathetic! Since when has that been the most cherished desire of any demon? We exist to lure the souls of demons into hell and destroy angels and God. I could see that there can be no reasoning with the likes of you, Sir Zex. You are no Lucifer. I will annihilate you and your hypocritical benevolence. You possess vast powers of destruction, and yet you haven't so much as raised a finger against a fallen angel standing right there beside you. What right do you have to call yourself a Demon King? No, I, Cursory Asmodeus, a true Demon King, shall erase you. That outburst signaled the end of any discussions between the leaders of the old and new demon rulers. Sir Zex turns to the Ouroboros dragon. Ophus, I am to assume that you aren't willing to negotiate neither. Not unless you want to consume my serpent and pledge yourself to me. I will also require you to relinquish control of your dimensional void surrounding the underworld. In other words, she wanted obedience and the ability to close off the underworld. There was no way that a Demon King responsible for the well-being of the underworld would accept such terms. Sir Zex glanced up at the sky before closing his eyes. When he finally opened them, they were filled with such frigid iciness that even I caught a chill. Confirming this reaction, Cursory retreated to a safe distance and gathered a huge mass of demonic energy in his hands.
That's it! Now we understand each other, Sir Zex.
This is what he always wanted from the very beginning. Sir Zex, you never had any chance of getting through to him. Yet you still thought to give diplomacy a chance. You wanted to let him know how you felt and your plans for the underworld. Sir Zex held out his right hand, turning his palm up. He began to gather demonic energy of his own, his aura taking a strange character. It was his power of destruction. Cursory, he began, his voice echoing across the stage. As a demon king, I will eliminate any threat to the underworld.
How dare you? You are no demon king.
Cursory hurled the power gathered in his hands. Sir Zex, however, didn't recoil, instead shooting a myriad of small spheres. Cursory's attack dissipated the instant it came into contact with Sir Zex. Sir Zex's orbs, however, continued to whirl through the air, as if with a mind of their own, carving through Cursory's every counter. The few attacks that Sir Zex couldn't eliminate, he handily evaded. After a brief moment, one of those small orbs of destruction made its way into Cursory's mouth. Cursory's abdomen swelled up like a balloon. By the time it subsided, his demonic powers had been greatly weakened. Did that attack destroy the serpent that Ophis had given him? Ruin, extinct. Sir Zex muttered. I purged you from Ophis' serpent. Your power and strength will have returned to normal. With the source of his great ability snuffed, Cursory's confidence similarly dried up. Worry crossed his face. This was my first time witnessing Sir Zex's fighting abilities in person. One of the reasons why he was chosen to be Demon King was his overwhelming power. The man was capable of annihilating things so thoroughly that not even ash remained. Although Sir Zex had only conjured up a few small globes, their effect was immense. He hadn't needed to pour his attention into them, nor make them huge. He had produced a countless number of those minuscule projectiles, manipulating them all simultaneously.
Damn you! You are no better than Volley. You Lucifers are blessed with such power, but all you ever do is get in the way.
Cursory cursed as he lashed out again and again, launching more demonic energy. One of Sir Zex's destructive orbs brushed against Cursory's abdomen, gouging a gaping hole through him. Even such a small strike was enough to deal with considerable injury, destroying flesh on mere contact.
Why? How can I lose against this fraud?
Cursory wept in despair, blood spewing down from his chin. Sir Zex closed his eyes and slowly brought his arm down to his side. At that moment, another barrage of destructive spheres shredded Cursory's body into nothingness. At last, we arrived at the inner sanctuary, where we discovered what looked like a gigantic device of some kind. It was embedded into the wall, a huge circular design fitted with jewels, and engraved with strange patterns and glyphs. Was this supposed to be some kind of magic circle? As my eyes fell upon the center of that device, I cried out at the top of my lungs.
Azia!
She was tied down in the middle of it. Thankfully, she didn't look injured, and her clothes weren't damaged. As far as I could tell, she was unharmed.
You're finally here.
Diodora Asheroth emerged from behind the device. That meek smile of his only fanned the flames of my rage. I started the countdown for my balance breaker. Once it activated, I would hit him with everything I had, at full force. I would shove my fist right through that bastard's face.
Issei?
Azia raised her head at the sound of my voice. Her eyes were swollen. She had been crying,
and much harder than usual, judging by how red her eyes were. Faced with this sight, I reached a sickening realization. Diodora, did you tell Azia everything? I was referring, of course, to what Fried had revealed to us earlier. I had hoped that Azia would never have to learn the truth. My inquiry prompted an amused smile from the young Astaroth. Yes, we gone over it all. I've been dying to show you. I'll never forget her face when I revealed everything I was doing. I even got it on video. Do you want me to play it for you? It was really splendid. No matter how many times I watched the agony of realization creep over the faces of fallen church maidens, it never gets old. Azia began to sob. But it isn't quite enough yet. Still holding on to hope. Yes, for all of you. Especially your vile Red Dragon Emperor. Your rescuing her utterly ruined my plan. That fallen angel, Rainier, was supposed to kill Azia. And then I would swoop in, dispatch the fallen angel myself, and resurrect Azia with the evil piece. Regrettably, I miscalculated. I assumed that even if you tried to interfere, you wouldn't stand a chance against Rainier. But then I learned that you're the Red Dragon Emperor. What an unlucky coincidence, no? Because of you, my schemes have been delayed far longer than I would have preferred. We're back on track, though. Now I can enjoy Azia to my heart's content. Shut up. Even I could hardly believe how low my voice was. Something about Diodora's character had initially convinced me that he was a petty villain. Instincts, perhaps. I couldn't quite put my feelings into words, but I always thought of him as similar to Riser. That assessment had proven me wrong, however. He was no petty villain. He had sunk far lower. Diodora was a fiend. Pure evil. What made him think that he could talk about love with Azia? I was even more infuriated when Vali threatened to murder my parents. My sense of self-restraint was already at its limit. But that didn't stop Diodora's revolting soliloquy. Azia's still a virgin, yes? I'd like to break them in, you see. I would hate to have to settle for the hand-me-downs from the Red Dragon Emperor. This man. But then again, it might be fun to cuckold the Red Dragon Emperor. I'm going to hit him. Maybe I should take her by force while she cries out to you for help. Shut up! Wealth Dragon, balance breaker. Something welled up inside me with an explosive force. Diodora, you're the one person in my life that I would never, ever forgive. A red aura flared as my scale mail wrapped around my body. Perhaps my sacred gear was responding to my emotions as I entered my balance breaker state without needing to wait for my 2-minute countdown to reach its end. Prez, everyone, please don't interfere with this. Riaz paused but ultimately said, Issei, we should defeat him together, but it looks like there's no stopping you. Give him hell, okay? I couldn't have hoped for a better response. Yeah, that was exactly my plan. Drake, can you hear me? What is it, partner? Just for today, give me everything you've got. No holding back. Very well. Diodora chortled joyfully as he watched me prepare. His body, too, was soon enveloped by a thick aura, his pitch black. Amazing. So this is the Red Dragon Emperor. But I'm powered up as well, you know. With this serpent that Ophis gave me, I'll kill you before you can so much as... I ignited the propulsion unit on my back and blasted towards him. My fist slammed forcefully into Diodora's stomach before he could finish his sentence. Diodora bent over, his face contorting in agony. It looked like he was unable to respond to my speed. I pushed my fist deeper into his body, trying to crush his internal organs. He vomited up blood, along with contents of his stomach. Only then did I pull back my fist. You were trying to kill me before what, exactly? Clutching his abdomen, Diodora staggered back, His confidence and self-assurance from a moment ago had vanished along with that smile of his. How dare you? I'm a high-class demon, the brother of the current Beelzebub. Diodora thrust his hand forward, casting a volley of demonic energy bolts my way. My noble blood would never succumb to this lowly, filthy, obscene reincarnation demon like you. The seemingly limitless projectiles rained down on me. Nonetheless, I merely continued to step towards him, without even moving to dodge his attacks. A simple brush of my hand was enough to push them aside, and those I didn't block simply ricocheted harmlessly off my armor. Thanks, Tanin. That grueling training you put me through paid off. I thought this guy was supposed to be stronger than the Prez, but his attacks aren't intimidating in the slightest.
Indeed. Your practice with the Dragon King has toughened you up considerably. You may not have been able to make the most of that training in your battle against the Cedri Familia, but with no restrictions on you, you're free to go all out. Your armor is noticeably more stable than during your last match, too.
I couldn't have said it any better myself, Drake. I hadn't been able to display my full power against Saji, but this time was different. Against Diodora, I could unleash everything, with every intention of utterly destroying him.
In terms of raw might, you're right up there against the best of them now.
As I drew closer to him, Diodora's attacks let off. As he tried to retreat to a safe distance, once more, I activated the propulsion unit on my back, speeding towards him. At that moment, he forged a multi-layered defensive barrier with his powers. Follies was stronger than that. I tore through it with ease. A blow to the face. I shoved my fist into him. Nothing could make me feel better right now than this. Diodora was sent slamming against the ground by the force of the impact. Blood ran down his face, his eyes overflowing with anguish. That hurt. That hurt. Damn you. Why? My strength should be unrivaled. Ophis was supposed to have enhanced it beyond belief. I lifted Diodora up into the air, poured my energy into my fist, and punched him again. Another blow to the gut, and another one to the face. I wasn't finished yet. I poured my energy into my hand and charged at that villainous bastard. I won't be defeated by a disgusting dragon like you. Diodora hurriedly erected a thick shield. My punch collided with a barricade, the impact stopping it dead in its tracks. What on earth is this? See that? My demonic powers are infinitely stronger than yours. There's no way a brute force Red Dragon Emperor can defeat me. Diodora broke out into manic laughter. You want a taste of real might? I cried back, mercilessly charging the power of the Red Dragon Emperor.
Boost, 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 boost,
boost. The propulsion unit on my back converted my ore into raw fuel, forcing my fist into the barrier as hard as it would go. Small fissures formed in Diodora's shield, and then the entire thing shattered. Sorry about that. Brute force is all I have, so I'm only gonna push through headlong. Still, against someone like you, it's more than enough. Diodora gulped audibly, his face turning deathly pale. Don't you ever make Azia cry again! I shouted, hurling my fist at him once more. My foe tried to block it with his left hand, but I heard it break in response to the force of the momentum as my punch smashed right into his face. I sent it straight into his gloating mouth of his, sending him flying backwards, crashing into a distant pillar. He fell limp onto the ground for only a few seconds before crawling back to his feet. Impossible! I won't be beaten. I defeated Agiris. I'm going to crush Bale. I won't lose to a useless Grimoire. Your only redeeming feature is your endless affection. I am Diodora of the House of Astaroth. With that outburst, he held his hand aloft, summoning a group of pointed cone-shaped objects that he sent flying at me like missiles. I wouldn't be able to dodge all of them. I crouched down and leapt to one side, but that was the limit of what I could do. I flicked away those projectiles that I could, with punches and kicks, but they realigned themselves in midair, as if they had minds of their own. They circled around me, seeking the thinnest parts of my armor, before skewering me with excruciating force. Damn, but it hurt. Diodora must have concentrated his demonic magic into the tip of those objects, and used them to bore holes in my armor. He didn't stand a chance fighting me head-on, so he'd resorting to this underhanded tactic. However, I was far from finished. I grabbed a hold of those thorn-like projectiles with both of my hands and yanked them from my body one by one. Blood spilled out onto the floor. Diodora, I noticed, was already preparing another wave of those missile things, so I activated my propulsion unit and raced towards him. A dull sound echoed through the sanctuary. My kick made contact with Diodora's right thigh, and seemed to have snapped the bone clean in half. Diodora's face twisted in pain. He pointed his arm my way, rapidly gathering more demonic energy to it. He was probably trying to blast me back with as much power as he could muster. I raised my hands, concentrating my dragon aura into my palms. A red flash of light coursed down my right arm, just as Diodora loosed a concentrated explosion from his. Our blasts collided in midair, pushing violently against each other. No way this was gonna stop me. Go!
Boost, 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 boost.
The increased power flowed from my sacred gear, charging my dragon shot. My dragon shot barreled through Diodora's attack, grazing him and smashing into the far wall of the temple building. Nonetheless, Diodora again concentrated his power into his fists. I slammed my fist into the floor, the strike causing the entire temple to quake dangerously. Diodora's eyes twitched when he saw the massive crater. He trembled, his teeth chattering. I aimed my dragon shot to miss him on purpose. I should have finished him. Damn it. I was too soft-hearted. Moving to stand before Diodora, I lifted him up into the air. As I retracted the visor that masked my face, I glared at him with all the intensity of my seething aura. You better not come near Azia again. The next time you come anywhere near us, I'll annihilate you once and for all. Diodora's eyes betrayed his abject terror. Partner, he's finished. You crushed his spirit. Those are the eyes of someone who has had the terror of vengeful dragon engraved upon their soul. I know, Drake. I released Diodora. He was quivering uncontrollably. Aren't you gonna end him, Issei? Zenovia asked, pointing Ascalon at Diodora. Her gaze was so cold, it could have frozen that bastard solid. This was bad. She seriously meant to kill him. He might come after Azia again. Wouldn't it be better to take his head off here and now? She was serious. If either I or the Prez were to agree with her, she would probably decapitate him in a heartbeat. However, I shook my head. He's the brother of one of the current Demon Kings. Regardless of his involvement with those terrorists, if we kill him, it could cause problems for the Prez or a brother. Look, he already knows he can't beat us. The Prez broke into a frown, closing her eyes in thought. She was clearly furious as well, but it appeared that she was willing to leave Diodora's punishment to the demon leadership. Zenovia looked somehow regretful, stabbing Ascalon into the ground. Doubtless, she'd been hoping to vent her anger on Diodora in some way. Alright, if that's what you want, I'll stop. But I'd like to say one thing. Yeah, me too, I added. We both leveled our weapons at Diodora. Don't you ever so much as speak to Azia again. Diodora's head jolted up and down in agreement, his eyes glistening with horror. With that threat dispatched, our attention turned to his captive. We all gathered around the strange device that held her. Issei. I gently stroked her head. It's all right, Azia. We're here to save you. I told you, didn't I? I'm here to keep my promise. Tears of relief coursed down her cheeks. It's okay now. Once we get you out of here, we'll escape to the basement and wait for Azazel and the others to come get us. Kiba and the rest of the familia began to fumble around the device, holding Azia against the wall. After a short moment, Kiba's expression turned grave. I can't free her from it. What? That's absurd. I pulled out the restraints myself, and yet... Damn it, they won't come off. Not even with my boosted Red Dragon Emperor powers could I tear them loose. We pulled our resources, trying to remove the shackles that restrained Azia's limbs, but nothing. Not even Kiba's holy demon swords, Zenovia's holy swords, or Akino's or the Prez's demonic powers could get her loose. Even using the boosted gears to transfer my increased strength to Kiba's blades wasn't enough. What were these bindings? Why couldn't we break her free? At that moment, Diodora spoke up, his voice faltering. It's no use. That device can only be used once, and once activated, there's no stopping it. Not until Azia herself uses her abilities. What is that supposed to mean? I demanded. It's a unique barrier, made by a Longinus user, Diodora explained through ragged breaths. It's the same technique used to make the field around the battlefield dimension loss. The ultimate barrier type sacred gear. It creates an infinitely unfolding mist around the user. It's supposedly capable of sealing anything inside and transporting its targets into an alternate dimension. In its balance breaker state, Dimension Create. It can forge devices like this from vapors. Once initiated, it can't be stopped until the process concludes. What was this thing designed to do? Kiba demanded. What are its abilities? It is set to activate once I or one of the others gave the signal, or if I was defeated. As for what it does, it supercharges the abilities of the person in the center, Azia, and then reverses them. Reverses them? No way. Azia's healing abilities had been inverted during our last match with the Cedra Familia. The effect had been... Kiba must have realized what this meant, too, as he demanded, what's its range? The entire battlefield and the VIP viewing lounges, replied Diodora. We were all rendered speechless by this response. This was bad. The healing potential of Azia's sacred gear was enormous. It was even capable of curing demons and fallen angels. If the Twilight healing was amplified and reversed, with the scope of its power encompassing the entire area, leaders from all three great powers might be killed. Everyone blanched at the shocking realization. If that happened, the safety of the human realm, heaven, and the underworld would be in serious jeopardy. Did our match against the chairwoman give you this idea? I demanded. Diodora shook his head. No. The Chaos Brigade has been toying with this idea for a while, but your fight against Cetri proved that it could actually work. The Prez's face twisted in anger. A traitor from the Fallen Angels must have made sure to provide the ability to Sona as a field test. The House of Glaciolabolus, Diodora, the Chaos Brigade, and our battle against the Cedra Familia are all connected. And this device was made by another Chaos Brigade member, equipped with a Longinus. Drake, can't you do anything here? You're a Longinus too, right? No. Dimension Loss is a higher ranked Longinus than the boosted gear. Once it reaches this balance breaker state, it's all but unstoppable. Remember, there are other Longinuses more powerful than yours. Why did such an overpowered person have to be a member of the Chaos Brigade? What are we gonna do? I slammed the ground in frustration. Issei, you should destroy it, even if it means... Don't say that. I don't want to hear that. Not even from you, Azia. But at this rate, Azazel and Micah will be... because of me. I would rather... I put my hand on her shoulder and declared with absolute certainty. I made a promise to you, Azia. Never to put you through the pain like that again. I'll protect you. Whatever it takes, I'll do it. My vision blurred as tears ran down my face. Still, I was serious. I would keep her safe, no matter what. Issei?
Azia, too, began to weep. I put on a smile and said to her, "That's why we're gonna go home. Together. Mom and Dad are waiting for us." The device activated. Damn it. It was starting to move. We threw all of our demonic powers against it. Dragon waves, magic blasts, you name it. But nothing would so much as cause a dent. Azia's sacred gear looked to be affected by the contraption too. Her aura was being drawn into the device. Sure, it was a higher rank than the boosted gear. But why did this Longinus have to be so strong? Wait, hold on. At that moment, an idea came to me. I looked over at Azia. Right. It's directly attached to her. Drake, I believe in you.
What do you have in mind, partner?
The dragon asked with suspicion. I reached out to Azia's restraints. If Drake's power weren't enough by themselves, what if I use them to fuel one of my crazy delusions? Azia, I want to apologize in advance for this. She tilted her head adorably to one side. This is all to save her. Sorry, Azia. Arise, my lust. My worldly passions. Dress break. Balance breaker boosted version.
Boost, 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 boost.
The jewels embedded in my armor exploded with red light as my power flowed through my hand into the restraints that bounded Azia. I was imagining her naked body. Yes, I had long since burned that image into my brain. Now, I summoned it up once more as blood spewed down my nose. Her white, silky smooth skin, her supple flesh, beautiful, that delightful shade of pink, her nipples. And then, there was a sound of metal breaking and clothes shredding. As the bonds fettering Azia's limbs crumbled, her nun outfit was blown off too. She bent down reflexively to cover herself. There was a sound of blood spewing down my nose as I laid eyes on Azia's radiant, still maturing body. Yeah, her breasts were just as glorious and bewitching as I remembered them. Likely because I had freed her from it, the device ground to a stop. Oh dear, Akano murmured, summoning a new set of clothes for Azia with her demon powers. The next thing I knew, the press was tapping my armor. How did you know that your dress break would free her? Can that technique break through anything attached to a woman's body? I'm not entirely sure, but the bindings were clasped around her wrists and ankles, so I thought they might count as clothing as far as the dress break was concerned. So I imagined her naked and focused everything I had on making her look that way. Maybe it wouldn't work under normal circumstances, but I was in my balance breaker mode, and I boosted my powers as much as I could. Near as I could figure, I got lucky and found a loophole. It was an admittedly unconvincing argument, but that was the best I could come up with. Maybe your strength and fantasies helped as well, Rias responded, tilting her head to one side in thought. In any event, Azia was safe, and I destroyed the device. Diodora was clearly disheartened, but we were all okay. My lustful delusions had saved my friends. All right, mission accomplished. Issei! Azia! Fully clothed again, the blonde beauty embraced me in a tight hug. If only I hadn't been wearing any armor. Regardless, I was overjoyed to have her back. I knew you would come. Of course, but I'm sorry it took so long. What he had told you was horrible, wasn't it? Surprisingly, Azia shook her head. Her smile was warm and enveloping. I'm alright. I was shocked at first, but I have you now. Ah, what a sweet soul. Don't worry, Azia. I'll never let you marry anyone else. I'll cherish you forever. Zenovia was on the verge of tears too. Azia, thank goodness. If I were to lose you... Azia helped wipe away her friend's tears. I'm not going anywhere. Not with you and Issei protecting me. Yep, I'll be here for you, always. Zenovia declared with a nod. Wow, the friendship those two felt for each other was so moving. There was no way I would be able to hug Kiba like that. President, everyone, thank you for coming after me, Azia said gently, bowing her head. Azia, you don't need to call me President all the time. Not when we were in private. Think of me as your sister. Okay, Rias. Now Azia and the Prez were embracing each other. What a moving scene. Yay, I'm so happy. Thank goodness you're back, Azia. Casper was bawling his eyes out. And Konako was patting him on the head. With the device destroyed, I hope that we'd be able to make our way home soon. Now that it was gone, everything should have been winding down. Maybe it was time for me to dispel my armor and retreat to the underground shelter with the others. Then again, it would probably be best to keep it activated as long as possible, just in case there was another surprise laying in wait for us somewhere. Okay, Azia, let's go home. Right, but I need to pray first. She put her hands together, offering her thoughts up to the heavens. What are you praying for? I asked. It's a secret, she answered bashfully. At that moment, a dazzling glow flooded down from above. Azia was suddenly engulfed in a pillar of light. When the luminescence finally disappeared, she had vanished along with it. Azia? For a second, none of us knew what happened. I turned it over a dozen times in my mind and still couldn't comprehend. Issei had just defeated Diodora Astaroth, destroyed his Longinus device, and successfully rescued Azia. Yuto Kiba, and the others had been about to leave. Yet, at that moment, Azia had vanished inside a pillar of blinding light. What happened? So one Longinus can destroy my work of another, huh? That good-for-nothing misuser. Cutting corners. Looks like I'm going to have to change a plan. It was an unfamiliar voice that spoke. I turned towards it and sighted a man that I had never seen before floating in the air. He was dressed in a light armor and a cloak. The immensity of his aura sent a shiver deep into my core. The president fixed the new arrival in our sights. Who are you? This is our first time meeting, sister of the abominable false demon king. I am Shalba Beelzebub, the true successor of the demon king Beelzebub. Do not liken me to the king of the pretender demon king, whom you fought moments ago. Diodora Astaroth. How dare you use Ophis' serpent in your match against the Agara's girl without my permission? I should have never lent you my power. It is because of you that our enemies caught wise. You are a height of folly. The old Beelzebub. Why now of all possible times? It sounded like he was the mastermind that Azizel had mentioned earlier. Diodora Astaroth was reduced to begging at the feet of the heir of the original Beelzebub. Shalba, help me. Now that you're here, we can kill the Red Dragon Emperor. If the blood of the old and new Demon Kings work together. A beam of light shot out of Shalba's hands, mercilessly tearing through Diodora's chest. Pathetic. I told you all about that girl's sacred gear, and you wouldn't even take it for your own. No wonder you're so useless. Shalba's voice sounded disturbingly amused. Diodora crumbled into dust before his body could even hit the floor. Was that a holy power? Like what angels and fallen angels wield? Had the Chaos Brigade been researching how to arm demons with it? At that moment, I noticed a strange device attached to Shalba's arm. Perhaps that was the source of the sacred light. Then, did Azia... It looked like the others that came to that realization too. Zenovia was literally trembling with rage. Now then, sister of Sir Zex. I know this is sudden, but it's time for you to perish. I hope you understand why. I shall uproot the lineages of all your false demon kings Shaba's tone was frigid. His eyes dyed with hatred. His loathing for the current Demon Kings looked like it knew no bounds. To have his authority and nobility stolen away from him, not to mention his seat as a ruler, and to be driven into the depths of the underworld, must have filled him with an unquenchable animosity. So, now that you murdered the members of the House of Glaciolabolus and Astaroth, you're moving to the Gremory clan? Shaba's eyes narrowed in amusement at the president's question. Exactly. Your very existence isn't an affront to us. We, the true successors to what you imposters label as the old demon regime, are loath to endure you. Shaba let out a sigh. Our plan ends here. However, we are defeated. What can I say? I never suspected that the boosted gear, a mere mid-tier Longinus, would triumph over dimension loss. But this mission has provided us with considerable data for further endeavors. In that case, at least, it was worthwhile. You may have killed Cursory, but we could weather that loss. So long as I still stand, we can proceed, even without Volley. That is the power and majesty of the true Beelzebub. Now then, as my parting act, I will end your life, sister of Sir Zex. You don't have the gall to face the Demon Kings directly, so instead, you want to murder their families? You're cowards, all of you. The president shot back. Not at all. First, we will make your false Demon Kings taste despair. Then, we shall give them the annihilation that they deserve. You're a fiend. And worst of all, you've murdered Azia. I'll never forgive you. The president was infuriated, her crimson aura flaring around her. Akuto's face similarly twisted in rage, her holy lightning crackling around her entire body. I would never forgive this either. Azia. She had finally been able to overcome her past. Her beloved Issei had helped her break free. And now it was over. Joy and happiness had been within her grasp, only for this monster to snatch it away. There could be no crime greater than murdering our precious companion. Shaba's life wouldn't even begin to make up for what he had casually stolen, but I would destroy him all the same. Azia? Azia? Issei stumbled forward, calling out her name. Azia, where are you? Hey, come on. We're going home. Mom and Dad are waiting for us. You've got to come out. You sure like to play around, don't you? Issei. He was searching everywhere, his legs barely able to keep up upright. Azia, let's go home. No one's going to hurt you anymore. If anyone tries, I'll thrash them. Come on, let's go, Azia. We still haven't done the three-legged race at the sports festival yet. I couldn't bear to watch. Konako and Gasper were both looking on in pain. Akuno averted her eyes, her cheeks damp with tears. The president reached out to hold Issei in a comforting embrace. Grief was pooling within me. Prez, I can't find Azia. We should be able to go home soon. We should be able to hide in the underground place Teach mentioned. But without Azia, Mom and Dad said she's like a daughter to them. And she thinks of them as her real parents too. She's so important to me, to all of us. She's family. Issei's voice trailed off, his expression hollow. The president stroked his cheek. It's unforgivable. I'll kill you. I'll carve you into oblivion. Zenovia screamed, lashing out at Shalba with Durandal and Ascalon. How futile.
Shelba raised the defensive barrier, effortlessly deflecting the 2 holy swords before hurling a blast of demonic power into her stomach. Zenovia crashed hard onto the floor, her blades spinning through the air before stabbing into the ground where they landed. Give her back. Azia is my friend. She's kind. Kinder than anyone else. So why? Zenovia crawled across the ground, fumbling for her falling blades. Shelba turned to Issei. A wretched reincarnated demon. And a repulsive dragon. Your Grimoire girl has no taste indeed. Red filth. That girl of yours has been banished to the edge of all dimensions. She will already be ceased to exist. In other words, she's dead. Issei's gaze locked onto the floating Shelba. He stared at him, unwavering. A strange shadow fell over his features. Completely expressionless, his vision seemed to bore into Shelba's face.
Ria's Grimoire, withdraw. If you want to live, leave this place at once.
It was Drake's voice. He had spoken so that we could all hear him. Withdraw. What's going on? The president seemed just as confused, as she glanced my way with uncertainty. Drake then addressed Shelba.
You demon. Shelba, was it?
Issei pushed the president away and rose to his feet. You. Lumbering like a dead man, Issei approached Shelba. Then, when he was almost beneath the floating demon, Drake's voice, in an emotionless sound that sent chills coursing through my body, sounded from Issei's lips. You chose poorly just now. The temple quaked violently around us, as a blood-red aura swept over Issei, growing larger until it filled the entire sanctuary with a blinding crimson glow. My skin tingled at the presence of such an incredible power. Alarm bells were ringing in my head. At that moment, a voice, practically a curse, poured from Issei's lips. And it wasn't just his. No. There were a great many speakers combined. An unearthly, ominous mix of young and old, male and female. I have awakened. It has begun. It's starting. As the heavenly dragon who usurped gods in Gemini. It's always like this. Yep, it never changes. I scorn the infinite, laminate the illusion. Sought after by the world, rejected by the world. I am the Dragon Dynast. It's always power. It's always love. Time and time again, you chose annihilation. Issei's power was transforming, becoming more irregular and bestial. With a pair of giant wings sprouting from his back, his hands warped into razor-sharp claws. Horn-like protrusions erupted from his helmet. This was a dragon. At that moment, every single one of the jewels on the scale mail lit up, a scream of myriad of voices crying out. I shall plunge you into the frigid depths of hell of the Scarlet Lotus.
Juggernaut Drive.
Everything around Issei was blasted away. The floor, the walls, the pillars, and the roof were laid to waste by no more than the deathly power radiating from his armor. He let out a monstrous roar, readying himself on all fours as he began to bat his wings. He tore through the air so fast that I couldn't follow his movements. Shelba cried out. I whirled and saw Issei, now in the shape of a human-sized dragon, grappling with Shelba and tearing into his shoulder. Issei's helmet looked to have transformed into a razor-sharp maw lined with lacerating fangs. That was the sound of flesh rending. Curse you! Shelba forged a spear of light with his right arm, attempting to hurl it at Issei, but not before the dragon arm lashed out from one of the jewels embedded in his suit of armor, catching the attack before Shelba could follow through. At that moment,
A blade lands from another of the gems, slicing Xiaoba's arm clean off. The demon's face twisted in agony as blood splattered onto the floor. Issei bit a chunk of Xiaoba's shoulder with a sickening sound before descending back onto the floor. After landing, he spat the glorious mass out into the ground. The blood seeped into his red armor, giving it a nauseating sheen. Issei's voice had already lost all semblance of his humanity. From each burning jewel studding his armor, a dragon arm or a needle-like blade jutted forth. He was looking less and less like a person by every second. Who do you think that you're messing with? Enraged, Xiaoba descended to the ground, releasing a blast of brilliant light from the palm of his remaining hand. Suddenly, the Red Dragon Emperor's wings burned with a pale luminescence, a terrific glow almost identical to that of the White Dragon Emperor. Just before Xiaoba's beam found purchase. Divide, 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 divide. As that voice echoed through the ruined sanctuary, the light of Xiaoba's attack diminished in size until it became no more sustainable than a laser pointer. This was the White Dragon Emperor's signature ability, which Issei had stolen from him during the battle. To think that he could use it at this high level. Vali's powers, where did you... How many times must you stand in my way, Vali? Xiaoba let out a furious cry. Yet, this time, it wasn't a beam of light that unleashed, but a wave of demonic energy coursing towards Issei. Nonetheless, Issei diverted the oncoming barrage with a mighty flap of his dragon wings. He brushed aside such an overwhelming attack so easily. Hold on, does Xiaoba Beelzebub have a grudge against Vali? Perhaps the descendants of the original Beelzebub and Lucifer were naturally hostile towards each other. As I pondered that, Issei underwent another transformation. The gaping maw in his helmet had opened wide, revealing what looked like a laser cannon in the back of his mouth, and it was lit up. A crimson beam shot from Issei's mouth, racing towards Xiaoba and severing his left arm. It didn't stop there, however, carving a line through the wall, floor, and ceiling. A tremendous explosion sounded in the distance. There was smoke and dust everywhere. As Issei let out an ear-rending scream, his power swelled around him, tearing a massive crater in the ground. The energy's mere presence was reducing the foundation of the temple to ash. You monster! You freak! This is your Juggernaut Drive. Impossible! Ophis' serpent should have supercharged my abilities. I should have surpassed anything the boosted gear was capable of. Xiaoba's arrogance and confidence had given way to fear. His eyes were white with panic as he stared across at Issei in abject horror. The only thing that we could do was watch in stunned silence. The Prez was wide-eyed. Her whole body was shaking. Akano, Zenovia, Konako, and Gasper all watched Issei with dread playing on their faces. I couldn't stop trembling either. This wasn't Issei anymore. We were staring at a real-life monster. Issei, or rather, the Red Dragon Emperor, adjusted his posture, spreading his wings as he leveled his gaze at Xiaoba. There was a mechanical sound of something sliding into place. The armor surrounding Issei's chest and body opened up as a barrel of a launcher emerged. With a dull, vibrating noise, Issei's red armor gathered into a barrel of a cannon, intensifying as it compressed into a single deadly mass. His wings outstretched to either side, his ominous crimson energy swelled. I can't die here. Xiaoba tried drawing a magic circle on the ground with his feet when his legs suddenly stopped. You've frozen them. I can't move. The eyes on the Red Dragon Emperor's armor were burning. Did it just use something similar to the ability of Gasper's Sacred Gear? How much is this creature capable of?
Boost, 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 boost.
Longinus Smasher. That voice, emanating from the Red Dragon Emperor's Sacred Gear, echoed through what remained of the temple. At that moment, the incomprehensible mass of energy gathered into its cannon erupted. This was bad. At this rate, we would all be dragged into the destruction. President, we should fall back. We need to leave this temple. Issei, The president began to stumble towards the dragon monster. That was our friend, but I grabbed her arm. I'm sorry for this. I lifted her up and began to run. Akano lent Zenovia her shoulder as she raced after us, followed by Konako and Gasper. Impossible! I am the true heir of the blood of the original Demon King. I still haven't put Vali in his place. Beelzebub has always been superior to Lucifer. Cursed dragons, red and white alike. Xiaoba, along with the entire temple complex, was swallowed into a surge of red light. Once we made our way out of the temple, I summoned a vast collection of holy demon swords to serve as a makeshift shelter and urged everyone inside. When the sound of the temple collapsing around us faded, I released the blades and surveyed our surroundings. The temple complex had been reduced to rubble. The device forged by the other Longinus still remained, but it was full of cracks, with various parts broken clean off. Is the Red Dragon Emperor truly this powerful? Issei, still standing at the center of the wreckage, sending a sorrowful roar up into the heavens. Even if he lost his sense of identity, he still grieved for Azia. Xiaoba Beelzebub and Diodora Astaroth were nowhere to be seen. The fight should have been over, yet Issei's armor showed no sign of deactivating. What should we do? I wondered. How could I return Issei to his senses? It seemed like there was little for us to do, save watch in sorrow. Looks like you're in a bit of a bind down there. Another voice. A rift opened up above us, from which Vali, the White Dragon Emperor, emerged. Behind him came another figure, wearing what looked like an ancient Chinese armor. This was my first time meeting the second individual in person, but I recognized Biko, the descendant of the legendary Sun Wukong, at once. Lastly, a third entity arrived, an unfamiliar guy dressed in a business suit. The sword in his hands possessed an incredible, radiant aura, the likes of which I had never before set eyes upon. I realized what it was immediately. The Holy King's Sword, Callbrand. That meant that this was the man that Issei had encountered a short while back. Vali? The president was startled at this sudden entry, but she quickly adopted a combat stance. The rest of us did likewise, but there was no sense of hostility coming from the three. I'm not here to fight, just to observe the Red Dragon Emperor's Juggernaut Drive. Too bad it's incomplete. You're lucky he initiated it within an artificial battlefield. If he'd done this in a human realm, he would have destroyed an entire city. Is there some way to make him go back to normal? The president asked Vali. Seeing as it's an incomplete Juggernaut Drive, you might be able to reverse it. At this rate, he'll shave away his life force until there's nothing left. In any event, the longer he's like this, the greater danger he's in. So I was right. Issei was in danger. Biko suddenly approached me. In his arms, he cradled a young woman. Here, she's part of your group, right? Your healer. That face. Azia. The president, Akano, and the others all hurried to gather around her. From what I could tell, she didn't look injured. She was unconscious, but breathing. She's alive! I cried out. Everyone, including me, teared up at this joyful revelation. Thank goodness she was okay. But how? I muttered in disbelief. It was the wielder of the Callbrand who responded to my question. We were investigating an entrance to the Dimension Void around here when we spotted her falling into it. Vali said that he recognized her, so we picked her up and brought her back. Quite lucky, that one. Had we not been there, she would have perished. So that was it. Whatever circumstances, I was simply relieved that she was safe. Azia! Having made sure her friend was alright, Zenovia fell onto the ground and wept. I set Azia down beside her, letting her cradle the other girl in her arms. Now, all we need to do is help Issei. The president glanced back towards him as he howled in despair. Will he return to normal once we tell him Azia is okay? Folly shook his head. It's risky. You would get yourself killed, but I certainly won't stop you if you'd like to try. Akano and Konako each approached him. I know that we're in no position to ask this, but could you help him? Surely you, the White Dragon Emperor, could bring him back. Please, we'll do anything to help you, whatever it takes to save him. It was clear that they both cared deeply about Issei. I had been confident that Volley would refuse, yet he rested his hand on his chin, sinking deep into thought. Maybe if we could stimulate his mind. Couldn't we just show him some boobs? Biko suggested, scratching the back of his head. The same idea occurred to me too, but I hesitated to verbalize it so directly. Not when he's like this. The best way to calm a dragon is through a song. But there have never been any songs for red or white dragon emperors. But there is! Interrupted a voice as a white-winged angel descended from above. Irina Shido. Wait, that's Issei? I heard what happened from Archangel Michael and Azazel, but it's that bad? Though clearly surprised, Irina was nonetheless as spirited as ever. What are you doing here, Irina? Zenovia questioned. Immediately, the newly arrived reincarnated angel pulled out a holographic projector, the kind frequently used by demons. The leaders in the viewing room and out on the battlefield already know that Issei went berserk, so Lucifer and Azazel had me bring this secret weapon. By the way, Odin was the one to help me get here. He's incredible. A Norse god, and his beard is so huge. Her level of excitement was almost enough to break through the direness of her situation. The president took possession of the projection equipment, setting it up on the ground. I don't really get it, but if my brother and Azazel think it will work, then it's worth a shot. So saying, she took a deep breath and pushed a button on the side of the device. A huge holographic image appeared overhead. Its abrupt appearance seemed to catch Issei's attention too. What unfolded next was beyond my wildest expectations. Breast Dragon, let's go! An image of Issei in his balance brick armor appeared up above, surrounded by countless young children. Breasts, they called out around him in unison. With that, a lively tune began to play as the projection of Issei and the children started dancing. Letters appeared, a title, and lyrics. Everyone watching went bug-eyed. What on earth is this? The Song of the Breast Dragon. Lyrics, Azazel. Composition, Sir Zex Lucifer. Dance choreography, Seraphal Leviathan. He's out there in a far-off land, waiting for the sun to shine. When it comes out, he searches far and wide, till he finds what is on his mind. Dragon, dragon, breast dragon, squeeze 'em, suck 'em, breast dragon. They come in every shape and size, but he loves the big ones most of all. Breast dragon, soar. He's down there in a far-off town, laughing all day long. 'Cause rain or thunder, it won't stop him from touching what he loves. Dragon, dragon, breast dragon. Poke 'em, stroke 'em, ooh. He's seen so many he knows for sure. He loves the big ones most of all. Breast dragon, go. To say we were dumbfounded would be an understatement. None had the faintest clue how to react. After a short moment, I recognized this for what it was. It had undoubtedly been recorded back when we visited the television station in the Underworld. That was what Issei filmed during his private session. And that title, The Song of the Breast Dragon. They had gone through the trouble of having him activate his balance breaker and dance alongside small children. I was floored. Let's not forget the credits, which gave away those responsible. What were they thinking? This was ghastly. Breasts. Issei was holding his head in his hands, but my ears hadn't deceived me. He had just uttered a comprehensible word. But why breasts? He's listening, the president exclaimed with tears of joy. Why is he only responding to that? Konako looked crestfallen. Shido, play it again, instructed the president. Yep, leave it to me, Irina answered, pushing down the button on the projectile once more. Breasts. I want to touch them, squeeze them. Issei groaned, still grasping his head in his hands. I want to feel them. Suck them. Issei's fingers were making some sort of gesture in the air. His razor-sharp claws had disappeared. This might just work. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. Folly activated his balance breaker. A suit of glistening white armor immediately enveloped him as he flew through the air towards Issei with incredible speed. Divide. The White Dragon Emperor's voice boomed, and as it did so, Issei's aura shrank considerably. There was no mistaking it. Folly must have touched Issei as he flew past and activated his ability. It wouldn't have been possible just a short time ago, but Issei seemed to slowly be returning to his senses, thanks to that song. Riaz, your nipples are what he needs now, Akano cried out. Uh-huh. The president's eyes all but shot out of their sockets at this suggestion. However, Akano wasn't finished. He unlocked his balance breaker by pushing his fingers into your chest, so it should have the opposite effect here as well. It would have been insane to approach him while he was going berserk like that, but he's starting to come out of it now. But can my breast really dispel the Juggernaut Drive? Of course they can. Mine won't do the trick. As I feared. You're better suited in this role. I'm a little jealous, you know. If anything, Akano's expression was one of sadness. I had no idea how to respond to all this. Breast this, tits that. It was absurd. The president stole a glance towards Volley, but the White Dragon Emperor averted his gaze. Judging by the sweat building on his forehead, he had pushed himself hard and didn't want to get involved any further. I couldn't blame him. Biko was pressing his hands against his stomach as if trying to hold in laughter. Oh, go ahead. How else are we supposed to respond to this? Issei, how boob-obsessed can you be? The president stepped forward, looking as if she made up her mind. All right. She proceeded towards Issei without even the slightest hesitation in her step. Are you really okay with this, President? Is it me, or have you been willing to do anything for him lately? The song continued to loop as she drew closer to him, until, at last, she stood directly before the transformed friend. She then began to unbutton her blouse. Don't worry, President. None of us can see you from back here. My breasts, Issei murmured, having found what he was looking for, and reached out to her with trembling fingers. Meanwhile, the song continued to play. The next instant, Issei's armor deactivated. Riz Grummery, are your breasts like an on-off switch for him? Volley asked with complete sincerity. speak out while continuing to guffaw. Hey, that isn't a proper thing to ask. I didn't know what to think anymore. Issei, you really are a full-fledged breast dragon. What happened? When I woke up, my balance breaker was gone. The present Akano embraced me tearfully, leaving me wondering what had occurred when I was out. I couldn't recall it properly at all, but according to Kiba, I had gone berserk and defeated that Shauba guy. It was all just a blur to me. Hold on. Is that Azia who Zenovia's hugging? How? Perhaps noticing my disbelieving expression, Kiba explained. Vali rescued her. He pointed to the individual in question. So Vali is here too. Why? Hold on, is he grinning? When I asked for an explanation, I learned that it had all been a series of fortunate coincidences. All I really cared about was that Azia was safe. Azia! Azia! I cried out to her. She slowly opened her eyes. Issei. She was okay. Thank goodness. My Azia. Just as I was about to embrace her in a hug, Zenovia knocked me away. Azia, she called, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zenovia? What's wrong? I can't breathe. Azia, Azia. I will always be your friend. Forever. So don't ever leave me again. Azia gently stroked her head. Yes, we'll always be friends. Thank goodness. Standing beside me, Irina nodded, her own eyes moist. I guess this means case closed then. I breathed a sigh of relief. No sooner had I done so than Vali called out to me. Issei Hyodo, it looks like you pulled through. Yeah, I guess I owe you one. Don't worry about it. Anyways, it's about time. Look up. My curiosity piqued. I turned my gaze to the white sky hanging over the empty battlefield. A gigantic hole formed above us. There was something beyond it. A figure. That's... When I realized what I was looking at, my mouth hung open in shock. The present the others appeared to be equally stunned. Vali's lips curled in a smirk. Watch closely, Issei Hyodo. That's what I came here to see. A huge crimson dragon floated overhead, moving majestically across the heavens. It was enormous. Much larger than Tanin. It had to be at least 100 meters long. There are two entities known as the Red Dragon. The first one is the one that dwells within you, the Welsh Dragon. The White Dragon Emperor appears to be in the same legends and myths. But there is another Red Dragon, an entity that appears in the Book of Revelation. The Book of Revelation? The Great Red. Although, he's known by other names too. Maybe you've heard of the Apocalypse Dragon, the True Red Dragon, or the DxD, the Dragon of Dragons. He resides in the dimensional void, where he has been soaring for eternity. We came here today to witness that for ourselves. These battlefields for your raiding games are forged by raising barriers on the edge of the dimensional void. Ophus's true aim today was to use this place to stare into that expanse. Shauba's scheme was never of any importance to her or us. But what's he doing in there? I asked. Who knows? There's a lot of theories. He is Ophus's true goal, and the opponent I hope to defeat. Vali's opponent. His eyes looked more genuine than I thought I've ever seen before. The enemy I wish to face most of all. The Great Red, the Apocalypse Dragon. I hope to become the true White Dragon. It's hardly fair that the White is always a level below the Red, don't you think? Once I defeat him, I'll reach the ultimate rank. So, that's Folly's aim. Well, everyone has a dream of their own, and that was his. Basically, his reason for joining the terrorist organization was to fight the massive dragon. I had known that he must have been doing all those bad things for a purpose, but now I knew what it was. His actions were borne home to me all the more. How long has it been, Great Red? A small black-haired girl in a dress had appeared out of nowhere. Who's that? She wasn't there before. I wondered aloud. Folly flashed me a grin. That's Elphys, the Ouroboros, the head of the Chaos Brigade. Seriously? She's the head honcho? What's she doing here herself? Please don't say she wants to fight me. The girl, Elphys, lifted her hand into the air, pointing towards the Great Red with a finger gun gesture. I shall take that silence for my own one of these days. Wings flapped. Something came slamming into the ground. What now? I thought. Fortunately, I recognized these latest arrivals. It was Azazel and Tanin. Teach, Tanin. Issei. You're back to normal now. I was afraid to see what you might end up doing, but I always suspected that song and the thought of breasts would be enough to cancel out your Juggernaut Drive. It was boobs that helped you unlock your balance breaker after all. Jeez, you're as predictable as they come. I guess this makes running that little tune worth it, huh? Said Azazel. That theme had basically been the stuff of my dreams, but I couldn't deny that it was awful. Just so you know, that was Sir Zek's idea. He and Seraphal were so excited about it that they even came up with the score choreography themselves. I was taken aback to learn that it had been a joint production between the leaders of Demonkind and Fallen Angels. Tanin seemed to find it just as amusing as I did. As expected of our breast-loving Red Dragon Emperor. And would you look at that? I guess this is what happens when you chase after Elphys. Both Azazel and Tanin were gazing up at the Great Red. It certainly brings back memories. The Great Red, the latter remarked. Have you fought him before or something? Azazel asked Tanin. The dragon, however, shook his head. No, he never spared me as much of a second thought. Not even Tanin stands a chance against that Great Red. Just how powerful is he? It's been a while, Azazel. Folly called. I'm guessing you beat Cursory Asmodeus, then? Sir Zex was the one who dealt with the old Asmodeus. Once the great leaders were taken care of, their subordinates were quick to flee. I heard that Issei eliminated Shalba Beelzebub with the Juggernaut Drive. My brother? The press questioned. Once the barrier was down, he went back to the viewing lounge. Azazel replied before turning to the small girl-like figure, still loitering nearby. Elphys, the followers of the old demon regime have all either surrendered or been defeated. Now that their bosses are gone, they're essentially finished as a unified faction. Yes, I've supposed as much already. Elphys didn't seem shocked or disappointed in the slightest. Didn't it bother her that she'd lost? Azazel shrugged at the response. Apart from Volley and his people, the only other group of note with you guys was that band of sacred gear users, right? The ones descended from famous humans. What are they called again? The Hero Faction? The Hero Faction? So there are still other forces within the terrorist organization? Right. The Chaos Brigade's whole deal was that it's made up of a ragtag assortment of dangerous individuals from a great many places. Now then, Elphys, do you want to go?
Azazel pointed his radiant spear towards the girl. Was he about to start trading blows with the big bad? Ophis, however, turned her back to him and stated, "I'm going home." Evidently, she didn't want to fight. Nonetheless, the people on our side weren't convinced by the display of indifference. Tanin pulled his wings back, shouting after her,
Stop, Ophis.
Yet the girl's face twisted in an ominous smile. "Tanin, the Dragon Kings are gathering together once more. This should be fun." A faint vibration shook the air, and Ophis completely vanished. Ah, she escaped. Both Azazel and Tanin let out exasperated sighs. "It's time for us to leave as well." Now it was Volley's turn. He was just about to enter the spatial rift that his suit-wearing companion had just opened. Seriously, they were all too quick to skedaddle. "Issei Hyoto, do you want to defeat me?" "Sure, but you're not the only one that I want to beat. I want to surpass Kiba, and then there's my buddy Saji. There's a whole lot of things I hope to overcome." "I could say the same. I have another target besides you. It's strange, isn't it? The current Red and White Dragon Emperors have other things on their minds more important than their fated confrontation. Maybe you and I are outliers when it comes to dragons. It's nice to have a diversion every now and then. But, as I assure you, one day we will do battle." I raised my fist to Volley. "Yeah, let's settle it. I never let you have the Predator Arcanal's breasts." "You're an interesting one. Get stronger, Issei Hyoto." "See ya, Breast Dragon. You too, Switch Princess." God, that grin of Biko's never failed to rile me up. Hold on. Switch Princess. Looking to the Prez, I saw that she was turning bright red. What was going on? "Yuto Kiba, Zenovia," the Sudaman said to our two sword wielders. "I am the heir to the Arthur Pendragon. This here is the Holy Sword. Please, call me Arthur. I expect to cross blades with you both one day. Until then." With that, Volley and his companions disappeared into the spatial rift. For a second, I thought about following them, but they had just saved Azia. Had Volley done so on a whim? I had no way of knowing. In any event, I had no desire to fight him. One day I would. We would certainly meet again, and I had to be ready. I took Azia's hand and flashed her a warm smile. "It's time to go home, Azia. For real this time." "Right. Mom and Dad are waiting for us," she replied. As I beheld Azia beaming at me, I slipped into unconsciousness. "Volley, I've heard from the bosses that Shalbajerk was near death, but it looks like he's gonna pull through." "I see. He's always been hasty. Everything's do or die with him. Just like our ancestors, chased into exile by the current demon government, always trying to rush things. Apparently, everyone over in the old demon group wants you to be their new leader. What are you gonna do?" "Tell them I'm fine with my current position. I don't desire any more duties than I already have as heir to one of the original Demon Kings." "Ah, then I guess you're done for. The other factions are already racing to take the top billing. Katara, Cursory, Shalba, they all sought more than they could ever hope to manage. If you're going to adopt the title of a former Demon King, you need to act with dignity and pride that it commands." "So, why did you help the Red Dragon Emperor and that healer girl of his? That wasn't like you." "I was bored, that's all." When I opened my eyes, I was in my bedroom. Huh? What happened? I beat Diodora, met Volley, and then... what? It felt like I've fallen unconscious several times over. Are you awake? I turned my head to the sound of that voice, and found the silver-haired maid Grayfield watching over me. A crimson-haired boy was standing beside her, Milikis. He was staring my way. Issei's eyes opened, Mom. Master Milikis, what have I told you about calling me that in front of others? If you say so. When I sat up, Grayfield passed me a glass of water. Ah, thanks. As I sipped the drink, Grayfield activated some kind of holographic device. Huh? What now? A three-dimensional projection of a man appeared above it. Sir Zax. He was dressed in unusually casual clothing. Had he sneaked out somewhere?
Ah, Issei, you're finally awake.
Yeah.
Good work. I know it was hard, but thanks to you and Riaz, we managed to contain the followers of the old demon regime for the time being.
According to Zax, I had slipped into a coma of sorts after the battle and hadn't woken up for several days. My Juggernaut Drive must have taken a considerable toll on my body. Apparently, I couldn't freely adopt a bestial form whenever I wanted, but frankly, that sounded like it was for the best.
Azazel spoke to Drake a few times while you were sleeping. It sounded like your anger exploded past a certain tipping point when you thought you had lost Azia, releasing the seal power within you.
So, that was it. It was my uncontrollable fury that triggered the transformation. Wait, Drake was still able to communicate while I was asleep, was he?
In that state, your powers could even surpass those of God or us demon kings, albeit temporarily. But entering that state reduces your lifespan considerably. You should refrain from using it again. Your death would cause a great deal of sorrow. My sister would certainly be crushed.
Yeah, I understand. I couldn't remember exactly what I had transformed into, but I certainly didn't want to go through that again. There would be no point to anything if I died. Maybe I had gone berserk because I thought Ozzy was dead, but even so, I didn't want to experience that again. So Zax also informed me that the followers of the old demon regime and the Chaos Brigade had fallen into disarray after losing their leaders. Folly, despite himself being descended from one of the former demon kings, had apparently expressed no interest in accepting their offer of leadership. According to Zax, they were essentially finished as a meaningful fighting force. The surviving remnants had either surrendered or fled deep into the darkness. The Astaroth family had lost all credibility now that Diodora's action had come to light. The fact that their next heir had been secretly aligned with the Chaos Brigade hung heavily on their name, and the present head of the family had been forced to relinquish his title and authority. For the time being, the House of Astaroth has similarly lost all of their right to have any of its members be considered for future demon kings. The current Beelzebub hadn't escaped being held at least partially responsible either. However, it sounded like he'd been part of the group that had been attacked by the Chaos Brigade, and had fought the terrorist group alongside the other three Demon Kings. On top of that, the other Demon Kings had thrown all their support behind him, so cries for him to take responsibility for actions of his family had been subsided somewhat.
Losing a Juka Beelzebub right now would be a bitter blow for all demons at the present. His technical mastery is vital for our future programs. He was the one who devised the basic theory underlying the raiding game. We won't be able to find anyone else of the same caliber.
Sir Zax breathed out a sigh. From what I gathered, there was a critical shortage of vital personnel in Demon Society. Maybe it was because I was the Red Dragon Emperor that Sir Zax went on to tell me about Ouroboros. But that explanation only raised further questions. Can I ask you something?
And what would that be?
Ophis, the head of the Chaos Brigade. Her goal is to get rid of that huge dragon, the Great One, so she can return to the Dimensional Void, right? So, if we help her, won't she stop supporting the terrorists? Sir Zax shook his head.
No. Unfortunately, that would be unwise. The prevailing theory at the present is that the dimensional void is in equilibrium with the various planes of existence, precisely because Great Red resides within it. If Ophis, or Vali for that matter, were to slay him and rule over it themselves, there's no telling what would happen to our world. We might have been able to trust the old Ophis, but she's changed too much.
That certainly sounded serious. A breakdown of the stability between dimensional void and the various planes of existence. Why did Ophis and Vali have to set their sights on something so risky? No wonder the leaders of each major faction were worried. There may have been a chance that I could defeat Vali one day in the future, but what about Ophis? I didn't want to be the one to have to fight her. All I really wanted was to become a high-class demon and rule over a harem.
We would need to reconsider plans for the future raiding games between our up-and-comers. We can't afford to allow terrorists to interfere again.
So, are the matches canceled then? I asked.
We will probably have to start from scratch, but there was one match I could very much look forward to seeing. A great many are here in the Underworld, and quite a few among the other powers awaited eagerly.
Which match is it exactly?
The one between Riaz and Syra Org.
Were people really looking forward to a confrontation between the present Syra Org, the #1 demon youth, that much? Syra Org's words echoed in my mind. I look forward to facing your extraordinary power myself. If things hadn't been interrupted, he would have been our next opponent.
There's a great deal of anticipation for the match between the Citri and the Garies too. I suppose it would be power versus power and technique versus technique.
Sir Zex certainly did sound like he was excited. Heck, knowing him, he definitely was.
In any event, we've asked you all to wait until we weigh the situation and decide how best to proceed.
Undoubtedly, the higher-ups did need a bit of time to sort things out, given that they had just suffered another terrorist attack. If they weren't careful, public opinion in the Underworld might oppose holding another raiding game at all. On a brighter note, it sounded like the Breast Dragon had become incredibly popular with kids in the Underworld.
I'm thinking about writing another song. I've always dreamed of being a musician back when I was a child. You don't know how happy I am that I've been able to make my dream come true.
Sir Zach's eyes were positively sparkling. Evidently, he poured his passion into that work. Suddenly, his tone turned serious.
You're amazing, Issei.
I am?
Yes. Children are the smallest demographic among viewers of the raiding game. Strictly speaking, viewers of their age are practically non-existent. Watching adults fight each other is hardly entertainment as far as they're concerned. To tell you the truth, the only matches of interest to them are between certain reincarnated demons, dragons like Tanin, or non-human creatures and the like. They probably think of those matches as kaiju movies.
Kaiju films, huh? Tanin did kind of resemble a creature you've seen on screen.
I would be overjoyed if our future generations could look up to you, even if it's just during your bouts.
Are you asking me to become some kind of superhero for the kids?
Yes, but I won't force it on you. But I would appreciate it greatly.
I didn't understand the full importance of the raiding game in the Underworld, but if it was for the sake of the children, the faces of the kids who cried in joy back when I had done my interview flashed before my eyes. Part of me was getting excited by this idea. Never before had anyone acted so happy just to see me. You'll be putting your talents to waste if a harem is your endgame. That's what Tanin had said to me at the end of our Underworld training camp. Sorry, Tanin, but building a harem is still my ultimate goal. After all, what could be being surrounded by beautiful ladies all day long? That said, having kids think of me as a superhero didn't sound so bad either. Maybe I could attract a following among young mothers too.
Married women, young wives, wonderful. Supposedly, hero programs on TV were written with mothers in mind these days too. If I became famous, someone might make a live show about me one day. Children would bring their moms to see it, and I might even be able to meet some of them. I had discovered a path of meeting a treasure trove of beauties from the underworld. Whoa, there are so many wives I could get my hands on. Sorry, Tanin. I'm definitely gonna become a harem king. I'll even let other people's wives join my harem. Got it, Sir Zex. I'll do whatever I can for those wives. I mean, those kids. By the way, it sounds like someone's cheering on in the background. What's going on? I've been wondering about what that noise was for a while now. Oh, right. Today is Cool Academy Sports Festival. I've come to see my little sister shine. What? I quickly glanced at my calendar and clock to double check. Today really was the sports festival. I had slept in late and almost missed it. Gravia, open a magic circle and bring Issei here to the academy if you would. Very well. After thanking Sir Zex, I hurried off to get changed. I couldn't afford to miss taking part of the three-legged race with Azia. The sound of the starting pistol echoed through the air, followed by an announcement for the next event. The three-legged race is about to begin. Participants, please line up at the starting position. My event had nearly begun. The magic circle had led me straight into the wooded area, near the old school building. I would have to hurry to make it to the sports ground in time. And the second year three-legged race is off. It had already begun. Azia and I were a part of the second group. Would I make it? I bolted as fast as I could, making my way into the sports field. Issei, this way is faster. It was the Prez. She had come looking for me. Oh yeah, that path through the tents does look like a good shortcut. Yodo, you're late. Go get Azia. Saji called out to me as I passed. Sorry, leave it to me. There it was, the starting line. Azia. She looked so forlorn, and she was about to tie her leg to the other guy from my class. Not on my watch. I'm the one who gets to run with her. Azia! She glanced up at my cry, her eyes glistening as she scanned her surroundings. When she finally spotted me, she joyfully shouted, Issei! I wouldn't leave her alone. I would always stand by her. Sorry, I'll take it from here, I said to the other guy when I reached them. His response was to pat me on the shoulder. Of course. Take Azia and go. Thanks for the encouragement. Just watch us. Azia and I had this in the bag. I crouched down, tying the rope around my leg and Azia's. Issei, you made it. Naturally. I'm your Issei, right? Whenever you need me, I'll come running. Azia looked like she might start sobbing all over again. We really needed to do something about that later. Group B. Our turn had come. We wrapped our arms around each other's waists and stood ready to go. The starting gun sounded. Let's go, Azia. Okay. From the very first step, we were in sync, picking up considerable speed. Issei, Azia, go for gold. You can do it, you two. The present Agano were cheering us on. Issei, Azia, you can do it. Go, Issei, Azia. Do your best, you two. Kiba, Zenovia, and Irina shouting encouragement our way as well. Issei, Azia. Casper called out to us in a loud voice. You can do it. Even Konako was excited. I won't let you take off if you drop the ball here. As Zazel said, Teach, you can count on us. You came, Issei. Don't worry, I'll get the best part on film. Issei, Azia, we believe in you both. Dad, Mom, watch as you son and daughter snatch victory. As Azia and I ran together across the field, I said, Azia,
I'll always be by your side. Don't ever leave me. It was obvious that she was holding back tears, but she steadied herself and concentrated her energies on running. And then, another shot from the starting pistol. Azia and I had broken through the tape at the finishing line. Yes! As we received our flag for taking first place, the two of us adopted a victory pose. See that, everyone? See how fast Azia and I are together? We did it! We did it, Azia! Yeah, we won, Issei. We grasped each other's hands in joy. See that? Together, we're unstoppable. Whoa. My elation suddenly wavered as I realized I was wobbling on my feet, ready to fall over at any second. Weakness washed over me. My strength was spent. I had only just woken up from a coma. Maybe I overdone it a little. Issei, are you alright? Azia asked as she supported my weight. Perhaps I got a little too excited. Issei, Azia. The press approached, pointing at the gymnasium with a smile. Azia, there's no one looking behind the gym, so go use your sacred gear and heal Issei if you would. Right. Sorry, Prez. I felt pathetic. I was supposed to have built a considerable endurance, and here I was about to faceplant. Azia lent me his shoulder as we walked past the Prez when... Go for it, Azia. Uh-huh. Azia's face flushed bright red for some reason. Once we were out of sight behind the gymnasium, Azia set about healing me. Nothing beat that warm green glow that seeped through the body. Once I felt a little stronger, I rose to my feet and flexed my arms a little. Alright, I should be fine for the rest of the day now. Issei, Azia began. I turned around. Huh? What is it? Azia was standing on her tiptoes. She leaned forward slightly, and her lips pressed against mine. All of a sudden, we were kissing. I didn't know what to do. It felt like my head was gonna explode. I mean, she was kissing me. Azia. She flashed me a warm smile, tilting her head to one side. I love you, Issei. I'll always stand by your side. I was so overwhelmed with emotion that I collapsed to the ground right then and there. I was so happy.